That went faster than I thought it would. On shuffle. Should be. How you doing, Betsy? Good to see you. What's going on? Hope you're doing well. Welcome. I'm not even gonna bother making a new little layout there. It is what it is. What it is. I'm not turning off the music either, I don't care. Hey, Worth. Whoops. Oh, don't freak out. I'll need to fix that still. Thank you. Thank you for the 53 months, Betsy. You're crazy. How has it been that long? Thank you so much. Hey, Brabbit, how you doing? Good to see you, bud. Hey, man, like, go. No, boys, don't touch that stuff. Good, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Yes, I hope everyone is doing. We're just starting off with some sunshine. I know 7:30's a little early for some people, so just to whittle down the time, I'm gonna play some sunshine. Then we'll get into some multiplayer shenanigans, you know. Is it the Lord of the Rings illustrated? I saw that. Oh, Jesus. Have I not played Sunshine on this computer? I have to. Why is it looking like that? Nice. Cool. That's awesome. Did you buy it? How's the audio balance, by the way? Am I is the music overpowering me? Does it sound good? Probably gonna hear a lot of Undertale. That one looks fine. Thanks, Agers. 25.
Happy birthday. Twillig one love.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Agers. How you doing? My brother really likes Loader, and his birthday's coming. That's awesome. It's gonna be a great gift. Yeah, but like I was saying, I'm just gonna like do a thing with like the what do they call it? Some sunshine, whittle down the time a little bit, maybe for an hour or so, maybe less, and then we'll start with the multiplayer shenanigans. You know, I don't really have much planned. Barely falling asleep. Your body's a morning person, even though you're not. Yeah, I feel that. No, I understand. I sympathize. I cannot empathize, unfortunately. Mario, the controller's being a little butthead. It's fine. I don't need a good controller. I'll do just fine without it, thank you. You're good. That's good. I did. I did have a good birthday, bro. A nice, quiet day. You work starting at 9. Yeah, makes sense. And Blood, glad to meet you. I don't know how to stream. I don't know how to commentate. What is the cutscenes? Where Delfino has been on paint-like substance. Indeed, how can one not be aware of what is going on? Though it is daytime in Delfino Plaza, our poor residents tremble beneath a veil of darkness. Expert Shine scholars say that this darkness has arisen because all of our guardians, the Shine Sprites, have vanished from their gathering spot at the Shine Gate. The reason? It's quite obvious. This horrible graffiti is to blame. I'm a little ahead. Behold this sketch of the perpetrator based on... Behold this sketch of the perpetrator based on eyewitness descriptions. The truth is obvious. The guilty party sits among us. It is none other than Mario.
Objection!
Overruled.
I judge the defendant guilty as charged. I hereby order the defendant to clean this entire island. Until Isle Delfino is completely free of his vile handiwork, Mario shall not be allowed to leave. Court adjourned. This appears to be quite a predicament, Mario. Data analysis indeed verifies that the island's inhabitants are indeed troubled by pollution, but the pollution itself is not the main problem. Mario, you witnessed this object at the airstrip, correct? It is a Shine Sprite. Shine Sprites are the source of power on Isle Delfino. They used to gather in great numbers at the Shine Gate, but the graffiti incident has polluted the island and most of the Shine Sprites have fled. There is no longer enough power to sustain the peaceful lifestyle of the islanders. It is most pitiable. Cool. I can't get over that. 53 months though. I'm just looking at that. I'm like, have I really been an affiliate for that long? Wow. Whoa.
Get it from this, pal. Your first job's to get rid of all that ugliness. And remember, we'll be watching you, pal. We'll know if you start slacking off.
Wow. Wow. Ka-chow, right, guys? Ka-chow.
Gonna be real. God, there's gonna be so much Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney and like I think the entire Undertale soundtrack is in here, so sorry. Mario. Hate this stupid fat plumber. This one and this one. I don't hate anybody else. Mario should have died in the war. Not gonna make it either because it's bad. I'm a little roosty, sorry y'all. No, this is kind of exactly what playing Apollo Justice Case 2 feels like. So, pretty accurate song. Yeah, what's everybody been up to today? Chilling, out back and relaxing all cool and shooting some b-ball outside of the school when a couple of guys who were up to no good started making trouble in your neighborhood? It's been alright. Good. Glad to hear it. I do not know how to stream. I am bad at streaming because I do not know how to talk to people. And all I do is sing when I don't know what else to do. 'Cause it is just real hard. Various aisles. Nice, nice. The Agers is an equal opportunity aisle shopper. Very good, very good. Yep, got some more toilet paper. Nice. Yes! It's more toilet paper. Toilet paper. Hell?
I cannot believe my eyes.
Oh my god.
I cannot believe my eyes.
Aiden! What the heck? Ken gives a. Oh, there's a little icon now for that. That's cute. Aiden, oh my god, you didn't have to do that. What? Aiden, thank you so much for gifting the sub to Mac, Wales, Mayo, Yak, Robin, Woot, Pika, Blair, Rosie, and Funk. Didn't use any of their full names because that's just not the kind of person I am. How are you doing? Hello, Rosie. I see you there too. What's going on? Bruh, I know. Keep going, Aiden. That second word, isn't that those shoes that, like, those ugly shoes that people wear? I'll hydrate in a second. I gotta win this race. As soon as Aiden shows up, there's it's that thing, you know, where it's that thing where, you know, I believe it's where a bunch of lesbians play the stock market and they do really well. Your trickle down followers. If only. How you doing, Yak? Good to see you, bud. I'm not good at Stefan improv. Aiden is disappointingly bad. Let me know if the music's too loud because not all of the songs are equalized. Is Birkenstock New York's hottest club? No, it's not anybody's hottest anything. New York's hottest club is Trap. Located in the alley between a CVS and a former Chase Bank that became a Rite Aid, that closed down and became a Blockbuster, that also closed down and became CVS again. This place has everything. Blowing wind, lava goop, Mario's burning ass, Roman J. Israel Esquire. Mario, grow up. why his ass burning? I don't know. He went to New York's hottest club. Trash, that's why. I'm glad you enjoy that bit so much. The formula just works for you, huh? Talk to it. Yep. Yeah, when they were broadcasting, yep. Isn't that incredible? Yeah, that's so great. So when Bill reads that stuff when he's cracking up, that's the first time he's reading it. Great. Woke up this morning and I got out of bed. Had to clean up some pollution to clear my head. Jumped onto a boat, then I jumped right back off that shack. So sit on down and tell me what's up with that. Ooh, I can't do that. What's up with that? What? I always forget that whatever I do has to rhyme with the word that. This is Mario. Stop turning to the side. You're not Gumshoe. Look at Mario, dude. Look at Mario. Every time Mario just turns to the side like he's Gumshoe. Also, I did hydrate Rabbit. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. For anybody who's just now jumping in, we're not going to play Sunshine the entire time. Just kind of biding my time. Because, you know, it's a bit early for the multiplayer shenanigans. But I do have, Frog. Yes, there is Frog here. Yeah, exactly, Betsy. Betsy knows. Time vibes, yeah. Just kind of vibing, you know, catching up. We'll do some multiplayer shenanigans in maybe, like, half an hour to, like, 45 minutes or so. We can start that. I have, like, Smash. I downloaded Clubhouse Games. Thank you, Rosie, for gifting that to me. And yeah, there's also Mario Kart, but instead I want to play Double Dash on Parsec at some point, so like we'll figure this out. They're just everywhere. That's a mood. Oh man, Magus. Man, I gotta tell you, the Chrono Trigger character designs are so cool. Until you see those Toriyama-ass faces on the characters. Like, the sprite work, fantastic, but their faces don't look anything like them on the sprite work. And nothing against Toriyama, but he only knows how to draw like 2 faces, and I just don't think they fit Chrono Trigger very well. Oh no, Betsy, that's unfortunate. Oh, I usually just take them to a donation bin left like near a grocery store. The heck? Junie, what the? Junie, what the heck? Thank you so much. Oh, I love you too, Junie. Thanks, that's so sweet of you. Thank you for giving those subs to Zahn, Zeno, RJ, Poulter, and Alston. Call me Alston. Fantastic. Oh, no. Oh, I appreciate you stopping by at all, and thank you so much for gifting that. You didn't have to do that. You're so good. I appreciate you. How are you? But you wanted to, right? That's what you're gonna say. Yeah. Do that all the time. I know how to organize these like little variety streams where like I do multiple things. I have no idea how to like. I never make a schedule. I'm just like, we'll just do. How was my birthday? It was good. Thank you for asking. I had a very good day. It was quiet. We went to dinner. You know, I had some wine, and then we came home and ate cake, and just went on and did our own things. You know, just fun, quiet day with some celebrations at the end. Kind of cake. It was half and half vanilla chocolate. Jesus, this is a very happy song, isn't it? Yeah, half and half vanilla chocolate with the icing, you know. But not half and half like the left is chocolate and the right's vanilla. Like they were layered on top of each other, so it was kind of like a layer cake in that regard. This song is... Is it here? I think it's here. It's like around here. The thing. So close. I haven't played Sunshine in a while, since Smile Time actually, so a little roosty, you know, a little roosty. It was very good. It was a good cake. And then after we're done the cake, there will be banana bread. Oh, no worries, Junie. Thank you so much for coming by and gifting that sub. You the bomb diggity. True. Actually, you know what? Everyone in my chat is the bomb diggity. Did you know that? Did you guys know that you're really cool? I don't know how to express how cool you always you all are. It's too much for little old me. That's not what I wanted to do at all, but that'll work. God, I found out this song's from Hollow Knight, by the way. I found out there's Hollow Knight crowd control, and like expect that at some point. What? No way. Take it back, Betsy. That's not true. I would have done some of that tonight, but I didn't have time to set it up. And one of the crowd control awards is actually summon the strongest super boss in the game. Oh my god, at quarter health, which is insane that that's even an option. I don't know where he shows up, but he you can do that. Fine, I guess I have no choice. I'll accept the compliment. Alright, no takesies backsies. Fine, fine. What shine is this? Is this the red? Yeah, okay. I could have played Sunburn if I wanted to, but I just wanted to play normal ass Sunshine for normal ass people. Yeah, I'm a normie, what of it? Sunburn. Yeah, Sunburn was wild. It was a fun wild, though. Take that wind.
Did you guys know that that's true in real life? If you spray the wind with a water gun, it just stops. Remember Phoenix Wright? Cool dude. I know. Isn't that wild? That, like, time really did flow, flum. The 21st night of September. Right? It was a whole last month. What's going on? I could have played the 3D All-Stars version of this, but I didn't want to. Instead, we have to deal with the precursor to Joy-Con drift, GameCube controller drift. Is it as bad as it seems? Yes. Hit him. There we go. That was a pain. Oh man, Ron Delight. Our favorite character. I like Ron Delight actually. I like them both. The lights are great. Yeah, that feels like that. Oh my lord. What a time. In fairness though, Shaquana is eternal. Isn't that the name? Isn't that a game, right? Like, isn't that a game, Eternal Shaquana? That's why it's Eternal Sonata. I know. The S in Smile Time just stands for Shaquana. We knew that. That's like a thing. Why is he going over here? You're not supposed to be. I mean, you can be over here, yes. Oh, this is some Va 11 Hall A. Thanks, Aiden. I'm gonna get so much use out of that Quotey bot now. Do you guys have any requests for what to play? Like, I'll play anything. I don't care.
only put this on because I figured I'm starting a bit early. So I just need something for people to filter in for. WAP? Like the song? There's some whores in this house. 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 Certified freak, seven days a week. Wet ass P word. Make that pull-out game. Yeah, I have it set so that mods can do the quoting rabbit, but I'm sure Aiden will take care of it. Yep. Wet ass P word. Make that pull-out game weak. Get a bucket and a mop for that wet ass P word. And it gets more vulgar, like significantly more vulgar. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. Yeah, couldn't be me. I didn't pass the certification test. I'll have to go back in a couple weeks and take it. Turns out I'm only a freak 6 days of the week. I really have to work on Sundays. How? Damn, fake Joy-Con drift. Come on down.
Hey, sexy mama, nice teeth.
Hey, Paper Star, nice teeth. How you doing? How was Brilliant Diamond? Thank you for the birthday wishes and ass piss beam. How you doing, bud? I hope the No Evolution run is treating you well. And by well, I mean not as miserably as it sounds. Please tell me all of the secrets about ass piss beam. I would love to know. Volkner was a bit tough, yeah, I feel. The weasels have a habit of pissing out their ass and sometimes it throws. Okay, so you taught your weasel ice beam and it ice beamed out of it. Yeah, okay. Understandable. Have a nice day. Thanks so much for the raid, bud. Why is all of the Undertale music in the rotation? I guess there's a lot of it in this playlist, in fairness, but like I didn't expect it to all just show up. Yeah, I can't blame you there, Eggers. On, get him, get him, get him. Oh, that's not, though. Come on, that's sad. Get him. Oh no, he crossed the Red Sea. Oh no, Pharaoh. Where are you? Got like 1 health left, I'm sure. Yep. When did I say that? wish I. I mean, it's a fair statement. I just wish I could remember what led to this. I'm having a break. Feels like Ace Attorney. It feels like Ace Attorney. If I had to guess. But why would Ace Attorney that takes place in the 1900s say not cool? Oh, those things? I've never had those. What's the debate? Like, what are the pros and cons that you can think of? Oh man, the Billy Hatcher, except I can already tell that this is the version from Sonic in All-Stars Racing Transformed, or whichever. I think that's the one. I think that's the game. Yep. $14.99. Yeah. That is a good question. Did you know that kiwis are help produce serotonin? I don't know. I don't know what seasons are. I don't know what is in season. That's what I meant. You're not paying $14.99 for gummies. Oh, there. Honestly, my first thought was stress relieving gummy was like, a weed gummy? Is that what that is? You can't just get that at a grocery store. At least I don't think so. I don't know what the rules are over there. That's true. $14.99 is a bit low, huh? That's lower than shoddy. The dumbest thing I've ever seen. Why do you watch this? What is in it for you? I don't know either. I don't partake. You want to make cherry pound cake, but the cherries aren't in season. Oh. Well, why does Cherry have to be in season for her to pound some cake? I mean, like, no offense, but it sounds like she's just being lazy. Again, why watch this? What benefit do you have? My shillelagh. What? Didn't stream. Did you quote bot that? Even though I wasn't streaming? Did you come over here? I was streaming on the 14th? Where am I going? It's not the right way. I don't remember streaming Mario Party this year, but like... That banana bread looked like... a phone. Banana bread looked good. New York's hottest club is The Cage. Built without any suspension above an inky water in the Hudson River, this place has everything. Oh, right! Happened. Oh my god. What's happening? What happened? Where am I? Who am I? Why am I? You cornered me, you presented the evidence, and now I don't know what to do. You did this. You presented the evidence of a stream that I don't remember happening. Or that section of a stream anyway. Oh, yes. Four snore and 7 yawns ago. You can't hear this song out of context without feeling anything or being part of a meme. Song bangs, though, I have to admit. Although, I have to say, even though I'm like 2 months removed from Great Ace Attorney, which is a travesty, by the way, I miss it so much, I still think it has the dopest soundtrack in the series. Oh man, Snowfall from 11 Hall A. Hell yeah. I'm glad you agree with me. Great Ace Attorney made me feel some things. Your golden hammer pants. Are you gonna wear that for MagFest, Aiden? Is that what we have to look forward to in 2023? Do it. Damn, Mario did a zoom, you see that? My man was zooming so much you would have thought he was in a pandemic. Hey, you're moving out of your apartment. Whoa, that's awesome. You is it house time or like just a new apartment? Both are huge steps. Betsy, I could have told you had so many shirts. I think I've known you for long enough to realize just how many shirts you have. Twi cosplays as Van Zeeks 2023. I've thought about it, but like I have this Blackwell cosplay too, remember? Like I knew Van Zeeks was gonna be I knew I was gonna like him because he's hot. But like I didn't know he's gonna be that good. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. But regardless, I hope the move goes well for you and that the new place is better. And take a trash bag to yourself and goes trubbish. You're not trash though, Agers. It'd be an Agers bag. Oh, Jesus. Oh. That's a solution, isn't it? What on earth?
Hey,
Enough.
sexy mama, nice teeth.
Hey, alive, nice teeth. How you doing? Did you know there's a rave track in Banjo-Tooie if you go back before the final boss to Bottle's house? Incredible. What if we 60 FPS in the Cheese Castle? Everybody cheating. What is the raid message here? Hey, Woot. Hey, Led. Hey, Alive. Hey, Gaddy. Thank you so much for the raid. It's not... That song's so sad. There we go. How was your stream? I hope the rest of Banjo-Tooie was fun. I don't know if you finished the game or not, but like... You beat Tooie, nice! Congratulations, I'm proud of you. Yeah, but welcome in everybody. If you are not familiar with me, my name is Twilight King 432. I'm a variety streamer. It is currently my birthday variety spectacular stream, which I've made 0 plans for, so I'm just kind of playing it all by ear. Because that's how I do things. And yeah, I'm just kind of just chilling out with Sunshine, you know. Figured I would start off chill. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. Okay, I have a minute to grab this coin. It's fine. Okay, I got this. Watch this. I'm gonna run right into that pole. Told you. I'm good. Alive sucks at trivia, and you were awesome at it. I'm glad, Meds. You are the expert, in your own words. I hope you had fun with Tooie. I've only, like I said in your chat, I only saw... I've only ever seen speedruns of that game, so I'm learning how to play the game. Congrats, what Aiden said. That's cheated. Did he though? Is knowing the answers cheating? I want to play Banjo-Kazooie first. Rude. There's a multiplayer? Oh my... What? What is... I didn't know that. You buzzed in... Hold on, I have to... Yeah. You buzzed in before the question to ask and still won by a lot. Oh, goodness gracious. Again. Is it really cheating if you're just better at the game? You're welcome. No objections here, Meds. I'm not gonna play Sunshine for much longer, but I don't know what to do next. I could do Marpar, I could do Smush, I could do, what are the other games called? Clubhouse games, do Mario Kart Double Dash Parsec, whatever people are into. I was thinking multiplayer stuff. I could even do Pokemon battles if anybody has the game and wants to fight. I feel like drawing. Play Uno? I don't have Uno. What do you mean drawing? It's okay. Don't worry about it, Betsy. I'm just playing through Sunshine. But I do have Clubhouse, which has last card. Okay. Which is just Uno. Okay. I've not booted up Clubhouse yet. Still need to eat dinner. Once you get Parsec working. That's fair. I'm hosting, so I would host, so it wouldn't be too much of a problem for, you know, for anybody who wants to join. The only issue is that you wouldn't be able to play with a GameCube controller. That's fair. Yeah. No, it's fine. Take your time. Take your time. If you want to play, then yeah. Ubisoft Unos. It sucks. Oh, unfortunate. Unfortunate. Did I try for the gelato skip? I know I'm not gonna get it. Especially not with it. No, actually my controller be drifting, so like, no. Hey, that was very nice. Bro. Okay. Ah. That is the longest it's ever taken me to get into the castle. Is this a suggestion? You down for anything? Oh, Gartic. Oh, I can play Gartic, yeah. We'll do Gartic in a second, actually. I'll get the Shine Sprite and quit Sunshine. I forgot that that game existed. Yeah, who's ready to guard? We got any garters? I guarded on a plane once. Kidding. I'll play multiple games of Gartic. You want someone to chase you down like a cataquack? I feel that. Man, what is stopping you from acting like this? Yeah, how do I play quick? One second. And then open Gartic phone. What is the website for Gartic phone? Is it like Gartic? I mean, if I Google it, it'll come up. There we go. Found it. No worries, Papier Star. If I do this. Okay, so let's Call's open, by the way, if anybody wants to hop in. Yeah, but we can just talk. That's cool too. Window capture. Do that. Yes. I think I can make it look like this and really fine. I don't think it. And I don't think I've played Gartic Phone since my affiliate anniversary when I gave all that stuff away. Hell yeah, you do that, Rosie. If anybody feel like a joining, it don't matter. I think I have it. I think I might have clicked authenticate by Twitch, but like, I can. Oh, this is the last promotion version from that one trailer. Okay. Yeah, you pound that cake. Controller, go away. Sit there. Let me switch to guard. It's gonna be fun. I'll just sit here and talk. How y'all doing? How is everybody today? I hope everybody's having a wonderful, wonderful day. Because you're all wonderful people, you know that? I don't know if you knew that, but I'm telling you, it's true. I was gonna do something, but I can't remember what I was gonna do. Whoops. I forget. I remember now. Agers is here. Hello. I'm gonna try to guard. You can do this. I believe in you. You're definitely going to be better than me. I better find a gift to cover up my drawings, huh? Rabbit is here. This'll work.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going, Agers? Good to hear you, I guess. How's it?
Yeah, I do the talkie words.
Yeah. What's going on?
Not a whole heck of a lot. I believe I told you my very enthralling Walmart story.
Yes, yes. Got some more toilet paper, as we all should.
Yep. Don't want to overwhelm people by telling it again, but let me just say, an hour was spent at Walmart.
Oh, that's a lot of Walmart.
Yeah, I haven't been in a while. I've not been.
Rabbit, it's okay. I'm not the best artist either. I don't know if anybody's the best artist.
Oh god, I am atrocious.
Aiden is here. And here, like, in the other kind of here, yeah.
I sure am. Hello.
Is this a video? It's just a GIF, okay.
Jaegers, we're twinning right now. Hell yeah.
Yay.
Was that intentional? I forget that you can choose.
I just need to cover up my drawing space, but I don't know how big the drawing space actually is, so I don't want to listen to Kingdom's Edge right now. I hate that level. There we go. Aiden, how are you?
Did you say Gaiden? Because
No,
fair.
but if you are willing to accept it, then yes.
you know that you know what? You know, I typically go as Layden for Pride, but you know what? This year I think I'll go as Gaiden because why not? It's great. Anyway, I'm alright. Like I said, I've just been fixing my entire wardrobe because there's too
Mhm.
much stuff.
Too much stuff, yeah. I feel.
I've already
feel that.
I've already gotten rid of 2 things. All 2 of them.
All
It's
two?
progress.
Any
All
progress?
2.
I've been cleaning a bit. Like I've tried to commit to like minimum just 5 minutes a day, just clean something, and it's progress. Not good
Mhm.
progress, but it's like easy to commit to.
It's still progress. Yeah, it's amazing. I found my vitamin D and melatonin supplements that I never started trying out. I don't even remember why I got the vitamin. Oh right, I got the vitamin D because this was during the time that I had the graveyard shift. So I was like, oh shoot, I'm not getting that vitamin D activated.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I
Vitamin
don't see the sun
Dactivate.
ever. Dactivate. Yeah, so I got that. And then I got melatonin because sleep.
I don't know her.
I've actually this past week I've been getting quite acquainted with sleep for some
Really?
reason.
How is she? Is she nice?
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I don't know, like lately, like I've just had an easy time going to bed, but that's probably because I'm just actually super tired.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just super burnt out. Like I haven't. That hasn't made it easy to fall asleep. But I was on a pretty early schedule, and I was starting work at like 7 a.m. And then now it's just not really happening. But
Mm-hmm. I feel. Should we start? I don't know if anybody wants to join, but like, should we start? I can post the. I don't know. The link's right there. Actually, we're good. I don't know.
yeah, let's get it going.
Yeah,
maybe.
get it going. People can join in and for the next game.
Yeah. Oh snap, here we go. Okay. Write a sentence. Okay, so the sample that they gave me is Religious Spider-Man in Space. I'm not using that. Instead, I'm gonna use this.
I'm covering up everything. I just need that way the suspense, you know, when it happens. No one cheat.
Nobody cheat.
Or
What is this sentence?
Okay.
I love this already. I'm so excited.
something is happening here.
There sure is. Let's see. Let's start out with start with that. Is that
I feel like I already don't have enough time for this.
fair?
Color is okay, this is-
God, this is awful. Oh,
Oh, I'm excited.
if anyone even remotely.
Oh shoot, we're already at halftime.
No, we're not. No, we're not. That's not true. That's a lie. Fake news.
This is already a mess. This. Oh shoot, no.
I don't have time to do the entire drawing, so I'm taking some shortcuts.
Take some creative liberties. Just taking a few creative liberties.
God, what? How do you draw this?
Oh, ring ring. Oh, ring ring.
Oh no.
Oh god. Oh, what are these even? Okay.
Okay, that
I
I
hope
should
you like.
check.
What?
Okay.
What on earth is happening?
Oh, excellent. I'm so excited.
Okay.
Gosh, great penmanship, whoever made this one. Oh my.
Hey, following, how you doing? Good to see you.
Hello, following. How do I even? Huh?
Okay.
Okay, well, you know what? Guess I'm gonna have to. Okay.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a disaster and a half, huh?
Yeah, it already is. So like,
Cat's like, come on, let us see. No.
you won't see it until the very end. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah.
That feeling when you have to use a reference. For the record, I'm still getting used to this new mouse.
Mm-hmm.
So if it looks a bit off, that's fine.
Oh no! Oh no! I don't. My proportions are not very good.
You're so skinny. I'm so sorry, friend.
Okay.
He holds this.
Eh.
Let's see what else.
Game needs layers. That's what this game needs.
Yeah. Maybe a few. Maybe like at least one.
Just doing some art
I
here.
did my best.
Hold on. I need to.
Oh god.
There we go. You know what? I don't care. That's it. That's the drawing.
Okay. I'm out of time here.
Oh, there
Okay,
it is.
Now we get to. here
Now
we
I can
go.
reveal. Here we go. Let's get the circus out of there.
Oh, here we go.
I'm turning voiceover on.
Oh.
I don't give a shit.
There's voiceover?
Yeah, there's a voiceover mode now.
Oh no.
Alright, I think this is good. These settings look fine. Let's start.
Twee is thirsty.
Oh, good.
Oh no.
Twee's long lost love.
Oh no. Oh no.
That's a really good Ben Zeeks, actually.
That's his leg.
That's a really good Ben Zeeks. Jesus.
I had the reference
I
right
wasn't-
on stream.
I wasn't ready for
Oh,
that.
nice.
Where is the co-cover? There it is. I'm just gonna put that there, actually.
There we go.
I'm glad it was consistent.
Yeah. You know, it was at least consistent. It all comes full circle because
Oh, I forgot to
Nancy's
save that.
obviously-
Alright,
in a
whatever.
McDonald's parking lot.
Oh no.
Mario makes chicken nuggets at McDonald's.
What a good drawing.
Stefan from SNL.
I had a feeling this was either you or Aiden.
New York's hottest club is trash.
Aiden, Agers, that is the best you could have done, given that problem.
Wait. Oh god, hold on, I can't hear y'all. Hold on, I need to hold on, I'm gonna rejoin.
No worries. Can you hear me now?
Oh god, okay. Discord did the thing.
Can you hear me now?
So sorry, I can't hear any of you.
Okay.
Hold on, Discord did the thing.
Okay.
There we go.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Hager, is this your cosplay?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
that is supposed to be me. I am bigger than the building.
Perspective. Who needs it? We're fresh
Why
out
do
of
they
perspective.
call it oven when
Oh.
you are in the cold food
I
of
didn't even
ice?
see this one. Oh wait. Okay.
Putting SpongeBob in the oven.
Oh god.
Oh no. That's hot.
That is hot.
Rabbit, that's
Do,
hot.
do I hit new turn now or like?
I think we could do a new turn, or I think if we go back, we can. It brings us back to the main menu.
I'm just gonna post a link again in case you know. But like, hit back. You said. Okay, back takes back goes there.
Oh, back brings us back. That's.
Oh, okay. Now we're in the lobby. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Oh no, animation. I forgot that was a thing now.
Oh gosh, that is a thing.
Rabbit, you did good. I'm proud of you.
Good job, Rabbit. You did great. You really conveyed what you wanted to convey there.
Mm-hmm. Oh lord. Yeah, if anybody else wants to join, just clicky the linky, and then you know
Clicky.
we'll get started at I guess 8:30. That sounds good, right?
Yeah. Sounds
What is sandwich mode?
good.
Start writing and
Start
keep
writing.
drawing until the end. Finally describe the last run. Oh lord.
Oh. Oh no. I don't like the sound of that.
All actions are a mystery. Oh no.
Oh, I've seen that one. It's weird.
That's scary.
It's a mystery.
I'm still really impressed by the Van Zeek's drawing.
Yeah.
Following, hey.
Good. Yay! Following you.
Hey, welcome.
What is icebreaker mode? Play with just one sentence. Ask good questions and have fun with the others' drawings. Oh.
Oh, interesting.
Interessante. Give it one more minute.
Muy interesting.
I can't believe I'm old again. I was young for a little bit.
It just fluctuates.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you're young and then sometimes you're old. Yeah,
I do.
be that way.
Oh good. Amalgam. That took me a minute to realize how you say that word. But like amalgam?
Amalgam.
Amalgus? No.
Amalgus.
Alright, 8:30, here we go.
Oh
Ready?
boy, 30.
Oh boy, 8:30.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh shit. No one saw that.
Absolutely nothing. I just saw that your sample sentence had to do with Lindsey Buckingham.
No, it didn't.
Oh no, who made this sentence? Thank you. I love it. This is gonna be great.
This is fantastic. Whoever gave me this phrase, thank you. Also, to whoever complimented my penmanship on the last thing. Yeah, stop ringing phone. I'm not gonna pick you up, just like in real life.
Picks up the phone.
Up phone the pick.
Up the pick phone.
Why do they call it up phone when you up pick the phone? Out hot, down the foot.
Yes.
What? Who is this?
Who? I'm trying to figure out
What is this?
what's going on. Who is this? I don't even know how to respond to this. Whomst the heck? Oh, this is a drop. I don't know how to. I don't know how to.
Good. Fastest drawing of the night. Hey David, how you doing? We're just talking
Oh,
about
hello,
Amogus, and then here's David.
Cheers! I'll drink to that Van Zeke the Big Deaky, bro.
Yeah, that's true. He do got big Deeks energy. God, Glitch City's Times Gear remix is so good. Or I guess cover. I don't know. I don't know how words work.
You're the Among Us guy. Oh
You-
no.
Listen, after playing several rounds of Trace Race with you, yes.
Listen. Your spear whales can't have all that power.
And also, when I was playing the Great Ace Attorney in Case 1, you pointed out that something looked like Amogus twerking, and I haven't forgiven you for that yet.
Oh no.
Amogus. Is this Among Us? Is this the imposter from Among Us?
Who is this?
Whales can't have power, right? Like, we as a society cannot allow whales to gain power. Do you realize what that would do to the ecosystem?
Oh gosh, we're at the end.
This is such dramatic music for this. Let's do it. Oh, let's turn this off so people can actually see. Yep, here we go.
Sorry, Lindsay Buckingham, we're out of time. And Lindsay, we've
Oh
run
my
out
god,
of
how did you do that? How did you do that?
Midnight from all angles.
How did you do that?
Why go?
No way!
Wow, I'm that good an artist, I guess.
Yeah.
It's just. Listen, it's been in my head ever
Among Us
since.
meets Tetris.
Oh no.
Oh my.
Among Us man plays Tetris.
Tetsus 99.
Oh.
Good.
What's-
Talk show where you don't talk.
What up with
Know where
that?
this
Awkward silence.
Pay no attention to the nose of the man on the right.
The no.
Long, drawn out, mundane RPG conversation.
True.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Sholmes from GAA.
I had a feeling.
Oh no.
Hmm.
Oh no.
I had a feeling this was
took
Sholmes and I
this.
wasn't sure.
You look different, Mr. Holmes.
Oh no.
Oh!
Oh no. Oh no.
Pirate Wendy asks big hair girl for soup.
Listen, that looks like a ladle. That looks like a soup ladle. I don't know what anyone says. I did not think of Holmes.
This is a pretty accurate. This is pretty good.
I thought it actually said Sholmes, so like I was thinking like, you know, the red hair part, but okay. Okay.
Watching a
Gotcha.
stream whilst streaming.
Oh, okay.
Following for context, we were watching some SNL clips the other night.
Twitch.tv/Turridge.
Rich.
Person streaming on Twitch?
I'm confused too, Rabbit.
I also don't know.
Oh my god, that was a good round.
You saved the Van Zeeks. Oh no. I just saw.
Yeah, because I didn't save the book, because I forgot, but like...
I think I saved it. I've been trying to make sure I have. I think I have the gift saved.
No worries,
I just
Rabbit.
don't know what they're saved under.
Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah.
Okay,
Shoot.
Thanks for playing.
Should anyone like to join the game, you can do so at garticphone.com/en/questionmarks. D equals 11D0A855F5. You got that? Good.
There were some fives.
You got that?
Oh no, I figured. I know that's what you meant. Do you want to do a different mode?
Could.
To do secret? You want to be
Curious.
really stressed out?
Yes. Let's do it.
Hey, David's in here. Hell yeah.
David's here.
It's David is here.
Oh yeah, David's here.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Dude, Craig, the sober girls around me, they be acting like they drunk.
How did this start again?
I don't know. Oh, Bill Hader dancing. That's how it started.
It's always Bill Hader.
It literally just goes back to Bill Hader.
It all goes back to Bill Hader.
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh, that's it.
How did that happen? How does it just constantly loop back around?
I don't know. Bill Hader is just so many people. He's a dancing guy. He's Stefan.
He's
He's
Lindsay
Lindsey
Buckingham.
Buckingham from Fleetwood Mac.
He's Alan Alda. my birthday was good. Thank you for asking. You want to do a normal or you want to do a secret?
I'm cool with any of these, really.
Anyone else got a vote?
I'm fine with anything.
Do one more
Connect
normal
to
because
this
I'm
point,
not
vote
ready
this
for the
point.
stress.
We're all very. I feel like a lot of us are just very okay with anything. Let's do it. Alright.
I hope whoever got my prompt knows what the hell it means.
I also hope that whoever gets this appreciates this sentence. Because I love this sentence. I think it's pretty good. It's not even a sentence. It's just a bunch of words. Okay, let's see if I can get this. Oh no, that's not gonna translate correctly. But you know what? Oh, this is not gonna translate.
This
well,
is
but
gonna
you know
be a
what?
thing.
It's fine. You know what? Everything's fine.
What if we were like actual people?
Hold on, what?
Or not?
What if we like had normal senses of humor?
Oh, I don't know.
That
I
sounds
really
pretty
don't.
boring,
I
honestly.
know. I guess it does. Yeah.
See, why have that when you can have whatever I'm drawing right now?
Phone's ringing soon. Expected it to ring already. There it is.
Well, there you go. It's ringing right now.
The phone is ringing. Whoopee! I think. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen a full episode of that show.
I definitely have. It's a great time. I hate this drawing, by the way. I just want y'all to know.
Okay. Okay.
I already know what this is. already know what this is.
Huh? Oh lord.
Sure. Let's do this.
Okay. Let's do this.
Well, this drawing is not good, but I think it quite it captures the essence. Why is this playing again? Oh, I'm not going to change it.
Capturing
Didn't
the
it-
essence is the most important part.
Didn't this just play? Am I tripping? Did this just play?
I wish I knew. Unfortunately, I cannot figure that out from here.
I didn't do that on purpose. I think I think the song might just be in my playlist twice.
Could be.
Okay.
Hell.
What?
Good night, Betsy. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your night, and good luck with your move.
Yeah.
Yeah, moving sucks, but it'll be done soon.
Okay, here
It's
we
time.
go. Sure is time.
I want to know who those people are, because I have no idea.
Oh no.
Ham
I'm
and
afraid.
Buble.
Oh, hello?
Are you very afraid?
Oh, hi, Alive.
Hi.
Hi, Live. How you doing?
Oh no, here we go.
Hashtag free
Oh.
Michael Bublé
How did you
from
get
Hannah
that?
Bublé.
Because you can tell.
How did you get that? Oh my god!
I did not.
One happy, the other very
I
uncomfortable.
have no idea what's going on.
How? What? How can you tell? Wait a minute. How?
Because, listen, we watched that what last night?
He's holding me captive. He took my cell phone. I haven't seen sunlight all for days.
I'm looking at the two that we have here. They have the same expression.
Oh my
How the hell?
god. Look at that. That's an incredible John Hamm, by the way.
These are the same picture.
Yeah, they are. How did you do that?
How did you do that?
You're on the thinnest
A
of
sentient
ice.
Oreo brings a taco to life.
Go.
Oreo creating a Franken taco.
Oh
Nabisco's new Franken-tac Oreo.
that actually stayed pretty consistent, actually.
It sure
Let's see what happened.
Popping bottles and
Okay,
dice like a
I got
wizard.
this one.
did. Okay, good.
Oh, I know what this is.
Sure is the blizzard.
Celebrating
Hello,
on
Curry
the ocean
Babylon.
with a
How you
big
doing?
Mountain Dew.
Hello. Also, Twy, I never actually said this yesterday. Happy birthday.
You, thank you.
Chillin' at sea with
Let's
your
just have
Mountain
birthday
Dew.
too.
Oh, thank you.
Chilling at the sea with your Mountain Dew.
When we drink, we do it right, like a Mountain Dew. Hey, Funk, how you
Like a
doing?
Mountain Dew. Celebrating on the ocean with a big Mountain Dew.
Like a Mountain Dew, like a Mountain Dew. Now I'm feeling so fly, like a Mountain Dew.
Procrastination in human form.
Mountains aren't flat though.
Oh no.
How I sleep knowing the HW was due tonight.
Man can't sleep because he realized the tan is way too tan.
No.
Hope you're doing well, Funk. Good to see you.
Vanzix upset because the wine was cherry.
Oh.
Vanzix quits drinking, drinks cherry water.
Hmm.
Van Zeeks loves cherry
How do you all
wine
know
but
that's Van
hates
Zeeks?
bottles.
Who's Van Zeeks?
Once again, these are the same image. Good job following.
Oh my god.
I think you people are a little in sync here.
We're like a 90s boy band.
God damn it.
Cherry water.
Alright, how do I get in again?
I'll paste the link in the chat.
Link where? Oh.
I'll slap it in here as well.
Yeah, slap it.
I am here.
You're a ghost.
I go bleh.
I'm a panda. I cause
I had to-
pandemonium.
I had a pumpkin as an option, but then I couldn't get back to the pumpkin after clicking away from it, so...
Oh my
I
god,
really
there's
hope-
custom settings?
Well, no, like... Oh, wow. What?
If anyone else wants to join, I'll give it like I'll give it like a minute or two.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, pop that bottle in the ice, Aiden. Thank you.
Ah, yes.
Giant Mountain Dew.
We really
like a
do have one
giant
joke.
Mountain Dew.
All the other kids with the Mountain Dew. You better.
Giant Mountain Dew.
Oh,
Regular
man.
size.
I'm looking at all the game options for this again. I'm like, I want to do all these now.
Yeah, they all look fun.
Knockoff's really fun too. Like, can we do that one next?
Yeah, we can do that one next or now.
I just got here, so up to you guys.
We'll do
Which
one.
one?
I guess we'll do one. Do you want to do one normal and then do like fun ones?
Yeah.
Okay. One more.
You say knockoff basically is you replicate the drawings while the clock gets faster. So you start with each drawing one thing, and then we have to replicate the drawings with less time.
Oh, I
That
remember.
sounds fantastic.
It's
Yeah.
terrifying, but it's
It's
great.
great.
All right. Yeah, I think we're good to go.
Let's do it, do it, do it. Oh, it's a fancy smancy.
Okay.
My sample
oh, right,
sentence
I
spelled
got it.
laundromat wrong.
Scandalous ventriloquist at the Tower of Pisa.
Silver Johnny Bravo at a laundromat.
So how's everyone doing tonight?
I'm chill. I'm having fun.
It's good.
Doing great.
I really love Cardic Fall. I forgot how much I enjoyed it.
It's a good game, man.
Oh god.
Gosh.
Okay.
This feels like a David
Get
prompt.
another. This is the dude with the headband, right? I'm gonna say this is the dude with the headband. But yeah, I'm also very impressed with how everyone just knows who is Van Zeeks at this point. I mean, it's not like we have an entire channel on the server just for Van Zeeks.
It's true,
No.
we don't. I haven't posted that one for a little bit, haven't I?
I don't know, but it's still there. Let's see.
I changed colors, darn it.
Pant versus Zabambos. Yes, exactly, DedSec. That is the name of the game.
And maybe there.
I'm really curious to see how this round goes.
Yeah, this is gonna
Given the sentence that I put in and the sentence that I received, we got some good sentences.
Oh, that's gonna be great.
Oh, I'm almost out of time. Oopsies.
Let's add that, and then obviously you have to have one of these. And I think that's good.
No, my time.
It's so stressful.
Well, have fun with that.
Oh no, this is a good drawing.
Mm. Fight fast.
Oh, I screwed up that one real bad.
What does this mean?
There we go.
Oh no.
Bone shush.
Man, all day today I've just been thinking of a plastic water bottle and a paper towel roll.
A paper towel. Wow.
I saw an article that was like, is Elmo from Philadelphia?
Mm.
They were
I
trying
mean, have they not seen the Trash Fire Elmo?
yeah, that's true.
He is from Philly. This isn't a question.
Trash Fire Elmo shows up everywhere in Philly.
So good.
Never seen him though.
but he's there.
He's there lurking.
He's somewhere.
I wonder if one day he'll be unmasked.
Oh gosh. Who's the real trash fire Elmo?
Well, I'm a trash fire, but I'm not Elmo.
Oh, this is just going too well, if anything. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh no.
The collective oh no.
It probably has. It has definitely happened before. There is no way people have not yelled at rocks in Northeast Philly.
Okay, I hope people
I've
get a
been there
kick
enough
out
to
of
know
this.
that that's just the culture.
Okay.
Close enough.
Oh gosh, who is this? I'm gonna assume that a very specific person drew this, so I'm gonna say this.
I wish. You know what I wish? I wish this game would tell you what the character limit was for sentences.
That would be nice.
Oh, there's one more.
Who is this?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I hate this sentence so much. Oh no.
By the way, you guys know that if you click the color thing underneath all the colors, you can pick your own out of from the whole spectrum, right? You're not just limited to the 18 colors.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, this.
I hate this prompt so much, but I have to.
Oh my god.
What does this look like again? I'm trying not to look things up if I can.
You can look at it. You can reference things if you want to.
Okay, I'm
It's
gonna reference
okay.
things because I don't know what this looks like.
I used the stream as reference for Van Zeeks earlier. It's fine.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Oh, I hate this drawing already.
Oh, this is not going. No! Oh god. Okay, just erasing.
Oh no.
I hate this drawing so much.
This is
I hate it
something.
so much. Oh god, this is the last one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh no.
At least nobody has to guess what the hell this is.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
All right.
I'm so sorry.
Hello, hello, Star. How are you?
Hi, Green.
Let's do this.
Oh no, I don't want to.
Ryunosuke takes Van Zeeks on a date.
Oh, thank goodness.
Ryunosuke.
Oh.
Aww.
Look at them.
Aww.
Van Zeek's got
That's right, and Van Zeek's talking over dinner.
Look,
Fair.
Van Zeek's got spaghetti.
Felix and Edgeworth enjoying
Oh, it
the date.
became.
We all knew it was gonna come to this.
Did we? Fantastic.
That book moved
Fantastic.
through the
A
generations.
giant Mountain Dew is evidence in court.
Oh, okay.
Evidence due.
Mountain Dew is the deciding evidence
Oh,
in
here
this
we go.
case.
I liked that.
Objection. The murder weapon was Mountain Dew.
I'm glad it read it out.
There it is.
Wow, that's actually
Amazing.
what? That's such a good Phoenix, David. How?
The power of smaller brush.
CVS turned Chase Bank turned Rite Aid turned back into a
Wait,
CVS.
what's Chase Bank? Oh my god.
CVS now.
Located in a Chase Bank Rite Aid now.
Jeez, right.
I'm at the combination Chase Bank, Rite Aid Farm.
Wow. Oh, is that why you needed the reference for the logo?
Yeah.
So good.
Also, that background was supposed to be blue, not red. They
Tween
wouldn't let me change color.
attaining world domination.
I don't know.
Oh.
It kind of fits.
Uh,
Oh no.
Oh, cute.
That's how-
No, this,
Queen
this
World
changed
rests
so
chin on
much.
North Pole.
Oh no.
Oh wait, where does he come into this? Hold on.
Peter Van
Oh.
Zeeks rules the
Who's
world.
Peter Van Zeeks?
Peter Griffin. It's him.
I'm glad you recognized it as Twi at the very least. I was like, I don't remember what Twi looks like, but let's go with it.
That's pretty close.
Dang it.
The whole time I spent so much time like, who the
Donkey
fuck
Kong
is
pays
Peter
in
Van
banana for
Zeeks?
banana bread.
DK trades banana for banana bread.
Oh, hold on, I really like the time lapse of that DK
Donkey
drawing.
Kong finds out banana bread exists.
Oh no.
Yeah, I needed way more time.
There it is. These are all the same image. It's great.
Yeah, it's consistent.
Bird wants to hatch eggs.
Oh,
Doesn't realize
no.
it's a bee.
That
This is
was what
topical
it
to what you were.
started
Oh, okay.
That's what it started with.
Oh.
Yep.
Bluebird lays multicolor eggs.
Oh,
Where did this go from Bluebird to? Oh, it didn't say Big Bird. Wait a minute. I
Oh,
thought
no.
it said Big Bird.
Big Bird thought it was Skittles, but it was drugs.
Hold up, I'm giving that one. Holy crap.
Oh no.
How did I misread that so badly? My brain. Oh, that's Big Bird.
So that's how we went from eggs to drugs.
Yeah, as you do.
Oh no.
Oh, I
I
downloaded the
hate
same
it.
one twice. Oh,
Oh god.
what do we want to do? Knockoff
Amazing.
now?
I'm for knockoff.
Okay, knockoff. I'll put the link in again if anybody wants to join.
Oh.
Looks like a man.
great.
Oh. How does that happen?
I don't know.
Press
I
for
just-
time.
Heck yeah!
Yeah,
start.
join in.
Get in there, Star.
Join.
Yes.
Join.
If more people want to join, I can expand how large this call can get. Up until it's too many. So like, let me know.
Up until it's too many.
Yes.
If anybody else wants to join in, I'll give it to like 9:12.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Green, join in.
Gotta charge your headphones before joining the call. Fair enough.
Sounds good.
Just use I just use old style iPhone headphones. Hey, KK Bubblegum.
We can fit more than 4 in here.
The max is 6 right now, but I can change it and make it bigger. But there's room, Star. I can't wait to see what nonsense we do in knockoff.
Hello.
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 Hello. Yes.
Yes.
My Chrome tab. I opened it in my phone. There it is.
This is gonna be.
So what all did I miss? I was a little sleepy earlier, so I came in late.
I played some SpongeBob, and then like Aiden reminded me Gartic Phone exists. So I was like, let's Gart. And then here we are.
SpongeBob?
Let's guard.
Is
Yeah.
Super Mario SpongeBob? Is that what it is now?
What?
Why have you already forgotten we were playing Sunshine?
Yeah.
What?
you
Is that what,
started
is that what I
Sunshine.
said?
Yeah, you said SpongeBob.
Oh.
Same thing in spirit.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Because like for a second there, I was like, did you play like Battle for Bikini Bottom between Sunshine and Gartic? It's just like no.
No, I just screwed up the words. How did I...
You had SpongeBob in the oven on the mind.
Yeah, I guess so. Why do they call it oven when you oven the SpongeBob out hot eat the sponge?
Why do they call it square pants when you pants the sponge bob square?
SpongeBob do the bob bob dee da bo boo boo boo.
I ask that question every day.
True following. They both have a lot of water, basically the same thing.
The water game, you know the one.
You
Do-
know, water.
Evidently, I don't. So let's get started.
Oh, hey, it's time to draw. It sure is. All right.
What am I drawing?
I have no prompt. What do we
Or do we just draw whatever?
Whatever
Yeah.
you want, and then everybody has to copy that drawing.
Oh, this is gonna be fantastic.
Okay. Then.
Oh, I miss when I had a stylus for my phone. That made this a lot
Alright.
easier.
Oh God, what do I draw?
I could imagine. Okay, first circle.
Someone's gonna have fun with mine.
Mine's pretty easy because I can't draw. I'm a bad driver. Drawer. Artist.
I
Why?
used to
Did
draw.
I make a breakdown?
Maybe.
Am I the killer in Ace Attorney? Was I the one who used the Mountain Dew? I think I'm having a breakdown.
I wasn't gonna tell you, but yeah, he kind of killed someone with a Mountain Dew.
Darn it.
I
When
had
you
to find
pop that
out.
bottle
Ace
in
and-
the ice like a Mountain Dew.
Ace Attorney fans, when they prove I cannot drive, committed vehicular manslaughter.
Well, I'm glad I'm drinking Sierra Mist and not Mountain Dew. Otherwise, it would be poisoned.
The real murder weapon was Updog.
I do remember one time I was at a play of and then there were none or whatever it is. The
Mhm.
like the mystery novel with like 10 people and they all die.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember before intermission, it was the guy who dies because he like drank some poison, and I was like, "Oh yeah, it's great intermission. Let's just grab some snacks." And I end up almost choking on my drink, just like, I don't like that parallel.
Oh no.
I like
Why
how I
did you
finished
why did
with,
you
like,
sound
so
like
much
one of the
time to spare.
birds in Wind Waker Alive? You're like,
You said I laugh multiple times.
I have?
Yes.
Okay.
This is funny.
I used to have a really subtle laugh, and then I watched so much Vine Sauce, his laugh just like rubbed off on me. It's like super fucking massive laugh where he just screeches like a fucking hyena.
That's the best kind of laugh, though. The one that you actually feel. I have no time.
I've had
They gave
so
me
much
so much time to
spare
draw.
because I went really simplistic with it.
Yeah, no, I finished my drawing and I went back to it and made it more complicated because I wanted to do something with my time.
It
No,
happens
I'm,
like that
I'm
sometimes.
good with what you can't improve perfection. My drawing is fine. I'm not adding anything more.
I'm doing a whole scene here.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've decided to
gosh.
change it into a whole
And
scene.
also, I'm lazy.
Oh, there's-
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Get tax help year-round. Thanks, H&R Block,
Yeah.
for your ad on Gartic Phone's website.
Well, it is tax time.
Don't
Sure
remind me.
is. I'm not even gonna have all of my forms until like March, probably.
You
Yeah, like the forms don't show up till later.
you should not have eaten me. Yes, I'm a weed gummy. Oh, sorry.
Excuse me?
Don't worry about it. I'll show you that sketch later.
Oh no, it's a sketch. Oh no, another thing for me to remember in my brain for a week.
Ooh, wee. What's up with that? What's up with that? Hey, and Funk knows.
Was
Funk
that
knows
the
Krav
thing that
Maga.
you and Rosie were doing during?
Yes.
Yeah.
I apologize for hijacking your stream with that.
No, it's fine. Like, if I could count the times that I went on off about like astronaut in the ocean or some shit,
Mhm.
like
What you know about going rolling down deep when the pain goes numb, you can call him into freeze.
let me give you the picture, like stencil.
You see this biscuity cookie? This is you. Now you know I know Krav Maga, right? Thanks, Funk.
Oh
Oh,
gosh,
God.
okay. So you see it now. Now we have to draw it.
Oh, we have to remember. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, the remembering part is the difficult part.
It doesn't help that like, oh, I have a full canvas, but it doesn't. Why? Because I'm on my phone and it's not in the right position.
Oh, I do remember Neo King having issues with that when he did it.
Yeah, sometimes.
Am I gonna
mobile
get my
phone-
own drawing and have to draw it back?
No.
I don't
Oh,
think so.
So somebody's gonna have a really easy time with my thing. It's not possible to play in landscape position. What the? Come on.
Oh, that's weird.
How am, I,
That's dumb.
how am I supposed to get the full canvas then? Oh, that's gonna make this way harder than it's supposed to be.
We rise to the challenge and adapt.
Yeah, remember you also get less
we stay
time to do
hungry.
this.
We devour.
That is gonna be a thing. Having less time. I don't even know what's going on in this scene, but you know,
A lot.
yeah, actually, it's kind of a lot. Like I can't even. Okay, I'm gonna call that done.
Oh no.
You gonna call that maybe?
I threw a wish in the well.
Hey,
That's
was has
good.
met you?
Alright.
This is crazy. You can do that. Call and make me.
Somebody's just gonna get super fucked by my drawing.
Oop.
Oh.
Shoot. Oh.
Oh.
no.
Wow.
Why did who put detail? Why did you put detail?
Someone definitely put detail here. I'm gonna botch it up so badly.
Oh yeah.
I'm in immense pain.
That's a mood.
Man, am I gonna get a drawing tablet just for Gartic Phone?
Okay.
Hell yeah.
There's not
Crank
nearly
it up, crank.
enough time.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, this is so
Alright.
cute. I love it. It's such a relief after the last one I did. Thank goodness for the.
Wow, that time really does go down pretty quick.
I forgot about that part.
Yeah, time really do go. Oh gosh.
Oh.
Wait, I don't even have like all the details. yet.
Time really
Oh,
do
no.
go.
How are you gonna tell that that's what it is?
Okay.
Oh, Lord, okay.
I mean, I think I
Okay.
know. Okay.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well,
Oh, that's terrible, but alright. Oh, no, okay. Alright then.
hold on. I have to add. I'm taking some creative liberties here. Don't mind me.
Okay. Alright.
Okay, I can do this one.
This one, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Alright. Well.
This one's supposed to
Okay,
be.
There we go.
Jesus Christ. I wish you could see how stressed we all are.
Didn't even get to look at be showing your screen for this part.
Who is this dude?
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is that one guy. I know who it is.
Shut up, phone.
This is the last one. Okay, here we go. Let's see
Here
what
we
happens.
go.
This is gonna be a
This is gonna be
nightmare.
incredible.
I forgot the rules of this, because
I'm
mine
so excited. I'm so excited.
Aw, that's cute.
It's so cute. I'm so sorry.
Wow.
I came back,
You added details to
but
that
then
one.
Yeah,
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Pikachu.
Oh my god.
oh,
I'm,
no.
I'm surprised how close I got it.
Oh my god.
It's Pikachu. Who's that Pokemon?
I can't do this.
It's Pikachu.
It's Clefairy. It looks like Blue's
I had only
Clues.
seen the image before me, like for like literally a second. I got a glimpse of it. So
Yeah, it started off as Pikachu and ended up with Blue's Clues. And that's what happened here?
Can't believe it's
This is a great
Joey
mode.
from Blue's
It's stressful though.
It's fun. I like it.
Yeah, this one.
Turtle
You're
stole a
welcome. I'm
Turtle stole a
sorry.
lamp from a pizza place.
that's what I did, yeah.
This is gonna turn into Lost by the end of it.
Please don't. Oh, it's going back to the pizza place.
He's returning it.
Good boy.
Going back. He forgot the drink.
The lamp.
how am I supposed to eat this pizza without my drink?
Oh, he's full now.
Aw.
It tells
What
a
riveting
story.
story.
Every sign tells a story.
Oh, okay.
Aww.
Aw. Good.
Let's see how this goes. Good. Good. Very good.
I forgot what color Kirby's mouth was. Poi. Poi.
It completely changes it, but it's still Kirby. Boy,
I like how David didn't write the O and it says poi.
boy.
Bye.
Yay!
Kirby.
So
Oh man, Kirby music's playing. That's actually perfect.
Everyone knows.
We did.
Kirby.
When the last one got released, we transitioned into Marx's song.
First
That's
you draw
who-
a
that's who-
circle,
that's who that
then you
evil
dot
eye-
the eyes,
Mhm.
add a great big smile, and presto, it's Kirby.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even add arms.
Well, I know where this one
Oh,
goes.
I'm so glad I knew where this
Figured
was.
out what this was at the very end of when I was drawing it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this cut off.
Oh, I'm so
Don't worry,
glad.
I figured it
Oh,
out.
that's the one I got. Okay.
I'm so glad.
He lost the bench and
Don't
his
worry,
body.
All for you.
I brought
Oh.
it back.
Oh.
Wow, we actually got some progress.
I'm glad that you could tell it was the judge and not like Santa Claus or something.
Oh my god, David,
no.
how did you get to do that? I guess that's how much.
Oh no!
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh no!
Wait a minute. Oh! I thought it was one of those green phantom embers from Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door.
I couldn't fix it. I had no time.
Saving that.
I just like the energy that
am
my
saving
image
that.
gives off. Just like.
Just
Dude, this
made it to
this
the
was
end.
incredible, by the way.
what a transformation. Oh my god.
How?
You know, I
How?
super fucked this up. 'cause
The-
This was when I was figuring out that the
Yeah,
board was
okay.
fucked up.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, this
I
I
didn't,
was.
I didn't have the full
I
canvas.
had such an
so I
easy
only got the
time
night
with this
sky.
one.
Oh.
You're welcome.
Okay.
My poor Umbreon.
Well, you see, I
Flip
took
from-
some creative liberty.
You put the sun there. Is this loss?
Agnes, what did you do?
Alabama?
There's like no time. This is one of my last.
How did this happen? Where did the owl come from?
Apples in the eyes,
What is
like an
that
owl.
What did that bottle? I think it
What
was
is Al?
alcohol or something.
My
Oh.
poor Umbreon.
It says Al on the bottle.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, no, I got this one pretty early on. I made him gain a little weight, but that's okay.
Yeah, I know where this goes.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, David, yeah. Throw it back. Throw it back among us.
Oh, and that. Okay. See, I thought that those were legs.
Remember there was something below, I couldn't remember what.
Oh
so
my
just
god.
it was
Very good.
Oh lord, that was incredible. What do you want to
we
do
another
now?
round of that actually.
Another round of knockoff? Sure.
I am down for that.
Yeah.
Honestly recommend like showing off your stream for that so people could see your panic as you're drawing and like see how much time we actually get for drawing.
Sure.
Yeah, just nobody's stream.
I won't cover it up
No,
this time.
I won't. I will look up a reference though because I want to try and draw something. Oh, you know what? I know what I'm gonna draw.
I know exactly what I'm gonna draw.
Okay.
So this will be funny.
I'm so excited to see this devolve. It's gonna be wonderful.
Devolve implies that it was evolved at all.
True.
I wish we could like move things on the canvas though.
Oh,
That would be nice.
Yeah, like I started my drawing way too far to the left.
okay.
This song is what it feels like to play Cardiac Phone towards the end of the knockoff round.
Do this instead.
Oh god, this is horrifying.
This drawing is very bad, and it's only round 1. I apologize.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. It'll become even worse over time. It's fine.
Okay. I feel mine might get better, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no.
What, Funk? What? What was going so well? My drawing? It looks fine.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
This is extremely stream of consciousness.
Honestly, yeah. It's a good way of doing this.
Sure.
I feel like I'm gonna give somebody nightmares with mine.
I'm gonna screenshot mine real quick. It just looks so menacing.
I'm
So you
still
might-
just thinking about that drawing that I made for the Bowser one where I just made it just say sex. It just has. I think the reason it makes me giggle so much, it has that same energy as like that image where it's the guy holding the monster and it just says kill.
That's a good energy.
I like that sex made it from start to finish.
That was the
I was
one
like,
I
word.
feel like people would hope so.
I was like, I cannot write out that whole thing on my mobile
Yeah.
phone. I just need to get the most important part.
I could have done better with this, but oh well.
This last sliver of clock is taking forever. Oh god.
Aw.
Oh, that's
Lord.
great.
Oh no.
Okay.
Okay, how do I butcher this completely?
Nope.
Hate that.
Oh no.
Shut up, I'm busy. Oh my god, I spelled it wrong. Whatever.
Oh
Throw
my.
this!
Oh no. Okay. I see. I think I understand the assignment.
How did I spell that wrong? Maybe it will become a meme, Punk. I hope it does, actually.
Oh, what?
No. Okay, now you all understand, right?
It's bad.
Okay, that ain't
think
getting
we
fixed.
got- Yep, there we go.
Okay, here we go.
Oh lord, I don't know what I'm drawing anymore, actually.
Everybody gangsta till the phone ring.
It's true.
Oh, okay.
Okay, fine. It's way better when you get to watch me draw. Okay. I don't remember the drawing at all, so.
What the hell is this?
Sure. All right. I can draw that.
Honestly, I'm glad I got an easy one, Dan.
Alright, let's see this.
Let us pray.
I am so excited.
Can I just sign my last one? Oh,
Cute. I forgot the heart.
Okay.
yeah, that heart got lost.
Yeah.
Aw. He lost his friend.
Oh, Kirby died.
That's why he goes on. That's why he goes on the adventure.
Yeah, there we go. Made us
Looking for Kirby.
Also, I love how cute the knight is. The knight is just so cute.
This is adorable.
So good.
Little buddy.
These are wonderful.
Very good.
Peace.
Look at that. Just fantastic.
Oh, sorry to
Tonight's
Art
day.
for mine.
He was very good.
Oh.
Oh, that's how they started. Okay.
Is he eating himself?
No, it's supposed to be Cheerios, but.
Oh, that's a good drawing of SpongeBob, actually.
Did you turn it into a burger?
Yeah.
Finish that cup.
I couldn't
Sorry.
tell.
It is no longer cereal.
The cereal ate SpongeBob.
Like he gradually eats the cereal and then he eats the table.
He turned into like one of those cubes from that like AR games on 3DS.
Yeah.
Became the cereal.
Sonic Hedgehog.
Sonic Hoggle.
Zoink.
So I told you I spelled it wrong. It's not happy about it.
I don't know, it's pretty good. Sonic Hoggle.
It's Soink Egg-Ho, and I ran out of time. I couldn't fix it.
Oh,
Wow.
back.
Salvaged it.
Gotta go fast.
Tiny.
Small.
That's classic
Soink
Sonic.
Egg Ho.
We went from
Find egg.
we went from modern Sonic to Soink to classic Sonic. Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
save that. Well, I'll go back and
Yeah.
save that.
I say
Oh.
That's how this started.
Oh.
I don't even know what this one was. Oh no, I know what this is now. Hadouken.
Still got the action there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I got. So I'm like, okay. Same drawing.
I mean, it's fairly consistent. They just lost the health bars. Hold on, I just have to save this one real quick. There we go. Eat
that's what this one was
apples.
supposed to be.
Eat apples.
Aww.
Do it.
Yoshi.
Oh, wait a minute. That's what this is?
Oh no! What
Oh,
did
no.
you-
Trying to bring it to
Oh.
Yoshi. This was my last, I think.
Oh, and that's how it became Froggy Chair.
Okay.
I thought it was the Froggy
I thought it
Chair.
was like Froggy Chair too.
From Yoshi to
no.
Frog.
I thought it was like
Great.
Froggy Chair, but with like a tongue.
See, that at least is a very good logic. Like, that's a good
Yo.
logic.
Maniacal.
Eat apple, become chair.
Oh my god. Oh!
Oh, that's how this started. Okay.
Yeah.
I love how we
I
just
see
see the
that
first
one,
drawing and we're like,
okay.
oh.
I see.
I wanted to be a butt.
That's good.
A
Gave her a ponytail.
cute.
Let the hair down again. All right,
I
good.
thought it was Zero Suit Samus. This was just like, I think, my last.
Twice looked like Mabel from Gravity Falls.
A little bit.
I can see it. Yeah. Oh,
Okay, yeah.
I don't know where. Oh, I know where this. I know this one now.
That's a good DDD.
It is a
Oh,
very
that's a
good
very
DDD.
good
And then
Love that DDD.
I know what happened.
That was-
I remember what happened.
'cause yours
now.
has an aura of mischief about him.
yeah, he
I
does.
remember what DDD looked like.
It became snowman.
Snowman.
Snowman. I thought it was a snowman.
This is why this game's fun.
Yeah. Oh my god.
So good.
It's great because you can have a mix of people who know how to draw and people who don't know how to draw, and it works.
Yeah.
It's all the same regardless of how it goes. That is okay.
All right, someone else pick one. I picked this one.
Wait, maniacal what? Yoshi getting railed by the froggy shit.
Oh my god.
I'm curious about the compliment one.
Compliment is where you complete the sketch. You get the basic lines.
Oh. Oh, that one's fun actually. I think I did that. I think we did that once before.
Let's do it.
I
First,
did
I
at least.
want to see if anybody joins.
Do that.
Mhm.
You it.
Insert Yoshi sticker here.
Oh,
Man,
no.
I can't. The revelation that it's actually from a previous Mario Party it was a whole thing.
Mhm.
Revelation that it's even worse is something.
I'm gonna show people the original image right now on stream. I don't give a
Put
shit.
that on.
Yeah, well,
find it.
it's fine. It's Mario Party.
Also, the conversation that took place was so funny because we were talking about two different things at the same time.
Oh yeah, so I show up and it's like equal part like life-changing pharmaceutical company and then this.
Like, listen, I see whales say this is game-changing,
Oh,
and I thought it
God.
was about the
Oh my
pharmacy.
god.
This is real, by the way. This is completely real.
Oh god.
Scary.
Funk joins. Yeah.
Funk.
He's in.
Maniacal, get your ass in the game.
Yeah, Maniacal, come on.
It is from one of the 3DS ones.
It's from Star Rush, apparently.
It's just so funny.
And then I'll keep the stars in. Oh yeah. And, you know, and then I wrote, if I ever get enough Nitro Boost to get a server banner, watch out.
How much is it for a server banner?
A 7
I
boosts.
think it's
15?
I
7
don't know.
boosts, I
Mhm.
think. Is it 7? It's
Seven.
7.
It's 7. Alright. Maniacal's good just watching. If anybody else wants to join, I'll give it another minute or so. This is fun. This is so fun. Welcome back from dinner, Paper Star. We're playing compliment mode.
Compliment mode's gonna be great. Just give the bare bones, just lines. Just give a bunch of lines, and then it turns into something. The last time I did this, I turned it into a Mogus ass.
A Mogas.
Is the only other one you guys have played the normal mode?
Normally, yeah.
Tonight, yeah.
I played Secret before, and it stresses me out.
Which one's secret? Oh yeah.
The one where you can't see what you're drawing.
Oh yeah. That's funny.
That one's really good. Let me see if I can find. Where did I put that Amogus butt?
I don't know if I needed to hear that sentence, but I'm just gonna start the
Yeah, I
game.
know. I was thinking.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. Oh, we're starting.
Yeah, I'm starting.
What we're doing.
Okay.
Just sketch some basic lines.
Draw basic lines. First, you draw a circle. That's all you get. Just kidding. I'm gonna add more lines. There we go. Let's see what people do with this.
Oh, come on!
I can.
Oh no.
God damn it! Oh, fuck off!
Oh no, what is it? I'm afraid.
It'll be funnier when we see it.
Oh no. Oh gosh.
I've misunderstood the assignment. They give you a lot of time to do basic lines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of hate what I'm going for with this, but you're welcome, I think.
Huh. What's funny is that you can apparently erase the other lines made.
Oh, that's
gosh.
weird.
That is weird. You'd think they'd force you to keep those.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll just...
There's an
leave that as
eraser?
is.
Oh.
Yeah, there's an eraser.
Oh, I've just been hitting undo every time I do a line I don't like.
Yeah, that's typically easier.
Oh, it won't let you. It won't let you erase it. It comes back.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah.
It comes back.
It haunts you forever.
Let's see. Let's do this color. I think that... No.
This is terrifying. I'm sorry, everyone.
They give you so much time on this one. What am I supposed to like? Am I supposed to finish this drawing?
Yeah.
Are
That's
we
Yeah,
building?
but-
Are
Yeah,
we
you
just,
just-
like
you just-
building off of all of each other's?
No, you build it off of just one,
Oh, okay.
or you build it off of one and then
I guess I'll
You
get
get to
somebody
see
else's
all of the
basic
other
lines? I
ones.
don't know.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah, you get to
okay.
see everyone's basic lines
Ah.
and make something out of it. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna make this color instead.
This is terrifying.
Oh, I super fucked up this idea.
Me too, buddy.
Okay. I
Oh
don't
gosh, there's the.
know. Okay. Because I was leaving space because I thought someone else should.
No, I'm not gonna do
Whatever.
that. I'm done.
Whatever. It's perfect.
Hey, 6 out of 9. Nice, never mind. Nice.
Nice.
No, nice. Nice.
Not nice. Oh, come on.
Nice.
Oh no!
Wait, no way, no way.
Oh no. Why do I feel like you got what
Okay.
green got?
Okay.
Whenever someone says, oh no, I'm just gonna think, oh gosh, it's whatever that was. I don't know what it was though. Or do I? I don't. I don't. I promise you I don't. Let's see. Time to
Oh.
turn this into something that no one was expecting.
Yeah.
See, that's the fun part of this mode. I very much misunderstood how this mode works, so that first one's gonna be eek.
This is incredible, actually. I like this mode.
Ah,
It'll be okay.
okay.
Remember when Diana was playing Quick Draw with Google and it made her draw a fire hydrant?
Uh-huh. I've seen the clip. A great clip.
Much like the hair salon, great clips.
What about sports clips?
I've been there. I've been to both. Master cuts.
I haven't been to any hair place in forever. Because
I
I'm
haven't.
cutting my own hair now.
Yes, I
What is-
haven't because of the pandemic, but I probably need to at least go get my hair trimmed by somewhat of a professional.
I've been growing my hair out.
That's fair.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
My hair just gets way too long in summer.
Crank it up. Oh, this is terrifying. I hope y'all enjoy this, because I do. Oh, hold on. The line. No, not the line.
Okay. Okay.
This is great. Yeah, sorry I was covering it up before, Chad. I guess it does make for pretty boring entertainment when you're just watching an image.
Mm-hmm. But it worked. But we got it now. All good.
You got it.
I was kind of worried about screen cheating, but then I realized, like, who actually cares?
Oh, I understand now. Who did this? Is this what
Okay.
everyone was reacting to? Because I think I got it. I am angry. It's fine though. It's fine.
Sorry,
It's
I need to put this up for a second. Okay.
It's fine. Hmm.
I just realized I could have gone in a completely different direction with this drawing, but I'm good with what I've already started.
Yeah, I'm good with the sins I've sinned already.
Sins have already been committed. It's too late.
Oh yeah, there's also transparency on the brushes if you do it just right.
That's what that is?
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yep.
Oh.
I've never used it, but I'm sure it could be useful. I don't know what I just drew. but,
Yeah, I don't know.
I drew
there
a
you
thing.
go. You get this.
Drawing, yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I can work with this. I can work with this quite well.
Oops. Every now and then I forget to change off the bucket tool.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what to do.
I love when I leave one pixel of openness and then the build tool decides I hate everything about you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, sure does say that. I also. This is why I use layers when I actually try to.
Layers. Like an onion, like an ogre.
Like an ogre, exactly like
A G6.
Like a G6.
that. Like a Mountain Dew. Gosh, this is well. Well, I did what I could.
Oh, I have a little time. Okay. Worried.
Let's oh, well, I guess that's that now. Oh, wait, I have some time.
What on earth?
I can fix it. No, I can't. Oh, God.
This mode is so long.
It really is.
I tried to fix it. Wait, it happened twice!
Why you do this?
Someone did it twice! I don't even know what to
You know, you can erase lines by drawing over them in white.
Yeah,
the
but
eraser
you know
won't
what?
work.
But it's not fun that way. I want to work with what was given. Even if I'm absolutely distraught.
See, I didn't exactly do that, but gearing things out.
This super is not going to work.
Oh, Tig's song. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't you think I'm the girl who has everything? Look at this trove, treasures untold. How many wonders can one cavern hold? Looking around here, you think, sure she's got everything. I've got gadgets and gizmos aplenty. I've got who's it and what's it's galore. You want thingamabobs? I've got 20.
Also around 6 out of 9, so nice.
Nice.
Yeah, this mode feels a lot longer, but I feel like it's not actually that long.
Yeah. I feel like it works. Oh, 3 times. Everyone had the same joke this round. Oh.
Yeah.
You know, when they said add a few lines, y'all sure did.
We did.
Would I pay to spend a day warm on the sand? Betcha on land they understand, but they don't reprimand their daughters. Bright young women, sick of swimming, ready to stand. And I'm ready to know what the people know. Asking my
Sure.
This is chaotic, I feel like.
Oh, thank goodness it's not that now.
What? The line's closed, damn it.
I'm running out of ideas to draw with these complementing lines.
Yeah. I know. It's like just draw like random prompts.
Yeah. Like, this mode is fun, but I feel like I don't want to do another one of these.
Yeah.
We can space it out.
I think I need like time to refresh my ideas. What to
Yeah.
draw when I see lines. You think it
Right.
would make it easier? What this drawing is. Maybe the next one will be a little bit.
I don't know.
Oh, that's cute.
Why?
Oh, I like this.
Can I just say I've never understood loss?
Now that it's the last one, yes, you can say that. I don't know why it's funny, but like it kind of is.
Not really. It
To,
don't,
to me, I don't know. It's not funny,
It's
but
like-
the creative ways in which people put it in things is really funny to me.
fair.
Yeah, it's like the context itself is not funny, but the way that the internet has memed it to all hell kind of is.
I think the main reason most people found it funny is because it was an internet video game webcom like, trying to pull off a serious storyline like that.
Yeah.
Like it was just kind of tactless and silly.
I could see that. I'm actually finding use for filling in the lines. I found a use for that now, so that I can make this.
I made this.
I made this. Oh shoot. How could I forget how this looks like? I'm a fake fan. Oh, never mind. I'm not a fake fan. I was right. Oh, what?
Sure.
There we go.
No, I'm barely even done. I don't even have the friggin'. I don't even have the colors in. No.
Alright, now it's time to expose everybody who put
Yeah.
lost.
Here's what I did.
Who put loss in? I swear.
Which three of you bastards did it? Yeah, that round's really long.
Alright.
Let's just jump
also-
into it.
I also gravely misunderstood it at the very beginning, which is sad
Were
because
you
I
the
got
hearts
a
and
good one to
stars?
start with. Yes.
Okay.
I thought it was good. There's some good lines. They are still good
I
lines to
misunder-
work off of.
After we did our initial drawings is what I misunderstood. I thought we were gonna add, like, everyone was gonna add to each of the drawings.
Oh, so you just added like a lot.
Oh.
Yeah, I just added a few things, and the timer kept going. I'm like, this is a really long time. What the heck?
Yeah.
So basically, the
Yeah.
drawing I gave for the first person is very unfinished.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Ah, you were one of them.
Twice!
okay, that's a
Oh,
really
no.
good interpretation.
That's good.
I start, yeah.
Why is
There's
there
a
an
horse
animal?
there now. Because I didn't know.
Daytona. I was like
I like
Dayton
it.
A.
What that mean?
That's good. I like that.
Wow, that's pretty. That's good.
I love that.
That's good. I math class.
I am.
Oh wow.
Oh my god.
I
It's
feel
so
like
meta.
everybody's interpretations of Lost is at least gonna be funny because we're gonna be
The one I
always
made at the
gosh
end
shit.
there was when everybody was talking about in call just like how they were tired of the lost memes. So I was like, yeah, that'd be fitting for the end.
This is good. I like this one. I like what I did for this one.
I don't know what mine looked like for this one, but it wasn't. Oh, happy planet.
See,
Oh, wow.
Nice.
That's incredible.
I took some creative liberties.
Ooh, nice.
Mm.
Little surrounding planet. What?
Yeah.
Is that the?
I tried to draw ooh la la, but it's so hard without a
Do a
stylus.
barrel roll.
Yeah.
This is
Nice.
your annual PSA to play Space Channel 5, everyone.
I'll have to do that at some point. Ooh.
Cute.
Ooh. I like the One Piece hat that you did, Twine.
Luffy is now a scarecrow.
Oh, okay.
so yeah,
Well, that was.
Okay. That was my love.
That went so long that I forgot what that Kirby looked like.
hot dog.
I like
This
how
was
no-
my last
I love how
one.
nobody
Mhm.
knew how to use that line on the right.
I think I did an okay thing.
I tried to make continuity with that SpongeBob drawing.
Okay, that's real good funk.
Really good.
I just saw this as Odie.
Cody, new OC, don't steal. Oh, Growlithe.
Oh, Growlithe.
I love it. Good job, everyone. Good stuff. Oh, I had fun with this one.
I didn't do much with this one, but
Yeah.
You're Mario.
Prompt 8. Oh. Aw. You felt so bad it caught fire.
constitute.
Oh no!
Yoshi, no!
No.
It's the same. Have you seen this man? Oh, horrible!
I like how we all went in very different directions for this, but they're all great.
These are all very good.
I knew right
yes, of
away.
course.
I knew right away. Oh wow.
Oh, I hate that.
You're
I'm impressed though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Well,
little buddy. Oh wait.
Staring at, bro. No, that's two but ones.
Oh, I like
Nice.
that.
good use of the transparency for the shadow.
Oh no, it got closer. Just see it get closer there. Is that a
I
burger?
realized too late that I could have turned the Among Us into Wiggler. Also, I like Alive's right before mine. It just makes it look like it just looks like the guy got so pissed he got swole.
He hulked up.
Come on.
Well, time to show you who wasn't sus.
That's my secret. I'm always sus.
Good.
Lesbians,
Aw.
yeah.
Awesome.
Yes. Curb.
Curb.
Aww.
Very good.
So if any of these somehow don't turn wholesome, I won't be surprised. But
Oh, they've reunited. Look.
aw, they help each other.
With
Oh, there
Yoshi.
it goes.
Christmas.
Let's go. Oh my god. Oh. Oh.
Hey, Pop-Up girls.
So cute. Oh.
Okay, I'm okay with the squiggles I gave there.
I feel like not understanding how the game worked made it better. Oh, this is the last one.
You see, this is why I got so upset when I got it, because I was like, haha, I'm being really clever, and then the first prompt I get is also lost. It's just like, come on, shut up.
Amazing.
But Lost is also really good for foundational lines, I have to admit.
Yeah, no kidding. We're all doing very
Oh,
different
no.
things because it's literal lines.
What is that? What is that? Oh, that's his tail. I was like, what is that third appendage on Charmander?
Oh, I like the guy.
Shakira.
Is that Froggy Chair again?
Yeah.
Also, I feel like we didn't give enough appreciation to the sad SpongeBob.
I'm gonna go back
Sad
to it.
SpongeBob. Let's go back to
Aww.
sad sponge. Man, sad sausage, am I right?
The sad sausage.
Hello, David.
I should make that a
Hello.
follow emote.
Hello.
Hey, David.
Uh,
Going on?
how's it going? It's going well. You know, I just experienced loss about 5 times today.
Oh, okay.
Sorry for your loss.
That's what this is.
This is the one where I completely misunderstood what we were supposed to do. I had so much time and I barely did anything. So, yeah.
Oh, I see.
Wow.
Corb! Corbing.
Very anger cord.
Why?
Yes.
I know that. Why I know that's probably. Why I know that's probably supposed to be Van Zeeks, but it just looks like Bernadetta from Three Houses.
It can be
Whatever her
whoever
name
you
is.
want. Is that also Stefan? No, that's not. Is that Shaggy?
The one that I did, that was
Yeah.
supposed to be me, but I couldn't get the face in.
Okay, I saw the green shirt and purple pants. I was like, Shaggy?
No, it's the
Who
skirt.
is this? Who is this twink?
Is that me?
I don't know, it's just generic twink.
Oh.
Generic twink.
This looks like a rejected member of Orin High School Host Club.
Oh, you're
Hmm.
right.
Oh, there.
Ah, there is the last one.
Well, Paper Star admitted to it, so it's like.
Yeah, I just drew pipes.
Froggy Chair.
Oh, I like that SpongeBob.
Mountain Dew.
Oh.
Mountain Dew
Hey,
and
Chris, I like
Turtle.
how you
It
didn't
just
even
ignored
deal
the
with it. You just
line.
juice up everything else.
I believe was my third. Like, whatever.
Why? I see that fuck.
Nice.
Ooh.
Seascape.
Hey, Blue Coin,
Yeah,
how
I
you
ran out of
doing?
ideas, so I was just like, fuck. Oh.
Yeah, I was
Aw.
running out of ideas too.
That went
I'm
well,
so-
actually.
I'm so sorry, Alive, but that stick figure just makes me think of that one meme I saw around. It's just like, hey, look how hard I can piss, and like I just stared in bewilderment.
Something about that stick figure just makes me think, can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky shooting stars? I could really
You
use a
can
wish
think
right now.
whatever you want about
Right
it,
now.
and I'm
Wish
okay with
right
that.
I saw a version of that that's just like.
Yeah, that
instead
took
of,
like
we
half
could
an
really use
hour.
a wish right now. Wish right now. It's like I wish you would shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Hi, Mayo. I'm doing all right, Blue. Okay, let's not do complimenting because that actually took like a half an hour.
Yeah.
Hi, Mac.
Hey, Mac.
I give you a little too much time on those, I think.
Do you want to do animation?
Yes.
Secret.
That sounds interesting.
I'm okay with either.
I'm so worried I'm gonna fuck up animation on my phone.
Oh, don't worry. You
Yeah,
will.
it's,
That'll make it better.
it'll be good.
Okay.
Let's try
I will
animation.
hop off for now.
Alright, no worries.
Time for me.
You eat.
But I will be watching as sins are
Sins are sinned. Committed. I don't know.
sins are sin.
Do you sin a sin? Do you commit a sin?
I think you commit a sin.
Mhm.
If you commit to the sin, then I had
go
enough.
all in. All in on the sin.
All
Sin-
in.
sin
on
to
the
win.
Sin to win.
Sin to win,
You know
baby.
what? Sin to
Miss and lose.
win. Miss and loss.
Sin to win. Miss and loss. Mayo's in. Hello, Mayo.
Okay. I'll be back.
Alright, I guess I'll give it another minute and then we'll start anime mode.
Anime.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna make the
The
best
song is like so long and one.
Bill Hader anime ever.
New York's hottest club is Gardic.
It seems they misspelled garlic? No, it's supposed to be garlic.
What is Gardic, Stefan? It's that thing where a bunch of people using a mouse, they draw on a screen and then make it make sense, you know?
For a while, I thought this was legit garlic phone.
Yeah, ditto. I didn't know what a Gartic was.
What is?
It got art. Let's do this.
What
Giving
about-
high fives to
what
children of
about,
people.
Shartic phone.
Arctic phone. Oh no! What is this? What are these new buttons?
There's new buttons?
Look! Look on the
Stuck at
panel.
the bottom.
No, and on the sidebar.
Oh, I think these are for like animation notes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So
For like
one
actual
button
animators
takes
who know
off-
what they're doing.
Okay, so one button takes off the watermark. The other button, I believe, is just reference notes. That's kind of what it looks like.
Oh, I should have done this in a different color. Whoops. Where's the fill tool? No! Shit. I've made mistakes. I fucked up. I made a mistake.
Oh no.
I'm vibing out to tunes while I'm drawing.
I got some music on.
Yeah, I can't hear the same songs, but that means I can listen to things that have copyright.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Get up. Thank you, Aiden. I'm glad I can count on you. Alright, now that I've created a frame, it's fine.
See, I'm mainly just listening to all the songs from that new Just Dance that I got. I still found it hilarious that you didn't know that Chacarone was actually in the new one.
And I just came in, I was like, Chacaron.
Like, you said it in chat, and then I thought you were genuinely being serious with the suggestion, and then you realized that it was there, and just like... that one's such a weird one. You basically just wiggle around for the whole song, which, I mean, that's fitting for a song like that.
Chacaron. Heights Faron. Why can't I trace the line well? That's a problem. Animation mode, I can already tell, is going to be very hard.
This is Homer Simpson, ASMR.
Gee, I wonder which one you got.
Oh right, I'm not supposed to say these things. Oops.
I think
Oh,
it's
man.
fine, because it's just animation. Like,
On phone, this is incomprehensible, just like that word I just said.
Shut up, phone.
See, I'm trying to take this animation in a certain direction, and I feel like anybody else who follows me up is not going to do that.
See, that's what happens. You have to, like, see if people actually follow what you're trying to say or not.
Oh dear.
Alrighty.
I don't know what's going on here. Oh, I see.
I do like how they give you, like, color palettes of that the previous
Yeah,
person
that's so
used.
nice.
Yeah.
Draw, dumbass. There we go. Chacaron. 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 I don't know why that song is still so funny to me after all these years.
Because it's a funny song.
It is, yeah. The first Just Dance game I ever played was the one with Rasputin in it.
Oh, that's 2.
Yeah. Played it at my friend's house.
It was a good one. Most of the even-numbered ones are the good ones.
Makes sense. Not really, but like, I getcha. I'm curious as to why that is.
Well, it's purely coincidence. Like, it's down to the track list.
Yeah.
And it's also subjective. Like, that's just down to the songs that I like. Like, if you like other songs, then the other games might be better for you.
Mm-hmm. Lord Almighty. This is fun. I like the animation mode.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like it more if I had a stylus. But that's on me.
Yeah,
that's not on the game.
I feel
I'm
you.
cheating and using a stylus.
Well, that's not cheating. It's just that I used to have a stylus and I don't anymore. So, like,
You want to get the one that has Baby Metal in it? You dance to any other songs and you don't dance tonight.
wait, is Baby Metal in one of the Just Dances? Is that one of the Japan ones?
I was not
Wait,
aware.
There's different regional Just Dances.
That would make sense,
No, not anymore, but there used to be, because there was Just Dance Wii, Wii 2, and Wii U, and those were all Japan exclusive.
Just Dance, we like to party. We like to party. We like to party.
There's also a Yokai Watch Just Dance, and I love whenever I remember that exists. 'Cause that's wild.
We like to party. We like to party. The Venga Bus is coming.
I wish Vanga Bus was in one of those games.
It should be. I don't know why it's not. The Venga Boys are actually somehow they're on tour again, and that is shocking to me.
The two songs they need to add to Just Dance in future are Venga Bus and I'm focusing on drawing. Caramel Dancin'.
Yes, add the song. I want to dance to it. That'd be really fun. I'd love that song. There was
I also love they recently added a song from like Japanese romance drama, like its ending theme with the choreography and everything, and I was like, okay, if you're gonna put that on the table, we need like the specialist from Persona 4 or Haruhi Suzumaya's end theme dance.
Yeah, game, relax. Oh shit. I like that I have just asked a bunch of artists to come play Gartic Phone with me, and this is the result.
I messed this one up real good.
Yeah, I ran out of time. Oh no, how am I supposed to do this?
I feel now is at the point.
What the hell am I looking at?
Stop detailing.
Now is where you kind of want things to like start moving and grooving.
Yeah. Get into the groove, boy. You got to prove your love to me.
Okay.
Get up on me.
Trying to figure out what this one's about.
Well, I'm taking this in a completely different direction than it's probably supposed to be.
Okay.
I do like the idea of a mode where we all add something to the drawing, but instead of different frames, I feel like it'd be also fun if we just did different we got the last frame, the last thing we just have to add to it. Just add to that frame.
Yeah, I think I get where you're coming. Like, somebody draws something, you add onto that drawing, and then you see what the last person draws, but not the person before them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Because I'm running out of time and I haven't done anything new yet. When in doubt, make him pog. Yeah, I'm running out of time.
Yeah.
Feels almost flashback to knockoff mode.
Oh god.
I like that it keeps the brush on the very last thickness so I don't have to figure it out. Like the thickness that the last person used.
Well, unless somebody used multiple thicknesses.
Yeah, but that's different. Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend. Or alternatively, the Margot Robbie version. Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend!
Ladies and weekend.
The gentleman.
The gentleman. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lindsey Buckingham. My best friend.
What was that one I saw on Twitter? The sexy garbage or something?
Ladies and gentlemen, the very sexy garbage. I like that one a lot.
I barely got it out in time.
Oh, thank you for the Hydrate stretch. Oh, Lord. These are getting longer.
Interesting. Okay.
I think the hardest thing about doing the animation is deciding what not to include. Because, like, something from the last frame's gotta go. And thank you for the stretch, Rabbit. This was that cover that Masay did. Oh, I realized I don't have the song names playing on the stream. I guess I can fix that.
Okay. Luck getting what that is.
At least I gotta get that.
There's so much going on in this stream right now. Might lower your baking time by 5 minutes. I'll tell you. Yeah, that was an awesome. That was an awesome idea, and it's a great collab.
Okay. Ooh, I like where this is going. I think.
The butt cake. I like this. He quotes "The sun rises" at the end here in the song.
I'm not proud of this frame, but I'm gonna deal with it.
It's a good song, yeah. How am I supposed to deal with this?
Exactly what I'm doing.
I'm not sure what's going on here, Blue. I'm just doing my best. Another day, another moment of Twi forgetting there's no fill tool on Animate.
Yeah, I could have used that. But... oh well.
This rectangle is bigger than I have room on my canvas!
Let's see how this
No, I got
goes.
the last frame of that one. Oh, that's gonna be rough.
Let's see how this goes.
It'd be kind of abstract.
Is that Igglybuff?
Supposed to be Jigglypuff.
Ah.
Okay.
I hope we get to see it all come together.
Oh, you do.
Do-do-do-do.
They show a GIF.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Oh, you guys did like big changes.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
The transformation is complete.
Look, it melted.
I like the transformation.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh, it does not work on one.
That was great. Oh, okay, this one. Something happened here.
Okay, there's sparkles in the mail.
I'm just angrily.
Yeah, no, I'm.
Nail. Oh my god.
I just like that the sign constantly changes, and then it laughs at him at the end when he breaks his back.
Oh yeah, throw it out, throw it back, ass out.
And then, oh my back.
Oh, my back. I threw out my back. Oh, no enter. Oh,
Done.
he's getting more scared.
Getting smooshed.
They definitely did something.
I outsmarted that thing.
I like the face just appearing. You're welcome.
I like how the thing in the back just leaves. Nope. So if I've gotten this narrative right, they tried to shoot him, missed, and then just threw the gun.
Oh, I thought it was like the devil's ducking, but they just point the gun lower. I thought that's how I'm saying it.
That could also work. It's Homer J. Simp.
I feel like I did a good job of copying David's art style. Oh god, he's turning into Kirby.
Oh my god.
Merge!
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Jump.
If this doesn't, if she doesn't crump at some point, I'm gonna be upset. Oh, I guess I'm upset.
In my house. crumped in.
Honestly, that's a pretty good
Yeah.
animation story.
I didn't realize the last one was Amogus until I saw it in motion.
I think they.
I'm also glad that Mayo, like, I was worried I broke Homer too much, but of course.
Homer gets more corrupted.
I like how his hairstyle changes in a lot of these.
Yeah, I saw that when
Yeah.
I went back and looked at it. You know, I'm sorry I didn't appreciate it at the time. Did I
Oh my
download
goodness. I forgot it was in the back of his head. The hair.
Where did I draw him?
Margus?
Oh, yeah.
So cute. I can't wait to see how this got ruined. There it is.
Oh no!
Yoda.
Oh, it's
She's turning into Yoda!
The Yodening.
I like how it's staying over in the left too.
yeah.
Beep. Oh.
Big mosquito.
Oh.
God.
Oh. Oh, it broke
wow.
off.
They both broke.
What an
Well.
ending.
She also kind of melted.
A little bit.
Is this a secret ending in Hollow Knight that I didn't hear about?
My...
This is the plot to Breath of the Wild 2.
Listen here.
Zelda loses her all her.
Okay, this
energy
doesn't
and
seem
becomes
familiar. I don't know where this went.
Yeah, no idea. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh.
Oh,
This is adorable so far. I love this.
Oh no, I think I know
Uh-oh.
what this one is.
Comes me.
Oh.
I
Yeah.
still, oh, maybe. Oh, yep.
Wait.
Yep. There we go.
Oh.
This was doing so well at the start, and then it took a turn.
What is happening though? Is he the fireball?
That's what I thought it was.
Somehow it actually isn't animated terribly. Hi, Clarence. How you doing?
Yeah, that...
It's actually turned out kind of good. I like
Hi,
that at the
Clarence.
end. I like that at the end he learns to like it.
Right?
Yeah.
He's like, oh,
Oh.
it went into my throat. Hey ho. Oh.
Hey ho.
Is this?
This is what
So-
happens when you eat spicy chip.
God, something about the Galactonite music just makes it work at max speed. I'm not sure what it is. Thank you, players.
Hey ho. Consume throat. Oh, this one.
Oh boy.
I don't even.
I don't know how it got to where it got, but
Oh, I think I'm last.
I don't know what this is.
I don't know where this
I know where
comes.
this goes.
there we go.
Oh, there it is.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
They're pogging.
Oh,
Ellen lost. Clap. Ooh. Ooh. Oh no 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 not Mac.
Going that fast is upsetting.
I like how it starts just with some dude running and then turns into a weird dragon proposing to Among Us.
Bop, doo, bop, doo, doo, doo. Bop, doo, bop, doo, bop, doo.
Is Teddy Village playing right now?
Yes.
God.
I don't control the music controls me.
Oh,
Oh,
this one.
Oh, that's what this was supposed to be.
Growlithe
This-
Kirby.
What is
Took a
that? What
turn.
that was?
I
Oh
don't
no.
It went places, I'll tell you what. This is the one I think I got, yeah.
What?
Why did you turn it into an
Why?
elephant?
Because I wanted to.
Oh, this is okay.
Oh, this is not the right
Okay.
song for that frame. This is not the right song for that frame.
I got the punishment time music in the background, so this feels
What
pretty
happened to you?
appropriate.
Kirby's dueling the Amogus.
I thought they were gonna be friends. What?
I thought the elephant was like a sword or something.
Somehow, the elephant ends up being a natural evolution of the dog, and I'm not sure how that happened.
Yeah, I don't know where the hell the elephant came from.
Did that.
Like, you just decided, this isn't a dog, this is an elephant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kirby can change abilities, right? So we did.
Yeah,
I guess.
I don't think that's exactly how that works, but essentially.
Oh.
Oh, that's a dabbing Slippy, isn't it?
Okay.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Hopefully, oh.
I thought I wanted it to keep alternating.
He did too.
I'm amazed you got Slippy out of that. I had no idea what I was drawing. Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought that was some sort of weird bear thing.
What?
Yeah, I see a nose and like eyes.
No, I like this because you know what this looks like to me? It looks like Slippy does a little dance for Star Fox and then they've just banned him from the facility. He's like, I'm sorry. After everything we've been through, this is what makes us have to kick you out. I'm sorry.
Okay, this was pretty fun.
Imagine doing this with like a full room of
I
people.
know. It would have taken forever, but it would have been great.
Do you mean
Oh,
like,
yeah.
like a physical room? Of
No, like a
people?
full group.
No, like full lobby.
14.
By the way, the lobby
like-
size goes up to 30, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's that crowd one that's made for like 15 and up people.
Background.
I might need to grab food real quick.
No worries.
Little snacky. Actually, I might go get a little
Oh,
snacky
actually,
myself.
dinner. I think dinner came.
Oh,
Because it's like
no
10 where I
problem.
am.
Following. I'm
Please
glad you
eat.
had fun. Yeah, eat.
I'm gonna eat.
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 Should we do secret?
Oh,
Secret.
God.
Do it. I'm gonna grab gummies real quick.
Weed gummy?
Yeah, we
Oh,
talked
sadly
about a
no.
lot of gummies tonight.
Yeah, that was the first thing that came into mind. Weed gummy. So I was like, oh.
You should not have eaten me. I'm a weed gummy. I'm going to tell your family. I should have the Yoshi, isn't? You're right, players. You're right. 3 mints? Okay, yeah.
Basically. You
Yeah,
want
no,
mints, you come to the wrong place.
I can send you some mints in the mail if you want. 3.
I still don't know how Compliment took so long.
I just gave you a boatload of time on each one.
Really
I feel like Secret will be fast because you'll just like forget what you've done. It's like, well, done with this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Would anyone else like some mints?
Only if they're those what is it called, like Andes mints?
Hey,
the
Vino,
chocolate
how you
mint.
doing? Good to see you,
Vino,
bud.
get your butt in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wanna do a draw? We have a draw.
Draw with us, nerd.
Draw with us. Alternatively, Zeno, I should have given you the cook gum roll, but I probably didn't. No, I did. Okay, because I'm bad at like, can't guard it or draw. Aw. Yes, you can
Aw.
though.
Why can't you
No.
guard it?
No. Oh no. Thank you so much for
Trust me,
this-
Zeno, if you've
this
seen any of the
sub.
stuff we've done.
Yeah, should see my
13
art.
whole
Actually, hang on,
months.
hang on.
I dig the username. It's very cool.
I am back.
Welcome back.
I have burger and fry and Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepino.
They got me 2 drinks. So that was really nice.
Nice. Usually it's the opposite, where I don't get the drink.
Oh no, I mean like they ordered 2 drinks for me.
Oh, I see.
Nice.
Usually my
Yeah.
drinks don't make it if I order one, so just gotta
'Cause
get
they're-
in. But...
The restaurant they
Aiden,
got.
that's not real. Relax. It's okay. No, I know it's an accident. That's okay. 13 is in 13 months. It's all good.
The restaurant. They
No,
got
you're
it
good.
from,
You're good.
They have really good tea.
Makoto's
also
just
Matt
be.
Paul-
You're
Matt
just
Paul
being
saying
silly.
that the-
I got kicked.
Didn't see the alert. Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Ah. Oh, is it under? Oh, it must be. Okay.
Zeno, no, you don't understand. It makes it better. Join us. Trust. Just play one round. One round.
Nah,
If you hate
you-
it, you can stop.
all good, Aiden. I wasn't actually like, you know, reprimanding. I was just trying to. I was saying that trying to be silly. But like, yeah, no, it's all good.
Why?
Man, Mushroom Bridge is a good song. Now, I would replay the alert so that you could see it, but because I'm capturing my browser, you will see my dashboard. I
That's
don't
not
want
the.
that.
That's not the one from Mario Kart Wii, right?
It from Double Dash.
Oh, I think I'm thinking of Mushroom Gore.
Now the real question is, because I had to re-download Mario Kart Double Dash today, I'm curious if it's going to keep my data from the last computer, because I did transfer it.
No clue.
We'll find out.
Zeno.
Zeno.
Oh.
Zeno.
Good.
Oh, well, that is it did not. That's unfortunate, but that's alright, though.
Are we gonna start Zeno off on one of the harder ones?
No. I was looking at Double Dash. It did not save the data. Sorry.
Aww.
Playing Double D tonight.
Oh, that means I don't get Toadette.
I know, it's sad. I was looking to play Double Dash tonight. If people are still down to play with a fresh file, because I stupidly forgot to unlock everything, then hell yeah.
Is there a way you could get a completed file somehow?
Maybe, actually.
Oh gosh.
Let me, no, not that, this. Let me look.
I'm gonna get more gummies in the meantime.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
that was
Zeno,
enough-
that was
not
my
enough.
first thought when I saw we playing DD and just like, we're playing with Double Ds tonight. Yep.
You know what? I don't even care that Nightbot won't be able to do this. I'm just gonna do it anyway.
So how do I, okay, so, like, how do I use a save file on Dolphin? I really don't know. It do go hard.
Sure. So
No worries,
animation is
Rosie.
interesting.
How
Animation's
does this
very
work? I don't understand how to use this okay, file maybe. Oh,
Bum, bum, bum.
Because you know, I read what you said as, "Gah, music should not back this hard, but it do." Instead of Great Ace Attorney. Because I'm a normie, I guess.
load state from file. Okay, let's see if this works.
Yeah, true. Their music really do though.
I see a Lakitu. It's waving at me.
Oh, this intro
Ooh, that crashed dolphin.
takes
Okay.
me back. Oh. Oh no.
Donkey Kong's badass crashed the game.
Yeah.
Clap too hard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Tools. Tools. Memory card manager.
Gonna see if it works.
I don't know how to I don't know how to do this. Okay. It says the memory card is empty.
It's empty.
It's EMP tie.
EMP.
Yep. I don't know what it means. What does EMP thank you mean?
No, I'm not doing it right now, but the problem is, Blue, that I'm like, when I changed computers, I lost my save data for Double Dash. I had a pretty 100% completed file, almost.
No thoughts, mem card empty. Me every day.
What are you talking about? Your meme card is always full. You always got the meme.
Okay, that's the meme card. Very different from the mem card.
I have the game file.
What,
Okay.
what about the mlem card?
Oh, that's always ready. That's always good to go.
A membership card
First, you have to
going
select
for
your
the
membership
Crying Club.
Find out where you've installed.
Oh, I'm always sure to renew that.
Yeah.
And open the memory card.
How do I make a create memory card? Okay, cool. Did that.
How
Create
do I
memory.
create a memory?
Just
Well,
remember
first you have to
stuff.
have a brain that will actually remember
I guess I
things.
can't make a memory then.
Who am I?
The call
How'd
out.
I get?
Okay, so I did that. I created a memory card. Open memory card. Okay. Right. Oh, maybe. Oh, okay. Supported file format. GC. Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I think I got it. I think I might have made it work.
Oh,
All right.
Ooh wee. What's up with that?
What up with it?
What up with
What's
that?
up with it?
Ooh wee.
Double the dash.
What up with
Double
that?
the dash.
Double da da.
Double the dash.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da.
Okay, so I did that, but it's not loading in. So sorry that I'm doing this right now, but like, so yeah.
This is
Don't worry, we're here to
A-okay.
entertain your audience in the meantime.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the meantime.
Sorry to
if
anybody who was
anyone wants
expecting Gardic right away.
In the meantime, if
Zeno.
anyone wants to hop in to Gortic,
Yeah, if you want to Gart,
Just
this is your time.
Save file that you just downloaded.
hop into the lobby.
Now your save file
Say
is
the
Lobby,
most
lobby,
love.
lobby,
to
lobby.
a memory card, and you're ready to play.
There's
I'm not
still 5
ready
more
to
people
play,
who can
though.
fit.
Yeah, we can fit 5 more people.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops! I'm
What'd you do?
no, I just didn't realize I was capturing the main menu of Double Dash.
Oh, yes, you are.
Yeah, you
Mhm.
are. How many players? 1 player? 2 players?
Man, Arctic looks really different. How come I need a GameCube controller for
I
this?
drew this.
Alright.
I drew this. This whole
I
thing.
made this.
Me.
Turns out I can draw really well and really fast, but it has to be how many players screen from Double Dash. Nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's
don't mind
really
me.
good.
I'm trying my best, y'all.
No, you do. You're
Oh,
good.
you're good.
I said, do what you gotta do.
It's all good. You do
Not
what
like
you want
it's
to do.
still not head empty. But this, how do I make the memory card like stay? Like I created this memory card, but like I need it to work.
Maybe you have to.
Because I go into
do a
memory card
run of
manager and I
something to make
open
sure?
I open the memory card and then it has Double Dash in it.
Mm-hmm.
And then like but then it
GC
doesn't.
folder and open the memory card.
I open the memory card.
Now click on Import GCI, and select USB memory adapter save, and then download the first one that you like. Then go to Dolphin, Tools, and Mem Card Manager. First, you have to select your memory card. Find out where you can store it later. Then open up the GC folder and open the memory card. Now click on Import GC.
Oh my god, it's stuck in my head. No.
What is?
Forever stuck.
Let me do Gardic, and then I'll jump back into this.
Wait for me. Oh, Max hopping in.
Max hopping in? Hell yeah.
Crank it up. Crank
it up.
I really don't want to burn that joke into the ground because it has to stay alive until 2023.
Does it though?
Staying alive.
Yes, so that way at MagFest 2023 it won't be me.
Oh, that's secret. Okay. Didn't know you
Yeah,
could just
secret.
put the-
Again,
I
and
didn't know you
remember,
could just put the-
everything goes back to Bill Hader dancing, including that.
It all goes back to Bill Hader dancing. It really does.
Twice like, my thoughts are an enigma. And then it goes to his brain. It's just Bill Hader dancing in the little glass case.
I need that as an actual MP4 now. That's a great idea. I really need to learn how to use video editing software again. AKA.
That still reminds me. I still gotta get that one video.
Oh.
I still gotta get that
Hello.
one idea off the board.
Mackie.
Oh no, Xeno left.
Oh, Dino, no.
Xeno, come back.
You can blame it all on me, quite literally. Oh, we had another drop.
Oh no.
Oh, does it time people out? Is that what's happening?
I don't know, because Mac just hopped.
Yeah, Mac is the one that hopped out.
You kicked you out real quick. Oh no. That's weird. Try hopping.
No,
back
I
in?
think they had to do something real quick.
Oh, kick me out real quick. Oh, okay, I understand.
Excuse me.
Nice. Nice. I have been trained to just say nice when burp happens.
That's fair.
What about when a fart happens? Do you say nice?
I don't say anything.
What?
Tori, I just realized with the setup that you have right now, last night when I was looking for songs during Power Wash, I have a playlist of songs that I could have just played from the start instead of having to pause every 30 minutes.
Amazing.
I literally made it for like a special event at the end of last year. I could have just reused that.
Oh no.
Okay, well, that is annoying. I can't figure out how to import a save. I'm stupid.
Whenever Dolphin needs to do anything with save with memory cards or SD cards, it's like weird.
Mm-hmm.
I always just...
Because I remember I had to learn Gecko, and
Yeah.
you need an SD card for that. But like on Dolphin, you can't use like an actual SD, or at least if you can, my computer doesn't have that, so you had to make a digital one.
Oh wait, hold on. Maybe.
It was so weird.
GCI folder's a thing. Maybe if I go in there. Just give me one second, y'all. I'm sorry. This is taking a million years.
You got
It's
stuff to
all
do.
good. Mac, you got the unicorn one.
Hell yeah, Mac.
So
Is that what you were kicked out to get?
I wouldn't be surprised.
But
honestly.
understand.
Yeah, that's fair.
Understandable. I hop back in and I'm now Godzilla with Mlem. No, Blep. No, frick. It's Blep, right? Mlem is just the full action of Blep, right?
Oh, wait, hold on. Here we go.
I'm Pizza Steve from the hit TV show Uncle Grandpa.
That's great. Would everyone like to describe what their character is?
I mean, I'm just Mushroom Man again.
I'm legally contracted to tell you that I'm Mexican, so I'm a cactus.
You got one that was very on brand.
Yeah, I saw that one. I was like, I need to claim it.
Let me try it. I'm gonna do something
Wait,
that
you
might
can change
might be
it?
kind of
I
dumb.
thought it only gave you one automatically.
Yeah, like you can randomize it.
Yeah,
This
it might
could-
be dead or high.
This
on
might
my-
be extremely dumb, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Akers, maybe a little bit of both. Wait, but Akers, which one are you? Are you the worm or are you the mushroom?
You know, like, cause I didn't really look at this too well, but yeah, the eyes are X's, and there's like a little worm thing growing out of me. So.
Wait,
There
I'm
was-
sorry. I zoned out. What?
Just
We're
having some
describing
personal
our Gartic
problems.
phone.
Are you talking about your lizard friend?
No, I'm
PK?
talking about like my little mushroom person, Gartic avatar.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
Look at how happy that worm is, though.
Yeah.
Worm.
Also,
Oh, that
the
still
only
didn't
thing
work.
of-
It's a shame.
The only thing of Uncle Grandpa I've actually seen was that Steven Universe crossover.
Yeah, same.
Yep.
I hadn't even heard of the other. I hadn't even heard of it until
I heard of Uncle Grandpa, but I saw one episode of it. I'm like, this is not for me.
I didn't like the pilot, but when I actually watched like a little bit of like clips here and there after the crossover, I was like, yeah, this is all right.
Mhm.
Nothing too noteworthy, but they did a lot of like fun fourth wall jokes or like creative little like things with the animation. Like there were a lot of really creative shots where it's just like, whoa, that's
Yeah.
wacky, but in a neat way.
All right, let's start. How about now that I'll figure this out after the game. I don't want to keep it going any longer.
You might be able to message Ned and ask him questions.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'm writing a
Oh, yeah.
sentence. Sentence.
This is a prompt.
Mm,
Oh, it's in password format.
oh God. Sure.
Oh, too
Oh God.
late.
Why is
Dude.
Gartic
Oh,
so
no.
loud right now?
Infinity. Okay.
Oh.
God, what does that guy look like? Yeah.
Okay, I need a reference.
Oh, that is. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
welcome
see
to
what
this.
this-
Welcome to Secret.
Secret dooba dooba dab dooba dab doo bow ba dooba dab dooba dab doo. It's a secret.
Secret.
I apologize for whoever had this particular adjective to go with this thing.
Oh.
It is most definitely not going to be said adjective.
I'm writing in cursive so that way I can actually tell where the letters go.
Oh shoot. Which color is on which side? Oh no.
Oh.
I'm so sorry to any.
Well, I did a drawing. I have no idea what it's gonna do.
I'm so sorry to everyone. That's my whole sentence. Okay.
They say, how's this view for you guys? Oh.
I'm glad I can at least touch it.
Oh.
Oh, come on.
Man, I wonder who came up with that one.
Oh no.
Sure. I can't see what I'm doing, so that's good enough.
I didn't need to finish my prompt, so apologies to anybody who got mine.
I don't even know what this is. Y'all have fun, whoever gets this.
Yeah, love Apollo Justice's soundtrack.
This is gonna be problematic.
Absolutely, Maya.
I feel like this one's cheating.
Huh?
Oh no.
No.
What does that motherfucker look like?
No. Okay.
Okay, this is cursed and I don't even care. Also nice. 6th prompt out of 9.
Nice.
Oh my. How do I even?
Oh.
Oh.
Hmm.
I think it broke on my end.
Did it? Oh.
Oh, no.
Shit.
Like, I'm still in the game and whatnot, but like, you know how it's supposed to show like a hint of your lines before they disappear? Yeah, those are showing up nowhere near where I'm drawing, so.
Oh no.
Oh no. Good luck with that then. Oh no.
Have fun.
It's okay, it's a secret anyway.
Good luck.
What to think about this one? Oh, this is the last one. Nice. Alrighty.
Oh, okay.
Can't wait to see what
Well, who's
nonsense
ready
comes
for
out of
this?
this. Here we
Yeah.
go.
Phoenix joins the kart race.
Oh, that was Phoenix. Oh no.
Oh, I see. Also, Twi, you're muted on
Son
Discord. just so
Goku
you know.
plays Mario Kart.
Oh.
Son Goku.
Well, I wasn't saying much anyway.
Oh.
Goku loses at Smash.
But. My face.
Goku and Kribby Fi.
Oh, my
Kirby.
Kirby had a nose.
Kribby.
Oh, okay. Nice.
That
Oh,
Dragon
Kirby got a
Ball
pose
Z
going.
Kakarot Secret Boss
Secret
Curve.
Boss Kirby.
That was good.
So Phoenix went bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even Phoenix anymore.
Phoenix became Goku.
Between orders of
I mean,
his.
it makes sense.
His
What? Jeez.
That was actually supposed
I'm trying to order a pee.
Oh.
Link had to wear glasses to order pee.
I want food.
Dingle is hungry. Donate today.
Oh.
Tingle Hungry PLS, help him. Tingle thinking about a baby.
Oh god. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. This has changed so much.
Oh no.
You turn into a monkey.
This is the darkest timeline.
Oh no.
Oh,
Polar
there's no
bear in
monkey.
the snowstir.
Snowster.
Oh. Is this one just broken?
Maybe?
No.
I drew for this one.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. Well, we got a void here.
Oh, there it is. Something.
Oh.
There. Okay, that's how that came to be. I see.
Giant vortex.
I thought I made the background black.
No, you didn't.
Oh, it's the Prockle guy from FNAF.
Ruffle guy from the
Oh my god, that is
I
hilarious.
think this is the one that broke, because that black void is supposed to be way higher.
Oh, I see.
The tree falls down into the sea.
Oh.
What happened?
I don't
If a tree
know. Why
falls
did
in the
everything turn
woods,
dark?
Does the sky turn?
Okay, let's start with the real questions.
I don't know where this came into play.
The aftermath of Hurricane Irene.
Mm.
I don't remember this one.
Okay, I gotta get to finish the sentence.
Back road and
Oh, that's
Back-
where this came from.
Back road.
walking on the road.
This is really funny. This is its own kind of funny. Also, this is going way faster. Yeah, holy crap.
Tifa
Let's see,
embraces
skull.
her Italian heritage.
Nice.
Tifa visits.
Yeah, no, I didn't get to put the most important part of that sentence.
Which is
Wow.
But Italy stayed.
True.
Tiffany
Wow.
Italy.
Good.
how did it come back?
If
a
I was
meme.
able to type, if I was able to type the word that I missed,
Oh.
we would have had the same prompt twice.
I'm
Although-
Italian people really
amazed.
like peanuts.
There it is. I love. I'm like, wait, where was Tifa?
Italian peanuts.
How did that happen? How
I
did
mean,
it
if you
come
saw
back?
a prompt with Italy and a prompt started with Tifa, you should know where that's going.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't believe. Okay, I'm just really
Topical.
surprised with how my rectangles lined up.
Kicking
Yeah,
in
I'm
the
actually
shin.
amazed you did that.
I'm very surprised.
Oh, that's the shin?
Moons
Oh.
got kicked in the nuts.
Mans.
Yeah, that's what I saw too.
Ouch.
Man gets kicked in nuts. It definitely hurt.
That turned out way better than I thought it would.
Oh.
Boot kicks acorn. Disembodied face is sad.
The literalism.
Me, Gonaga.
Gonaga.
Galaga.
Perfect.
Oh no!
I wrote it in cursive specifically because I couldn't tell where the letters would be otherwise. Like, I'd have no frame of
On
reference.
Phoenix Wright character picks his nose.
Oh no!
Oh.
Why does he have to eat it?
No.
Then Zeke's eating his own boogers. More
That
at
was-
7.
That's
Why
what
did
his
he have
name
to
was. I
eat
could
it?
remember.
Oh, is that what that is? Oh.
Von Zico's tall glass of blood.
One
clot.
goes through his glass.
I know it was Van Zeke's, but, you know, that's not exactly
Von-
Van Zeke's.
Von Zikos. His Greek
Hello
cousin.
Kitty is sus.
Oh god.
What?
Oh, what?
Huh?
Oh no.
Eggers, what
Go
happened?
upside down and die.
I think I was. Yeah, I think my thing got like logged off because Hello Kitty isn't there at all.
Let's a go.
There is
Let's
no
a
Hello
know.
Kitty.
A freshly stopped go.
First to stop to go. I
But
don't
I
know where this
want
one
to go.
goes.
I have
Want to go, but you must Shto Zero.
There's zero. Oh, look, another
Oh,
boy.
that one didn't
That's
even
where-
respond, did it?
The
Okay.
nothingness is here.
where it goes.
God, this one really got messed up.
What happened here?
I think Kartik is breaking.
Cute dogs and cats.
This ought to be
What?
good.
I'm so sorry
Where?
for whatever happened to it.
What
This,
happened to
this
it?
is not ending the same way as it started, that's for
and
sure.
dog indifferent to each other.
Oh wait, I know exactly how this turned out.
I don't know where this is going.
Oh,
Okay.
I see.
I still
Cat
don't.
tongue challenge. Reach for the skies, cowboy.
I still don't know where this is going.
Again, I'm surprised how
Gee,
quote
that
unquote
sure is
well
some
mine
wine
turns
I
out.
dug.
It's close to
Oh.
Yeah, Max, it was never going to be cute. I don't know how, and like I couldn't draw, like I didn't know
Dachshund.
where my lines were going. So I was just like, I'm just gonna draw a
Yeah,
dog.
there was not a chance of
wait a
anything
minute.
happening there.
Wait, that's the
Wiener.
dog. That's the wiener dog from Oswald.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It is.
Hey,
Wiener dog.
He's
I just drew a
wow.
wiener dog.
It's wiener dog.
The Ween
Very
Dog. Ocean
Wiener
Man,
dog.
take me by the hand, post the link again. So damn.
Oh yes, there you go.
I was trying to do it, but it wouldn't let me. Thank you.
Meow.
Oh,
Meow,
my-
hello. Should we do a not secret one?
Yeah, probably.
Yes.
Speed? probably?
Oh, Rosie is finally on PC.
Yeah.
Rosie.
Ooh.
Who this? Hello?
I don't know, but I'm cool with it.
Do we want other anxiety and try speedrun?
Oh.
I mean, my art already looks like speedrun, so it would be fine on my end.
Hey Rosie, I can make the call bigger if you want to join in. Though. Oh wait, you're a mod? I don't know if you can bypass that, but I'm gonna make the call 8. Can you make a prompt suggestion? Go ahead. Oh, they left. We could do knockoff again.
We can do what?
Knockoff.
Knockoff is good.
Oh yeah, I'd be down for that.
Okay.
Knockoff
Knockoff
is
is
very
fun.
good.
Oh,
It
you do
also
want to
goes
join?
relatively quickly.
Yeah, no problem, Rosie.
You say what was the? Oh wait, what's that theme? Who?
Huh?
Didn't someone say they wanted to give a theme?
Oh yeah, that
no,
was
Blue Coin
Blue.
did. Yeah, Blue did.
Ah.
Ibuki.
I don't know what that is.
Ibuki Miyoda from Danganronpa 2.
Oh god, her design is so intricate.
I know. Which is
You
why
know,
it'd be
it's why-
perfect for knockoff.
I feel like you can't give. Like, if,
Can we-
if sorry.
Can we make that a general theme to just a Danganronpa character?
Yeah,
Like,
it
each of
needs
us
to be
put in
more
our
general.
own Danganronpa character.
It would need to be
Ibuki
more
could be
general.
one of those, and people could put in multiple. No one has to say if they're putting in Ibuki, so we might have multiple. But
Yeah, no, Blue
I
is
feel like there'd be
joking.
more variety if we each bring in our own.
I do think a theme would make it more fun. So it's just like, okay, let's do Mario characters. Let's do more Phoenix Wright. That even though that's been happening
Okay.
all night.
It's going to happen
Okay,
anyway.
I like this. I like this.
Like we could do Danganronpas.
We should
Phoenix
have a
Wright
theme.
characters
I
would be
think it-
easier to draw because everyone in Danganronpa either looks like a normal person or it has like 10 colors and like 15 accessories.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say or the Ryoma Hoshi, which looks like somebody from Rugrats.
Oh god, I don't know at all what you're talking about, but sure. I know the character, but I don't know what you're talking. He doesn't look like Rugrats to me. He looks like Doraemon.
If we do Phoenix Wright or Danganronpa, I don't expect anyone to do it, but just in case, it's like probably don't draw anything that could be spoiler related to those games.
Yeah,
Because
that's the
spoiler-
problem.
I figure in
Hell,
both.
that-
I figure in both scenarios, it's just draw the character.
Mhm. I don't know. Some people might
What if-
try and get creative.
What if instead of a character, I feel like The problem with giving like such a specific theme as like a game or a series would lead to a lot of repeats, especially among popular characters that we might both associate with. So what if we all got a franchise and just went with that? Like what
Okay.
each of us got a franchise. I don't know. That's just an idea, but we don't have to do it. I'm not sure
Or-
what the best way to do it is.
Or just everyone draw your favorite Danganronpa spoiler.
Oh no.
I was gonna say you just like get like a generator and just have somebody appointed a Danganronpa character.
Or
Because that would be the only way.
That would be a good idea,
everyone-
yeah.
Or we could also
So
just, instead of doing general franchises, we could just be like, birthday! And then go from there.
Yeah.
Birthday.
Oh yeah, what about like a word prompt, and then we can just pick what we want as long as it follows that prompt.
Yeah.
Could do that.
Okay.
What's our prompt?
What's a word?
What was yesterday's Wordle word? No, I'm kidding.
Yo, can we,
I
we
still
can
don't
use
understand it.
we can use my knockoff Wordle word, which was trash.
New York's hottest club.
We can New York's hottest club.
That's a good theme. New
that's
York's
the
hottest
theme.
club.
Sure, why not?
The theme of the night is New York's hottest club. All right, we're gonna do knockoff though, right?
I'm assuming that's how this works. Yeah, we have to do knockoff.
I mean, if everybody wait, hold on, before we do New York's hottest club, and if everybody won't it just look like a building?
Probably.
Why don't we pick
Fair,
Pokemon?
fair.
Why don't we just do Pokemon?
Pokemon! I'm down
The
with
odds of a
Pokemon.
repeat are like so low.
Okay.
Don't try to avoid the obvious popular Pokemon. Like
Yeah.
choose a Pokemon that you like normally don't hear talked about.
Mhm.
I'm gonna
gonna
make draw
use
the
random-
easiest Pokemon.
Oh yeah,
I'm
just
gonna
use a
use
random number
random.
generator.
Yeah, that helps.
Oh yes. Oh great, I get to do Buzzwole.
How many
not
Pokemon
doing
are there
this
again?
Too many.
800 something.
The jerk is gonna say 8.
8.
There's 8 of them.
At least 8, like Pikachu.
898.
Oh, wow.
Jeez. I'm surprised we haven't hit 1,000 yet.
Okay.
898. Wow. Okay, so the odds of us
Okay.
repeating are extremely low.
I got an okay one to draw. I already got mine.
Alright.
Here, random Pokemon generator. It's a website.
1, 2, 3.
Let me use my phone.
And generate.
I just thought of an idea.
Oh,
for the
okay.
next
I
one.
guess I'm drawing this one. Okay.
Okay, here we go.
There's a website called randompokemon.com and it's a Pokemon generator.
But the no, I'm not doing that. Well,
You are
yeah, no,
allowed
I'm
to
not doing
reroll.
that.
You are allowed to
Okay.
reroll if it's like
Yeah, just
insanely
reroll.
detailed.
That's better. I got the one from Sword and Shield that looks like a Kiss member. I was like, I don't know what that looks like. The sprite you gave me is so tiny. I can't draw that.
Oh, I'm absolutely looking up a reference.
I was like, oh god, no.
Oh, okay, I re-rolled and I like this one better, so I'm going with it. Though
You
the
know
other one
what?
would be funny to see sped up.
Honestly, try and pray for Gen 1 because they're a lot simpler back then.
I got a good Gen 1.
I got
You can
one
change
that was
the.
alright.
You can do. You can.
Yeah,
Mine's
you can
okay.
set the
you can start
rando.
by region.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
but
can-
where's the
you
fun
can
in
change it all
that?
to Kanto.
I got my Pokemon. I'm ready.
Okay, I think I'm good with mine.
One sec.
Ow.
Pray for Voltorb.
I got it. We're good.
Oh gosh.
Ready?
No. Yes.
I was born not ready.
Okay, let's do it. First, you draw a not circle.
Take a page and a pen, draw a big mushroom, add an egg, then 2 more.
Draw a cloud under here, and now let's add some coins. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Bam, 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 bam. Hello, CJ. How are you? Welcome in. Yeah, you can join. The great song, yes.
What's playing?
Debate Scrum.
Ah,
Oh, speaking of Dangan.
a good time.
It is. So, since we have so much time, are we drawing like a whole scene for our Pokemon?
I'm just drawing the Pokemon.
I think I'm just trying to give it as much detail as I can in this span of time.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just kind of just trying to draw the Pokemon for now. Not the
Wow, Zeno, working out. Look at you. So proud.
I also have a slightly
Xeno
detailed
working.
Pokemon, so I'm trying to do what I
Mhm.
can.
Yeah, I think I kind of lucked out on this one.
Oh, I got real.
I think I did alright.
Get ready for the
Meanwhile,
stress. Hopefully we didn't
I'm
all
listening
forget
to,
how stressful this is.
I'm listening to Space Oddity. Good
Nice.
song.
I'm gonna be stunned if one of us had a repeat.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen, and you know what?
I love me some Bowie
I
music.
hope so. It'd be kind of tight.
Yeah, it'd be funny.
Funny.
Funny, funny.
Ah, big funny.
And remember when I was fighting Cynthia and her Garchomp came out and Battle Against a True Hero immediately started playing? That was fun.
Sounds amazing.
It was incredible.
I hope you can read. I hope you all can read the song thing.
I could use the fill tool, but I'm choosing not to. Because that would be too easy.
That's alright. I mean, fair.
Oh, I
But
could have
mean,
used the
might as
shape
well
tools,
put
but I
good
didn't.
details in it. You might as well. Ring, ring.
There's so much on the screen right now that it's a struggle.
This might actually make it hard to tell what I actually drew, but oh well.
I really like mine. I think it's good.
It's appropriate for my art ability.
Is it a Voltorb?
It's not Voltorb, but not far off.
It's Electro.
Oh,
Electrode.
I see.
Still not Electrode, but
Oh.
again, not that far off.
It's a Ghastly, isn't it?
Someone's gonna see pretty short.
Someone will see it. We'll all
Oh,
see
they
it.
give you
eventually.
so much time. They must give you like 5 minutes on those.
Yeah, this takes a while.
Oh, it's this Pokemon. Okay.
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 I've never seen this Pokemon until now, so This is gonna
Have
turn
fun.
into. Oh god, I don't even know. Oh, this looks so bad.
This ought to be good.
Oh, I don't know any Pokemon past like 4.
Please stop counting, Thong.
Hey, the rest of these Pokemon I am doing by memory of the picture given to me, so this is gonna be interesting.
It'll be interesting if we get one where we can kind of recognize it and be like, oh, okay, it's this Pokemon.
I recognize what Pokemon it is, but that doesn't remember how to draw it.
True. I don't know who this is, so I'm just.
I super fucked this up.
I
try.
apologize in advance for that one.
That's fine.
That.
I mean, I didn't know how to describe this one without giving it away.
I am so sorry. This Pokemon definitely doesn't look like what it should look like anymore.
Oh, mine definitely doesn't.
Mine deserves better, but oh well. You can still tell what it
Mine looks like it wants to pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars.
Oh, I didn't realize how short the time. I think it cuts in half every single time you do it, because otherwise.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Oh, wait. Yeah, sure.
is. No,
Fuck
that's
it,
as good as
whatever.
that's gonna get.
Yeah, I kind of gave up on
Alright.
mine. I legit forgot what it looked like. Oh, this one. I think I know which one you had.
Okay. Let's start off with this.
Okay.
Pokemon from a later gen that I do know. At least I think I know what it looked like.
Ah, oh my god, the time.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It's fine. We still have a quarter of to go.
You still have a quarter of the time left. Yeah, that's a lot. That I don't have.
This looks like it could be a lot of generic animal.
No, Mayo, it does not stay. You gotta remember it.
Oh,
yeah, no,
yes.
it don't stay.
Ah,
Oh, hello.
hell. I think I know what this one is.
Okay.
And unfortunately, this one does not give you the color palette necessary.
Nope.
Yeah.
I think it's got little thinny like things here. Good enough.
Oh,
What?
this one. I
Who
know
is
that.
this? Oh, I
What
know.
Pokemon is this?
Oh, this is Okay, hold on. This is
I think I understand
Yeah,
this
but
one.
you're right, CJ. Well, since we got them all from generators, we're just kind of struggling.
Nope.
Not that we're not always struggling anyway. It's fine. I don't remember what Pokemon that was, so.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh, this one.
okay.
This
This
one.
is Oh, I see. Ah, yes. Stefan. Very cool. Jeez, that's so.
Oh, I'm not gonna make it. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, what was this
Oh,
supposed to
okay.
be?
I see. I understand.
I feel like I know what this one was supposed to be, but I'm not sure. Okay. Aww.
What? Who is this? Who are you?
Who are you, friend?
Hello there, buddy. Who are you?
Oh god, I completely forgot what this one looked like.
Oh, that doesn't look like the Pokemon I want it to look like.
Oh.
Oh, this one. I like this one. Very good. I'm gonna botch it up completely, but it's fine.
I'm going to assume this is what I think it is.
Let's add this.
Thank you, see, I tried my best.
Okay. All right.
There we go.
I am excited.
Here we
None
go.
of these are the same. None
Let's
of these
see.
are the same. I'm excited.
Yep.
What is this?
Paraseed.
Yeah, I
Never
don't know.
heard of
I
it.
didn't know what this was either.
I recognize it. That doesn't mean I remember
There was
it.
one I didn't recognize.
I saw that.
Oh, I like that.
It's good. Oh, okay.
Oh, but it's getting abstract.
Here it goes.
The balloon.
God. So fun story about
Vanilla.
this song. This was the case where I got lost in Apollo
yeah.
Justice, and so I just
Forget
kept
the
walking
Pokey.
past La Miroir,
See,
and
I
I kept
thought it
hearing
was
the first four
Cacnea,
notes of the song for like 30 minutes.
but it kind of turned into
Nice.
Carnivine.
A little bit. Yeah, that kind of turned into Carmine.
Yeah.
I was going for Cacnea is the funny thing.
It's true.
Okay.
CJ, who
Hi.
told you that?
Egg.
Oh, is that the easy one you got?
Yeah, yeah.
It's hard when you're drawing with a mouse in your right hand and you're left-handed.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I
we
didn't
lost an egg
finish the
along the way.
basics.
We lost it.
Yeah.
We lost an egg along the way.
I don't know how many eggs they have.
Oh my god.
Oh no, the Angie.
Oh, Angie. Oh, more
there's
eggs.
more now.
They spouted.
Multiply. Oh.
Oh, they're separating.
Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah,
the-
one is always cracked. It's unfortunate. I kind of like the Pokemon theme, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
We can do it again.
So,
It's still
Okay.
You said poggers.
Poggers.
not. Oh, okay.
Okay, so somehow this changed dramatically.
Yes, it did.
Oh my god.
Dr. Wiley.
Oh
Dr.
no.
Wowie.
Dr. Wiley.
Dr. Wow.
Yeah, see, it went
Yep,
back to Mr. Mime.
Turned into Mr. Mime.
It went
Go
back.
from Galarian to Cantonian.
This is how the region transition happens.
We're
What
sorry.
are you going in?
Oh no.
So
Maya, did you
strange.
see Green's thing?
I think when one doesn't go through, it sends the last one
Huh.
before it.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
I sent one.
Okay.
Oh, that must be what this is. That's really
My
good.
baby.
I apologize.
It's a Digimon now, David.
It is.
Oh gosh. I took that and I thought, oh no. Oh no, I thought it was Polytoad.
Oh no!
Oh, no way! No way!
Frog buddy.
Oh.
Can I say I love how mine start out and like immediately change?
Oh my
no,
god.
I just thought this, yeah.
Aegers, you should have drawn Among Us for the last fray. It would have become.
Oh no, I thought it was Polytoad, but it was my child.
Oh, you don't recognize your own child? Okay, well this did not. I didn't get out on, so.
Oh yeah, I didn't. I forgot what Hippowdon looked like.
I got the pre-evolution.
I got a different species altogether.
Like I saw the drawing and I was just like,
You know, I should have questioned why it was on all fours.
See, I saw that and I was like, Moose Moose? Wait, no, the other
Nope,
dude.
yeah, no,
the
see,
ferocious beast dude.
Yeah, this eventually, yeah, Sandile.
Aiden has like a Yoshi face going on.
It's the only face I know how to make.
Dragonite? What? What was the Dragonite?
That's what I thought it was. I was like, I should have questioned why it was on all fours.
David, that Dragonite got like a swag look to him. He like, hell yeah.
Hey, what you doing?
Hey girl.
How you
Let me
doing?
slide in.
Oh, that is adorable, Aiden.
So cute. It won't be for much longer, I'm sure. I
Wait, was that a Machoke in the background?
think that's just
No,
being
that is a-
swole.
That is a
No,
bubble.
now it is.
Swole Diglett, yeah.
It's a Machamp, actually. See, the funny thing is, the first thing I rolled was a Machoke, but I didn't want to do that.
Mayo, there's a fill tool, you know.
It's okay. It all worked out in the end.
Okay, because what's weird is this becomes Soul again.
And back to
Thank,
not
thank you, Eggers. Thank you for not showing us the underground.
You always gotta show the undertone.
He
I'm
has
so glad
them
we all
feet.
know Diglett.
You can't draw Diglett without showing the rest.
I was worried someone was gonna turn Diglett into a Mogus.
Oh, is that
Okay, this was the
zebra?
one that I didn't know what it was, so I
Was this
just kind
Blitzel or
of...
Substrika?
Probably Blitzel, but
I think I
I think
made
it's
it.
the second
I
one
think
you
I'm-
said, because I think I know what the first one was.
That's how I drew it. Aegers, that gives big Haunts energy.
I think I turned it into like a hedgehog or an aardvark.
Badger.
So-
I think I was
Soink.
thinking it was Donphan.
Oh.
Oh.
You turned into Soink
Oh.
Hedgehog.
Soink Hedgehog. Who is this, Fred?
The elephant now?
See,
This is
I
how they
told you.
create new Pokemon.
This is elephant. This is the second time in this entire session of Gartic that another animal has become an elephant.
Paper Stars looks like Fanfi.
A little bit. Fanpy.
Like
Little elephant, tiny elephant buddy.
Oh wow.
Ooh, that's good.
Okay.
That's good, but I
Oh,
don't know
that's
what
a-
happened. I don't know.
Yeah, this
what
did not
happened.
become.
It turned
It's
into
the-
like a the Meowth evolution.
Okay, I thought this was
Berserker?
Persian. That's what it looks like. It's
okay.
turned into.
I
Where
knew
Yeah,
it was
this-
one of the cat ones.
It's like, what Pokemon is this?
I know what this turns into.
What is
Oh,
that?
I understand now. I know what this turns into.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I wanted to draw it as an Ampharos, but I didn't have time.
Make yellow, make clear what is. Don't remember detail. And Mayo, you didn't even draw.
And this was Mayo's album
Wait,
too.
Yeah.
It was my.
You didn't even draw the
All according to
fun
Keikaku.
coincidence.
It always comes back around to you, Maya.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, I didn't get this.
Oh no, this devolved so quickly.
I didn't.
Yes, it
I didn't
do.
get. I didn't get this yet.
I did not get Wishcast when it came to me.
I like how derpy he is from the front.
Front-facing Wishcast isn't.
Oh no.
I got this, and I was like, Chin Chow.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, this
That's
is
good.
Chinchou. That's basically Chinchou.
Whiscash and Chinchou would be friends.
Yeah.
Two goofy
Guys, so-
looking little water creatures.
Are they not the evolutions of each other? Oh.
Nope.
No, they're completely unrelated. Except I think they were the same gen. Maybe I think they were both Gen 3.
Okay,
Say
I'm
Chin Chow evolves into Lantern.
I'm a level.
That's
Knockoff is my
right, okay.
favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
So knockoff mode is my favorite.
Do we want to do another
You
one?
were saying Chin Chow
I'm
was your
down.
favorite.
Oh no, I would feel very. I'm not. I do like Chin Chow, but not as much as Gaddy.
Yeah.
Raichu is my favorite because I'm basic, but not that basic. Not
Raichu's
basic
good.
enough to like Pikachu, but I am basic enough to like a Pikachu evolution.
DJ, since you just joined, are you cool doing knockoff mode with Pokemon again? This is really. Or we could pick a
already got
different theme.
mine.
We could pick a different theme if we wanted.
Yeah, we could.
DJ's into it. Let's do it.
Alright then,
I've got mine already.
Yeah, I found one.
okay.
I
well,
re-rolled
let
because
me-
my other one was too complicated.
Yeah. Okay, I'm good. I got this.
Oh, I'm gonna upset somebody.
Oh no.
somebody.
I'm gonna say, let's go Johto.
Oh.
Oh. Okay, yeah, I'll take that one.
I want. Oh my god! Please, something simple.
Simple in this day and age? Nah.
Okay, I'll work with this. I think I can work this way.
Oh my god. I love how
think
this was
it-
going to be variety and it just turned into like an hour of sunshine and almost 4 hours of Gartic Foe.
I mean, for
it
what
been
it's worth,
4
there's a lot of
hours?
modes. You can do a lot with Gartic Fun.
I know.
So much.
Yeah, it's really neat. And like, have you seen like some of the Rubber Ross videos where they look like?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I've seen
The,
those.
the,
No.
the animations they do are insanely good.
I was still
It's
gonna
so
play.
Were we talking about that yesterday? What a fun
ready?
coincidence.
Are we ready?
Ready.
Okay, everybody got their mons?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, man.
It's gonna be great.
How did she get so mean? How did she get so mean?
Okay, let's see. Start with this.
Also, I let my YouTube just pick random songs for me, and it picked the fucking FNAF Man Behind the Slaughter song, and I swear to God, I'm gonna lose it.
With the big boys going with the big stuff. Feels so clean like a money machine.
Let me try a different thing.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah.
Live and learn. And get on just tomorrow.
Live and learn.
From the works of yesterday. Live and learn. If you beg or if you borrow. Incomprehensible babbling.
Sonic Hero. Sonic
Do
Hero.
Have you ever heard that original version of the song where they didn't have the words? They just kind of
Yeah,
did.
it's great.
It's so
I heard
funny.
it once. It was good.
Sonic Heroes. Sonic. Good night, Blue.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay.
I love not being an artist because even my first thing is bad.
Fair.
I actually got one of my favorite Pokemon too, so that's pretty cool.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Means I'm going to disrespect it and do it no justice whatsoever.
It'll be fine.
Will it though?
I love you.
Back to your favorites.
This is hard.
The first Pokemon I rolled was Dusknoir. I was like, no.
I rolled Raikou for my first one, and I'm like, I'm not.
Maybe not. No.
Man, this thing was gonna have me do Buzzwole, and I'm like, are you kidding me?
I was joking about Buzzwole. You got it.
Mine looks like the Ditto version of it. Like if a Ditto turned into this Pokemon.
Wait, this is. Let me see what this thing has.
Ditto would be a fun one to get randomly because you just
Oh, yeah.
scribble a pink blob and then use the fill tool, do a little funny, funky smiley face, and then you're done.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Something like that. Alright, let's get to work.
This is looking a little demonic. Let me give it some depth.
I hope I didn't write something terrible.
Great. It's in my head now.
Good.
As it should.
As it should.
Okay, so apparently Quentin Reviews' next video was called "The Failure of Victorious," and like Victorious failed in but may have failed, but not in the songwriting department.
Did it fail?
I don't know.
Like,
I don't think it actually failed.
I
but, like,
didn't watch Nickelodeon back then, but that was the main show I heard about around that time.
would have been iCarly. I think would have been like the biggest show on Nick.
Was there an overlap between the time those two shows were on air?
Yes.
Yeah,
There was a
They crossed over
crossover.
together.
Yeah, they crossed over.
I didn't know. I thought that was like a. I thought it was like that Sweet Life thing where they bring back one of their old shows for a crossover.
Maybe.
Here I am in your
The second
life.
Sweet Life thing, the Dawn Deck one, because the one they did first was
The
all
Sweet
those
Life-
shows were on air. Yeah.
Like the That's So Sweet Life of
Yeah,
Hannah Montana.
All three of those
Mhm.
shows were on air at the same time, but the one they did the
Wizards,
Wizards on Deck, I
with
think
Hannah Montana.
was in that one, and Hannah was off air by that point.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
The most unrealistic part of that entire episode was that Cody expected Hannah Montana to remember him.
Wow.
God,
Actually,
I've seen people like that at conventions where it's just like,
Oh.
remember when you met me at this time? It's just like they meet
No.
like 300 people every convention, and they do like tons of conventions a year. Why would they remember that?
Yeah.
I brought you a water.
Water.
There we go.
Nothing like a nice helping of everything's all right.
Oh.
Which Pokemon was the one?
Oh, that's a good one. I like this one.
Can't do this. This is gonna be awful.
This baby. Oh. I'm gonna try to do it, give it justice with the color palette I've got, but can't promise anything.
Oh god, I completely forgot what this Pokemon looked like in the instant.
Same.
I like when there's I like when we get to the point where it becomes inefficient to color.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the next round for me.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm getting creative with this one.
Also, shout out to my buddy Delcake for this cover. It rocks, but like in a cool way.
Heck yeah.
God, I still need to play Imposter Factory. Shit.
Yeah.
I want to really
It's a
bad.
wild ride.
Diana LP'd it already, and I was like, what?
Yeah, I went ahead and watched her LP of it. I don't know when I'll get to it. I still have to do I still have to play Finding Paradise for myself.
Finding Paradise is good.
It is.
I love Finding Paradise. I like it better than To the Moon, actually.
Yeah.
I think the
It's
message
more
is more.
intense
I think the message resonates with me more.
Mm-hmm.
It's good stuff.
Don't worry, no spoilers. I won't.
Everybody dies.
Everybody, clap your hands.
No, that's redacted. Oh god, I'm sorry. This ended up not looking like the Pokemon at all. I'm so sorry. To
Yeah, no,
whoever
this
gets I took some creative liberties.
this is
I
not
Tom
definitely took
Fox
some
did.
creative liberties, and I apologize in
Mhm.
advance.
I'm okay so far. Like you can tell what this is. That
What
that
a
won't
mood
scare
shift,
me.
As long
Jesus
as we can
Christ.
tell.
It went from everything's all right to pursuit from trials and tribulations.
Ooh, Okay, I think I know what this is supposed to be, but that don't mean I remember how it actually looks.
I don't know who this is. I think it's this. I think it's a strong red.
Man, all I can think about right now for no reason is Stefan saying Minora the Explorer.
I think you got my drawing.
I don't know. No, just in general, I've been thinking about that all day.
Oh, okay.
Who knows, though? I certainly don't know anything.
Knowing things couldn't be me.
Wish I could remember if this Pokemon had a certain feature. I can't because I'm stupid and I missed my... Shut up, phone.
I drew this.
I drew this.
I don't remember what the Pokemon looks like. I remember it in my head, but I can't draw it.
Oh, I think this is...
I love I can tell which this one is.
Oh, what this one is, yeah.
Really looks like, but I'm gonna try my best to...
Is that not what it has, Rosie?
I'm gonna do my best to try and make this... This is a little bit terrifying, actually. I don't like it.
Oh no.
Oh fuck.
I know, right?
There you go.
What do you mean, more hair? Oh, I knew this was gonna happen.
Who is this? Who is this friend? What?
I'm so excited. You have no idea.
I'm gonna say it's this. Oh god.
Well, I know what this is supposed to be.
I understand who it's supposed to be, but why did you draw them like this? Why? Well, you know, I say that, I'm also drawing them like this, so, it's fine.
Oh fuck.
I didn't hit done.
Okay.
Hopefully it still counted.
Yeah,
is
yeah. If
this?
you don't finish, as long as you draw something.
I forgot what Pokemon I'm drawing, so it became something else. I'm sorry.
Yup.
There you go. You can take it.
What is this?
This is my boy! Yo, it's my boy! I think.
Oh, it's.
Man, it's
really
my
need
boy, but I'm
I
so
need to
sorry.
spend a
I've
little more
defaced-
time looking at these drawings, I think.
I've defaced my boy.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Oh no. Who is this? Who is this?
Who is she?
I think I'm just gonna go ahead and say it's this because I saw it earlier and I was like, you know what? I don't want to draw this Pokemon, but I guess I am now. Oh, I hate it. I'm so sorry.
What is this supposed to be?
It's so stressful.
I'm getting anxious that I'm the one that's showing all these ones. It's like, who the hell are you? It's such a
Oh,
tense-
this looks like Zoidberg. Oh boy. Okay.
Oh my god. There's no time.
Okay,
Here
here
we
we go.
I got the most complicated one last.
Okay, everybody take a deep breath before we go forward with this, because I think we need it.
That was fucking hilarious.
Oh my god.
She more hair than that?
That was great.
Here we go.
That was a 10-player round. It was a 10-player round.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Porygon
a
Z,
binary
right?
code.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not super familiar with it, but I kind of recognized it.
Oh.
Actually, that's still pretty accurate.
Yep.
Very abstract, but yeah.
We're keeping it.
Yeah. Okay. We recognize that it's Porygon.
Lead life.
Lead.
I'm glad you had time for that. I kind of hope somebody just forgets to draw the Pokemon and draws Leet with the time they have.
I didn't even read what it said. It was gone, but it was gone out of my brain as soon as we had it for a good while.
and then it got legs.
A couple of
Oh, Whisper. I didn't get a Whisper.
Oh, it's
Yeah, I never got a Whisper.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm gonna guess it. Oh,
I
that's
think
good.
I
That's a good
ruined it.
Whisper.
That's really good, actually. I think I ruined
No,
this one.
I ruined this one.
You might have both ruined it. That's entirely possible.
No,
Oh, I know what this goes into.
Oh yeah,
See,
no.
I saw Snubble.
Yeah, okay, I got Snubble.
I never got a Snubble either, so
Oh,
there it is.
Kirby on a raft.
There it is.
My favorite Pokemon.
I chose the wrong color.
Star, why did you draw the Japanese flag?
Man, I love how abstract this is.
Oh, I'm not saving
This
that
is
one.
my favorite mode, for sure. Oh my god, well that did not go.
I don't know
Somebody
where
absolutely
this
did not.
went. I'm.
See, this is where I'm like, I remember what this Pokemon is, but I don't remember how to draw it.
Oh.
Oh
this
gosh,
is
yeah, this
better
one
than
evolved.
decent.
This one
Oh,
turned into.
okay.
Oh,
Damn.
wait,
Oh,
Right.
it's in a record.
Oh no.
it's a national flag of Raichu.
Oh, and Pika.
This went into-
Pika
See,
Bean. Pika Bean.
No face. Oh, that's cute.
What's Pikachu running from?
His tail.
from Pikachu.
It's running from the Pika Bean.
I was thinking to myself, like, there's no way somebody would have rolled Pikachu and not been like, oh, thank God. Well, I didn't get
Oh.
Surfetched, I'll tell you what.
I never
Oh.
got Surfetched. Oh no. Look at the guy.
Okay, I
Look at
totally
it. I love Surf. Oh, I
Oh.
see. This is where it turns into something.
This is where it.
else.
No, it actually.
No?
it
No,
lasted.
not
This is
yet.
gonna derail.
Oh.
Yeah, Maya got
Aw.
it.
Okay, no, mine's is where it starts derailing. I know that for sure.
Oh, I
Oh.
see.
Why does that look like a cartoon character I grew up with?
See, and then okay,
It's a
yep,
peanut.
that's where
I was
Like
gonna try to
Gary.
make some cool one.
Oh, now it turned into a different bird.
I saw Psyduck.
We kept the bird.
Oh,
I-
did we? Did we really?
Oh,
Now it's
It's
just
the
a
duck
duck.
that walked up to a lemonade stand.
And
know
said
what?
to the
That's
man running the stand.
That's the least any of mine have derailed thus far, so I will take it.
It looks like the rubber duck from Pikmin 2.
Oh, hi, Rosie.
Hey, Rosie.
Rosie.
Okay, well, this was really hard to draw, so.
The call. Oops. Well, I shoved you off of the Twitch.
Yeah, this
Discord overlay.
Oh, this is going so
Now you're
bad.
gone.
Okay.
It's okay.
I
It's
was gonna say, I
assumed.
did not
It's
get
assumed
captured.
that I am here. I'll just like cut off there.
I'm so sad.
Yeah. What?
That was
Oh
very
my
true,
god!
maybe.
What? Okay, well, I screwed this up really badly because I didn't get Dragonite.
Well, I mean, it was Sandshrew and now it's Dragonite.
Yeah. Oh wait, no,
That's
I
why
got
you
this
were the
earlier.
second one.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. Where's the blue coming from? There's no blue on Dragonite.
Yeah, there is.
Who knows?
Yeah,
It's got blue wings, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it does. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
There's Dragonite.
It looks like
belly.
Higgers. It looks like Sneeder.
I mean,
Okay, well, I'm a fake Pokemon fan. Okay, Diaz, I'm sorry.
I think it's because I think it's because it's the web.
Wait, it's just square. It's
isn't it?
just squares and circles. Shit, I drew like all the PlayStation symbols.
I think it's just like triangles, actually.
It looks like my Togepi
there's
looks
no
like a
X's, but the other
flat-headed
shapes, I think,
football
are on
player.
there.
I don't know, there's like triangles and like diamonds.
That's a Kirby pose if I've ever seen one sailor.
CJ, that's fantastic. One triangle.
One.
The one.
You get one. Oh,
Baby.
Babe.
This one.
at least it didn't become Mr. Rhyme halfway through.
I feel like Togepi has a very distinct.
Expression on that last
Yeah.
one.
I really like that. I like that expression.
I've drawn Togepi from memory a lot.
Oh, I
Oh,
see.
yeah, you never
Okay,
got
well,
that.
I did
Yeah.
get Lopunny, but
I see.
Yeah.
I don't know where this is going.
I
I think
definitely
we
got
all know where
Lopunny.
this is going.
Oh no.
Okay.
Why does her boobs look like a nut?
Oh, okay. That's where this one went.
Yeah.
I still don't know where this is
I
going.
gave her
Because it looked
Shakira
like- It
hips
looked like a
'cause I didn't.
poodle, so I just turned it into a poodle.
Oh, it's
I mean, there is a
Furfru.
poodle-
It's
Hey,
Furfru.
Furfru. There is a poodle. Oh!
Marge.
Marge.
It's
Marge turned into a book.
It looked like a pig. It looked like a pig to me.
Homie, change me back.
Traveled.
I'll rock smash, sweetie pie.
Okay, I never saw Zubat. Oh no.
We got okay. I made a mistake here.
Oh no.
Oh, it got
Oh, yeah.
legs.
I thought this was Golbat, so I went with the big mouth.
Okay,
Oh,
I
I see.
spent too much time trying to get it to pug and not enough.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell is this? And I was like, is this?
It's another Kirby enemy.
I was like, is this Woobat?
It evolved into Crobat. Look at that.
Yeah, we've been to the whole evolution line. It went from Zubat to Golbat to Crobat,
And then to
And then
Woobat.
and then to a Kirby boss.
And then it turned into freaking man.
What is that?
No, you underestimate us. You very underestimate us.
My favorite Pokemon.
Pikmin, Pokemon, Pikemon.
Come on.
Oh,
Gotta pluck 'em all. I really like the Pokemon theme with the
good.
knockoffs.
It was Growlithe.
It's
okay,
great.
thank goodness. I'm so glad.
Hey,
Ah,
that
That
was.
was. Oh, very good.
This was one of the last things I got, so unfortunate.
Woof. Pikmin was the type of Pokemon.
that was so cute.
Look
and then
at
I
all of the
killed it.
babies.
Oh, same,
You
Lyle.
killed it. Kinda still there.
I see it. I see it.
Okay, now
Kinda
it's
still
just become
there.
Garfield.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kinda still there.
Oh my god.
It's okay. Don't worry. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It came back.
What is it? What is that left? What is that left arm?
Yeah, why is it like kneeling?
It's proposing.
Another proposal.
It's posing for its new mixtape.
You know this
Well,
dude.
no.
This dude won
I mean-
first place in Flash Forward. You know.
I'm just like those. I'm just thinking of those memes where it's just like preacher kneels down. It's just like, hey, you know who else? Who else
Okay, now
wanted
I
to catch your ball or whatever. I don't know.
now I understand that it did indeed have more hair than I did.
More hair.
It looks like a Tonberry.
And then you gave it like a fucking bowl cut. And I'm like, why would you do this?
Why does mine look like a Tonberry?
I don't know.
Guys.
It's the coconut head of
New
Pokemon.
Tonberry dropped.
No kidding.
Oh, I can't
What is
open
that?
my eyes.
Yeah.
Like,
What
what the
is
fuck
that?
could I get?
It's either like Whismer,
Oh, no.
Voltorb,
Why does Voltorb look like that? Okay.
I
Well, that's
thought
a
it was
Electro.
gonna be Jinx.
Oh, you evolved it.
Oh my. You want to do another one of these?
I'm down if those are. I had a dumb idea to throw in with it.
Sure. Sure.
Like, if we each wanted to generate our own, like, random Pokemon version.
Oh, no,
God,
yeah.
okay.
Oh my god.
God.
We have to
Oh
make
Fusion
my
website.
God.
Let me get the Fusion website up.
Alright, hold
So,
on.
let's try and use the same Fusion
Okay.
I
website.
have this saved somewhere. Hold on.
It's Japeel, right? That's the one?
Oh yeah, I think that is
Yeah,
the
Japeel.
one.
Japeel is the
It's
the
Ja
one
Rule, right?
Yes.
It's Ja Rule.
Link it
Alright.
in chat. Here you go.
I want to keep in touch with anything. Oh, you can toggle classic mode on there.
I'm gonna
Gimme.
choose. Let's see. Give
Gimme.
me.
Someone tell me when to
Yes.
stop.
Stop.
Okay.
I'm.
What's the different from this one?
Oh, I don't like that.
I don't like this one.
Oh, it's not flesh colored.
Oh god, it makes
Oh.
sense.
I think I'm gonna
Excuse
take a
me?
quick break for like a round or two, so I'm gonna pop out for a little bit.
No worries, Star. Thank
Just
you.
because I've been
Oh.
playing the almost, well, not the entire time since you're doing Arctic.
There's been
but,
a
like,
lot.
Yeah,
I feel that. It's tired.
so I'm gonna take a quick break for a round or two and just watch.
Okay, this is mine. I got it.
I think I found mine.
I found
I'm
mine.
gonna take a screenshot of it and just have it ready when we finish, so everyone knows what it is.
Oh, I don't
You know,
like
that's a
mine.
good idea, actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Cause oh man, this one has some energy to it.
Actually, you know what? We could just spoiler tag it and then. we
Mine
can
is just
have it in there.
uncomfortably flesh colored.
Mine is a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna spoiler tag it and just have it there at the ready.
Hold on.
I generated it on my phone like a stupid. So. Megalovania.
I'm gonna. Since I screenshotted mine, I'm gonna evolve it because I want to see what it'll look like.
Yeah.
You can evolve it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's an evolve button. Oh, good dear God.
Whoa.
How do you evolve it? I guess mine's the same. Mine's already fully evolved, so I
That's
can't.
probably what it
Yeah,
is. Yeah.
probably. Okay, I've screenshotted the evolution too.
Oh, the evolution.
Oh my god.
I low key wanna.
So if you get a better evolution out of it, I say you can use that too.
Okay, hold on.
I'm still gonna use my pre-evolution because I think it's funny, but oh god, this.
Oh, I don't like this one.
Okay, I'm gonna take a screenshot.
Alright, that one's pretty
Okay, I posted mine too, just so we have it.
I'll take this one actually. This
When
is one.
when for anybody who's not in the call and doesn't have access to Kokam Room, so when we get to the actual like part where we show them off, I'll link the files as we're doing it. Like
Oh,
I'll
dear God,
link
this
to the
thing is
images.
cursed.
You know.
Okay, then.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me
Yeah, I
spoiler
just-
attachment.
Okay, I'm ready, I guess.
I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
I think I'm ready.
Ready as I'll ever be.
Which room are you doing the screenshots?
Kokam Room.
comment.
Sounds good,
How do I
CJ.
do spoiler again?
It's on your. Are you on your phone or?
I'm on desktop.
Okay. How do you do that? I think there's a thing where you mark it as. Oh, click on it, and then it might like tell you
Oh,
to mark
spoiler
it.
attachment. That's easy.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Crank it up, crank it up.
I mean, they be acting like they try.
In that page. In that page.
Yeah, that was very
Bottles
handy
in
and
the
convenient.
ice, like a bliss.
Like a Mountain Dew.
When we drink, we do it right, like a Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew.
Woke up this morning and I got out of bed. Had a giant Mountain Dew drink to clear my head.
Except it turned out it was evidence for that case, and now I'm in trouble for drinking evidence.
What's
we? What's up with that? What's up with that? We? What's up with that? What's up with that? I feel like hear me out. If Plasma could show Stefan on his stream without any problem, I can show off one episode of What's Up With That. It's on YouTube, but we'll save that for
It
later.
is.
Anyway, ready to start?
I'm good.
I'm going to be in pain. This is a bad Pokemon that I got.
Oh,
So.
I just realized my fusion has feet. I don't like that.
Man, where's Holly?
Is there a time limit or no?
Oh, there
There
it is.
is, but it's pretty long.
It's
The
it's
first
long at
one is
first. It's
long.
long at first.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's been so long. I'm gonna mess up so much.
It's been
Oh,
so
don't worry, I have been
lonely
doing that
without
too.
you here. I can do whatever I choose.
I'm taking in all the details of this one, and I'm just like, oh my god, this is even worse than I imagined.
Yeah, drawing this, I grossly underestimated how easy it would be to draw this. So,
Yeah. Mine is mine has been previously memed. But it's fine.
oh no, did you generate Crotom? I first
I
thought you
will
don't.
neither confirm nor deny
Okay.
whether that happened. We'll just have to see next time on Gardic Phone Z.
I hate this so much.
Thank God they give you like 5 minutes to do this. I needed all of that time.
I need less time with this.
There's even more time.
Paper Star, I didn't even hear you jump in. I'm sorry.
This is my regret. So, this is my
I
regret.
came in when you were all singing, and I just came in here just because I wanted to.
It is cursed.
What's up with that? What's up with that?
What's up with that?
What's up with that? What's up with that? What's up with that? Now if you in school, don't you stay away from that rectangular pizza. You know why? Because it is nasty, yeah.
I have no idea what you're singing.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, well, you
Okay.
see.
SNL.
Gotcha.
I got several of them into enjoying it with me.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
What are you doing?
No, we're gonna do Californians. The
Not
Californians.
the California.
You're so
Thank you for bringing that
insulted.
California wine all the way from Sonoma County, California.
Anytime, bro.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude, anytime, bro.
I was up in.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was up in Napa. Then I
Got on the
hauled ass down to
405.
San Jose.
I got on
down
the
to
5.
Then I took the 57.
And then I passed a Baja Fresh and turned left after it. Then I stopped at a stoplight by the Lowe's Home Improvement. And then
What are you
That
talking
one
about?
doesn't even have a garden center.
you now, Stuart. It's new. It opened up in January. The Californians.
Camel.
Nope.
Mine took so much time in the cave.
I feel like I took too much time on this one. It shouldn't have taken this one.
This one is taking very long.
I hope people like mine.
Oh, nope, 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 nope,
Oh, no.
It's cursed.
EG.
Most definitely.
Oh, it's gonna be a fucking nightmare for this guy. Oh, no. Brabbit, they would all stare in the mirror because it's like your cliche everybody's on the screen before the scene transition for a soap opera.
Oh, the oh.
Trey?
There we go.
Trey? Trey?
Oh my
dear
gosh,
God.
who is this friend?
This is so hard.
Same thing. What the fuck?
Oh, I'm going to screw this up so royally because I
Oh no,
already
wait,
got
we did it. But basically same thing. We literally got the same Pokemon.
Who?
Oh my god.
I'm very curious as to which Pokemon that is, because this one is, I don't know how to describe it.
Gurtom.
No, this one's giving me, very different vibes from a Scritom.
In a good way or a bad way?
In a... question mark?
I feel like I know what this combination's supposed to be, but dear God, as my brain
I
already
only
like,
remember one color. I'm having problems.
I think that this is this, but I don't know what the head is supposed to be.
I think I'm just gonna say screw the fill tool for this one.
One of us got the same Pokemon, but like for one of the fusions, I'm like, oh.
Oh no.
That's incredible.
That's amazing. How did two of us come up with the same idea?
I don't know.
That sounds amazing.
I ruined this game because I can't remember what I was supposed to do.
Oh, don't worry, that's the fun of this one. We're not gonna remember shit about what we're doing.
Don't remember what this.
So like this is
the other
the
Pokemon
first time we're
looks
seeing
like,
any
so-
of these, so it's really hard.
I'm going with this. This is the best I can do.
I don't know what this is. It's not what it was supposed to be, but I'm you know what? I'm just gonna go with it.
I'm an idiot.
This is what it is now.
And when
Rabbit,
was
I
basically-
know you liked the one where they kept cutting to different angles of Bill Hader and he would turn around.
I love that. That's great. Why is it always Bill Hader?
Cause Devin. Devin? What are you doing here? I was just Mr. Stewart, your lawyer is here to see you. Let's go sit on these Mexican country style chairs.
That was a Mexican country style.
Let's go sit in the
I have
sequoia seating
no
arrangement.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Oh, I got a do-over. Hell yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
I think I kind of know this one. Maybe. Oh.
There's no way that this actually happened.
I'm gonna say it's supposed to go like this.
Yeah,
I think I know what it is,
you
but I'm-
doing here, dude, bro? Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just gonna say I think I know what it is, but I'm definitely gonna mess it up. But it's fine.
Hell
That's
yeah, mess it up.
fine.
Mess it up.
Mess it up.
So
Fuck it up.
Pokemon around me, they be
acting like they drunk. They be looking like they drunk. Looking like they drunk.
Close the gap.
I remember even less about it this time. Oh my.
I think I might know what this is supposed to be, but...
I think I'm remembering the wrong thing for this.
There's a lot of detail.
Oh gosh, there's not a single color in this on this dang thing. Hold on.
That's right, Rabbit. Yeah, she showed up for the 40th anniversary Californian special. The Californians. He's holding me captive. He took my cell phone. Haven't seen the sunlight all for days.
Even though what Pokemon is at the top?
So call the police before it's too
Too
late.
late. I have a feeling he's standing right beside me.
Is there a problem, Michael?
You were skating on a thinnest device. Oh wait, no. No problem at all. I'm glad to be here.
It's like a dream
this
come
Come true for me. You are skating on the thinnest device. Come out to Ham and Bubbly. If you know a better place for pork and champagne, keep it to yourself.
To yourself.
I definitely added some details here because I couldn't remember anything.
I don't know.
Same.
What that's. Oh my! This is beautiful. I love it. I don't know who it is, but I love it.
I see.
This Pokemon looks like the judge from Ace Attorney. What the hell? A dream come true for me.
Okay, I recognize the base of this body, but I have no idea what citizens.
I like when you know when I'm struggling for time because I just use dot eyes.
Okay, I recognize this Pokemon at
Oh,
least.
this this dude's an enemy in Pikmin actually, like literally exactly this. Flora and LaBelle's theme kinda slapped, so I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, you kind of do.
It's not fair.
Excuse me.
Hey Nick, how you doing? They are.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Okay.
so adorable.
Okay.
I know.
Can't even remember what color this thing is.
Nope.
Honestly, this is so fun.
Yeah, this is
I
good.
love to guard. I guard all day long.
Well, that's what you're getting. Have fun.
Especially when I eat some broccoli, I just guard real hard.
It
you
was
know?
friend. Who are you?
What
Why are these here?
I don't even know.
happened, David?
I'm just thinking this.
I'm so mad.
I'm getting a. Not to spoil just a bit, but I'm getting a kangaroo vibe from this.
Okay.
Why is this
Really?
just kid?
Like something from Hollow Knight. Okay.
I think I know what the rotation is now.
Why does it feel like I got more time for this one than the last one?
Simpler design, maybe?
I guess.
Because I just got a simple design and I'm already done, basically, because there was nothing really to work with.
What the fuck is this?
Oh my
What?
Okay.
Oh, this is that thing from DKC 2.
Dare I ask?
You'll see.
No.
You'll see.
Oh,
Just
that's what
no.
you're getting.
I actually, the last thing I got, I actually was still
I
able
don't know
to.
what this is. I'm just trying to answer this.
I was actually able to figure out what this last thing was.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
That's it. I'm very frightened.
There we go.
This
we did
is
it.
gonna
All right,
All
do we
right,
need
so
to breathe?
Who had the other.
Give me
Okay, so I'm gonna get the first book, which means I should probably prep mine.
Like I posted mine.
I posted mine, so let me just link it.
Okay, I see. Okay. Are we allowed to look at it now?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, I
That's
see.
what it.
Oh, that's a
Not
Starmie.
the other
I
one.
didn't see anything that looked like that.
Oh, this went. This went.
Oh,
This went
that's the
places.
last one I got.
Yeah.
Oh.
It
This
changed.
went places.
Oh.
Oh,
This
shit,
went
okay.
places.
Oh. Oh my god.
Oh, that explains that.
Did I get my own thing back?
I don't think so.
So.
No. Oh, that's what it was. I thought it was a big one. And I didn't finish.
I think it was actually Star Me.
So mad.
It looks like yes.
Yeah, that is a Starmie.
Yep.
See, this is what I thought was the DKC2 thing.
Big the spider, and I didn't know spider was.
Oh my god, it is Splitter.
Flat.
So that was Stardos.
Stardust.
Next we have
Who's
DJ, you were the other one? You were the other one that had Mulligan? Oh my god.
we
Yeah,
got
I didn't
No wonder. I was like,
Oh.
Help.
Oh.
So is this Oddish and Hoppip?
that looks
This
like a
is Azumarill and Hop Hip.
oh.
Oh. Posts the.
Okay, well at some point this no longer becomes
I thought it was a chick.
yeah, see this is what's
Oh, okay.
Turn it into Loppity.
it's
No, I
Loppity
thought it
wins.
was a chick.
Oh, dude.
Okay, I posted
I know,
the
it's
picture
fine.
though.
Oh, there
I
it
posted
is.
the picture of what this looks like. I don't know what that appendage is, but.
Oh yeah, a zoo pip.
That's what, okay,
Okay.
now that's what I got. Okay.
This
now
is-
Yeah, I turned
this
it
is
into
Ager's
Hollow
is.
because I didn't know what it was.
A zoo pip is fucking adorable, and I am saving this.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Azupip's very good.
Mhm.
I like this different variant
I
of
just
Oddish.
don't like the weird appendages. It's a little uncomfortable.
All right, next we
Okay.
have David's. This ought to be good.
I don't,
There, I
even,
put it
I
up
don't
there.
even remember what you got. Oh, right.
Oh boy.
Oh,
I
That's
did
what
not
it-
get
that is
that.
a gun sparse and
I
Oh.
did not get that.
Oh.
I could
It
not
just looks
remember
like
shit.
Oh.
the face.
Okay.
God, Dunsparce and Dartrix. The hair screams Edgeworth. The face screams Toadsworth.
That's what I got. I was like, what's this?
See, I was figured it was.
At the end, at the end I realized it was I thought it was a hoo hoo. I thought it was hoo hoo.
I thought it
I
was.
thought it was the one leg. I was like,
It was Rowlet.
oh.
I get Leonardo for my round.
I got it at a glance, and I was like, okay, weekend's over.
It is actually called a Duntrix in this
Duntrix.
fusion.
That's amazing.
Duntrix.
Okay, where's live?
Oh boy.
Here's mine.
Oh, that looks so good.
Wait, what's that?
Oh, that's so
I
cute.
See.
I did not know what that was.
Volpup.
Oh, I thought that was an Eevee.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, I got
I did
Eevee.
not get that.
And like also Growlithe.
See, that's why I said it looked like the judge from Ace Attorney.
Okay, now it's turning into that rock gem thing. I don't know what it's called. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, I had to improvise.
Oh,
there we go. Fleshing it out.
That's Volbat.
You know that Gen 2 Pokemon Volbat?
But yeah, say hello to Volpup, Lillipup, and Volby.
That's very good.
Yeah, that was Voltorb and Mr. Mime. Mr. Volt. What is this?
Gardile.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Gardile.
What you got?
Monkey chair.
I was like, oh.
I got Turtwig out of
Oh
that.
no!
And a frog.
And
God.
dial, but the muzzle's gone.
Why does it have a mustache? Why did I do that?
This one. This one.
Yeah, I had some trouble with the fill tool, so
Oh, same.
there was one I messed up way worse.
Ooh.
I don't
Yeah.
know who I got.
You're getting bean with like 3.
This was.
Come hither.
Oh,
Oh,
did
then I got yours. So I just followed it.
Yeah.
That's great.
Oh
I
my
wish I knew what
god.
Pokemon that was.
Yeah, what Pokemon is this?
Scared to see what people do.
Oh,
with
this is
mine.
Gardile. Yeah, this was Gardile.
And now it's Gar's Smile.
Sure is. Okay.
We got the grass
right,
type, yeah?
Skirtom.
Oh.
Did you
I did
wait?
not
Did you
know
just
that.
get Skirtom, or did you actually?
Wait.
No,
Just
I
read it.
intentionally did that.
I didn't get this. Uh-oh.
I didn't
Yeah, I
What does
like
this turn into?
it's some technical difficulties right here, and it's just like, well.
I just want to
is
point
that.
out that the way that Plasma names that emote,
Oh,
Solid
okay,
P
this is what I
and
got.
Skirtom, it's two parts of the same
Oh,
thing.
that's what this was.
Oh, that's this one.
You can tell him I said that.
I like how we keep getting Diglett.
Hey, hey Aiden, hey Aiden.
No, I thought it was like a Chinchou.
He is
No,
stored
yeah,
in the
hold on.
Skirtom.
No.
Yeah, yeah, okay. I'm glad I
He is
wasn't the
stored
only
in
one
the
thinking that.
Skirtom,
It
yeah.
just sounds like Scrotum the Pokemon.
Yeah, everyone memes it.
Yeah.
It also
When in
looks like
doubt,
a
Diglett.
sperm.
Was that close?
Oh my
Aw,
lord.
This looks like
cute.
What
this
was
looks
the
like a glammed up Squirtle. I like
what,
it.
what was the first part of it? What's the not Squirtle part? Oh my god.
Oh, I think I might know what this turned into, maybe? I'm not sure.
Oh,
I don't remember a
Illutal.
turtle.
That's Illutal.
Oh, that's what I got.
Yeah.
I was like, is this orange? So I just...
It does now, Nick.
I don't remember any of these. Oh,
Yeah, I thought it was licky licky and
There it
freaking.
There it is.
Smiling face?
I hate that Paper Star was able to do more with my drawing with less time.
Like a star.
It became Shuckle.
Shuckle, yeah.
Shuckle P. Actually, don't say that ever again.
Oh god,
God.
Floretzel or something that looks like
Okay, I
Floretzel.
thought this was something... Okay. I did not get that.
Yeah,
I thought...
I did not
this
receive
was-
this.
Oh,
I thought it was that.
That's what I got.
there it is.
That's what
Here's
I
what I
thought
got,
it
yeah.
was.
Oh no.
Lotris,
What?
I don't
okay.
remember
I
this
don't
at
know.
all. So whatever happened, it got lost.
It very lost.
Rock.
It went
Like-
from
These became a
fortress to octillery.
Oh, okay, this is what I
took
did.
this now as the mouth.
I can't believe we went from defense mode to offense.
Mm.
A tank with a top
It
hat.
turned into a
And
trash.
again.
Oh, yep.
Just sad.
Why does that look like something? What's that look like?
I thought it was like a Scrafty mixed with a garbage Pokemon.
With with
Kinda
New
looks
York's
like one of
hottest
those,
club.
Like, Dragon Quest enemies.
New York's hottest clubs. Trash.
Oh, that was supposed to be a mill tank?
Oh, it that's not.
Yeah. I was like, uh-oh.
Oh,
Got it. I got
milk
that.
with 3 boobs.
Oh,
Got it.
What is this?
Okay, that's really good actually.
I thought it was a
I mean, that's fair.
it's like a mole.
I know where this is going now.
Got-
Oh, no,
it's
no,
got-
I don't.
It's
No, I
got
don't.
3 boobs. The Throob.
What?
David, you ran out of time there.
Yeah, I couldn't finish in time. I-
You turned to green. This friend.
Who is that? Is it a
Again.
It's a Lima Beam.
Come on, guys.
I'm alive.
All right, let's see how
Or
Rosie
would
did.
you-
How did this happen?
How did this happen?
It was like Lola.
Oh,
No.
I thought it was
Vic-
like baby
Oh, Vic
Jinx again.
Gant. It was Vic Gant. So.
Victor
Oh,
Gant.
that's where that came from.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, no, I think now everyone thinks it's
Where'd the other part come from?
Oh wait, everyone thought it was execute.
It's a roll and execute, and now we got banana.
That's exactly what I drew too.
Look, it's a Alolan execute.
The
It
banana's
has
getting
banana.
bigger. Oh my god. Yeah, the banana's just getting bigger and bigger.
The banana is part of the part of the herd now.
They have taken in the
This is
banana
so
as
funny.
their own.
Don't be sorry, McFall. It's fine.
apologies, this is amazing.
Okay.
Mac.
Oh,
don't
that's
think-
why.
That's why you're
Mac, I don't
apologizing.
think this.
Oh my
The banana coming from a Pokemon.
God, that was incredible.
That was fantastic.
Beautiful.
I am very glad that suggestion worked. I wasn't sure it would.
Poke Fusion's very good.
Yeah.
Damn it! You know, I just realized if we have one more person, we could do like 8-player like double dash.
Yeah, but
It's like hell. But, you know.
I've run into a problem. I can't figure out how to import a save into Dolphin. I literally have no idea how to do it.
No. Okay. Well, just. I'm okay.
I'm gonna
with
run to the
fresh
bathroom
file.
real quick.
Yeah,
me too.
Go in the bathroom.
Yeah, I don't mind a fresh file. I barely even played it, so it's fine.
I'll try and do double dash. Maybe next week. I don't know.
Up to you.
I'm in
I'll find
a
out.
good spot where like I can I'm in between games right now, so I can just put off Metroid Prime for a bit. Boom, baby. Today we do it my way until you realize Clavier is not German.
Actually, I'll take my break as well because I just need to stand if anything.
It's coming out of your
Stand up.
paycheck.
Oh, damn.
You get
We
5
get paid
minutes.
for this? What?
I did,
Y'all
yeah.
getting paid?
Yeah, where
Yeah.
the hell did they get? Where's my paycheck, Twi?
Yeah, I'm getting paid.
You're getting paid in exposure. Your names are literally on the side.
Oh, you know what? That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate the payment.
What about those who are below your name?
Oh, is there anybody below my name?
No,
Oh, maybe not.
no.
I'm
Literally,
fine.
we're all above you. Quite
Yeah.
literally.
It's time to play Who's on Top.
Oh god.
Dang, I just realized I'll actually be out of town next week. So if you do double dash, I'll have to miss out on that. But that just
Alright,
means
2
I'll have to
weeks from
challenge
now
you
then.
again.
2 weeks from now.
You don't have to wait on me.
I'll wait.
You sure?
Yeah. You're my main challenge. That's something I can do whenever. Besides, I can easily spend like an evening and unlock everything in double.
There you go.
Hell, I did it during a stream once.
Moist.
Oh, is that the stream where you did that epic red shell dodge?
That is the one, yes.
Yeah. That was great.
So I just cannot thank enough the 2 big sub bombs that I got earlier. That is so sweet of you both. You and Junie. Aiden, you, and then Junie as well. That's what I was trying to say. Very sweet.
Hawker's good.
Le Poguer.
The Pogiers.
Nice, Nick. I'm proud of you. Good night, CJ. No, thank you for joining. Appreciate ya.
Good night, TJ. Dream of melting. I will do my best to. Wait.
Oh, CJ, are you in my Discord? Do you want to be? Because I don't think Nightbot posted a link. Just in case. Thank you.
Well, I'm doing it too. Shit. Physical. Oh no, never mind.
Hell yeah. Crank it up. Crank
it up.
Sorry, I'm playing with the Poke Fusion stuff now, and I just got an amazing one.
I need
What is it?
I need a G6 counter for my streams. Don't I?
Potential.
Maybe.
While you guys are on a
thought
break,
there's
maybe
a
I'll just play a
pumpkin
quick game of Quick Draw.
Do it. I don't know what it really is, but do it.
Two Wordle.
Oh, hello
icons.
there. News. So what is Quick Draw?
It you have there's a neural. I have to quit because I hit the wrong button. It you have to draw something. Like the game tells you what to draw, you draw it, and then the neural network tries to figure it out.
Interesting. Is this just a website?
Yeah.
Quick Draw with Google? Is
It's
that what
very
it is?
hard, yeah.
So basically, Pictionary with an AI.
It's not guessing because I'm
Let's
bad
play
at like.
Hangman.
Not guessing. It's broken. Try to play Hangman?
Yeah.
Good.
What a great party.
I love Hangman. I love seeing all the pieces come together.
It's like Wordle.
I can do the NYT mini crossword live.
If you're gonna do that, I'm gonna do it too.
Ilute. Elote.
Start. No. Go back. Go back. Go back.
Okay, I'm back.
Back.
I did it. I quick drew.
Got it. 44 seconds.
Oh dang.
We can barely see it on the screen, Twi.
Yeah, that's okay.
No, that part is taken. It's out. But yeah, that would take me half an hour.
Let's see.
Actually, no. Why did I skip that?
Made good use of my time. I got me some cake.
Cake?
Nice.
Can I have cake?
Yeah. Email me a slice, will you,
Sure.
David?
Sure thing. You need how many postage stamps do you need for
Oh, I
for
said
cake?
you could just email it. It's fine.
Oh, I
You can
didn't
Just
know.
fax it over.
You wouldn't. You
All
wouldn't.
right, let me
print
open
out a
on my
cake,
CD
would you?
drive. I'll import it.
Just stuff it in there and then send it.
You got it.
You wouldn't download a cake, would you?
Yes.
I would. Really?
I would absolutely download cake.
Yeah, I would.
My time was
Oh.
128.
Do you guys want to do one more of these and then I'll switch over to Clubhouse games, or like, do you want to keep going? I can do either.
Sure.
How many players does
Yeah.
Clubhouse game support?
Oh, it's 4.
4? Okay.
Yeah,
But the games are limited with more people.
Mm-hmm.
You can play Ludo though.
Yeah, Ludo. We can play Ludo.
I would like to at least observe the Ludo pain.
Yeah, I like to be the sports commentator. for
No.
it, if anything.
You want
I
you
know
want
that's off
Ludo?
stream.
Did you not see
Yeah.
me draw Lopunny earlier?
God.
Damn.
It's a great song, isn't it, Rabbit? Also, in true Twi fashion, 5 hours and 49 minutes and I have not taken a single break.
Take a break. Take a break. Take a break.
It's okay. You can
At least stand up. At least stand up. At
I will
least
do
stand
that.
up.
I will stand up.
Thank you.
do it. Use the toilet or something, maybe.
I don't need to use the
Some
toilet.
squats.
That means you need to drink more water.
There's a hydrate for you.
Come on.
Let's do it, y'all. Let's get Twi to drink enough water that we'll have to use the bathroom at some point this stream.
Wow,
I
thank
don't
you
know why
all
this
for
is the
redeeming
goal,
all of the
but-
health-related channel points. Thank you for the 3 hydrates, the stretch, and the posture check. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Good God.
What man? Let's do another round of Gothic when everybody's back. No, let's do another round of Gothic.
Cheerio, chop.
Oh, cheerio, chop.
Just finished my
Oh,
chocolate mousse
no.
cake. I can say I'm definitely ready for
Ooh-wee,
go.
what's up with that?
I just opened up.
I woke up this
Just see
morning
what's
and
up with that. But
I
in
woke
the-
up
in the
this
British-
morning as I got out and I got out of bed. Had a big old cup of coffee to clear my head. Chat. So sit on down and tell me what's up with that. Ooh-wee. What's up with that?
What's up with that?
What up with that?
What's up with that?
Ooh-wee.
What's up with that?
Fucking whoa,
What
mate.
up with that? What's up with that? Devin, what are you doing here? I think you should go home now, Devin. Get on the 405, take it to the 10, and let it drop you out in Mulholland where you belong.
How does your brain hold all this?
I don't know. What brain?
Take the
New
tour.
York's
We'll
hottest club
pop
is
stuff up in
Sandwich.
Liverpool.
I know what to do.
Belong,
I know
right?
what to do. It was a winter's night, a 2:45. I was dozing by my Christmas tree when he appeared with full white beard, the very guy that I revered. I'm talking Santa. Santa. I was in the same room as him.
You met the Santa like from the Bible? For
Did
your
I?
brothers like to be?
Was I ever, but I said to myself, don't be a fool, be smooth as ice and play it cool. And here is what I said. Hey, sexy mama, nice teeth. Yeah, I made it weird with Santa. Santa. Does Santa hate me? It's anyone's guess. He said my name and I said yes. He asked if I'd been naughty or nice, and I said, who's asking, virgin? Yeah, I made it weird with Santa. Santa.
Wonderful. Good show, good show.
That was such a good show.
Good show, mate. Good show.
So,
I think they're both over now.
here.
I think they're both over. Are we all back?
I guess.
No. Is
So what are
anyone
we
not
doing,
here? Let me know if you're not here.
I'm not here.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm here.
Physically here, just not
Oh,
mentally.
the mentality's been gone.
Yeah, that's been
Yeah.
there for a while.
Yeah, I noticed that it was gone after that last round of knockoffs.
Not.
What is Icebreaker?
Let's see.
Why don't we find out?
Ask
I
questions.
think
and have fun.
Icebreaker was a weird one. It kind of like asks you to make something like it asks you to make a prompt like that's a little bit more like
get
trying
to
to get
know
to know somebody, and then
Mhm.
they draw it or something.
Oh, like
I
Draw
think
My
it was
Life.
something along
Kind of,
the-
yeah.
Yeah.
Man, remember Draw My Life?
Yeah.
I remember that.
Why don't we do a normal one?
Yeah.
That sounds like a good idea.
Normalize it.
Normalize normal mode.
What are we writing again?
That's just a
Any
sentence.
prompt.
Any prompt.
No, it's making me.
Good night, Rabbit.
Nice.
Have fun with that.
Have fun with my prompt. I'm not getting it back, so I don't care.
Okay.
Let's go.
Oh God, why? Which one of you folks did this?
What the fuck does this mean?
What does this mean?
The actual fuck.
Why? Why did I get this?
I see
got
we all
five.
threw I see we all threw knives at each other for this round, huh?
I gave a very simple prompt. I don't know about y'all.
Darwin did not give me a simple prompt.
God, I'm drawing
some
like it's the
people
end of knockoff because I'm trying to go fast, but I don't have to.
Somebody chose violence today.
I chose to not make sense.
Sorry, I'm so quiet. I don't make sense when I talk.
What's logic? Oh, that's what I'm get. That's what you're gonna get.
X gonna give it to you.
This isn't gonna look like what it looked. This isn't gonna look like the prompt at all. I'm just gonna tell you right now.
Nope.
I have no idea what I'm drawing.
I don't know who came up with this one, but I really like it.
I wonder which one you got.
Funny.
Wait, that's it.
So are we gardists or gartisans?
Are we Gardic or are we Dancer?
Are you Gardic or are you phone?
Tag yourself. I'm Dick.
I am Hick.
You can't spell Gardic without 2 of the 3 letters in gay.
It's fine, just change the I into a Y.
Oh, thank you, Rabbit. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you.
I don't have time for that. What is this? If Boot's here, I am so sorry.
Oh.
Silence is real.
It's called concentration. Maybe you know her.
No, I don't. She's actually not talked to me in a very long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm so sorry.
That's fine, I'll get over it. Maybe not. I'm very heartbroken over it. I miss her. I don't know if I actually ever had her.
My wife Tails.
My life.
My bad.
My wife.
Oh shoot.
Me? I spend my time playing tennis. 2 things that don't work. Me and my penis. And my shirt? You know it's getting tucked. And my wife? What about her? She left me. Oh.
Definitely do the shit song, but I think I got the overall thing. So that makes sense.
Oh,
The overall vibe.
I have never used the line tool in any of the games I've played.
Oh, I forgot that there was a line tool.
Would have been nice.
Oh no!
Alright.
This is so simple to describe.
I have no idea what this is. All right. Sure.
Oh,
What the hell?
Yeah, he does have clothes. That's right. Oh right, I got a skill tool now.
Hey, thank you, Trill. Appreciate you.
Hi, Trill.
Hi, Trill.
Hi, Trill.
Oh my god, I didn't even realize. Fuck.
Understandable.
I didn't even realize you started the new prompt, and I wasted like half my time.
Oh no.
Well, on the bright side, it's gonna be funnier.
Oh shoot.
Oh god.
You know the funny thing? When my reaction to hearing the phone ring in Gartic Phone is very much like how I respond to hearing the phone ring in real life.
Yeah. Do that.
Time to ignore that.
I can't
Ring,
feel
ring, oh,
that.
shoot.
I can't feel that because I changed my ringtone to dark.
Oh my, who is this? Hello?
Oh no.
Oh, I like this.
Thank you, whoever came up with this prompt. This is magical.
But how are you doing, Trill? I hope you're having a great, great evening, and everybody else, I hope is.
Oh god, it's been forever since.
We're quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah, we are quiet. Oh, I gotta fill up this.
Well, no, like your voice physically got quieter for a
Oh,
second.
I'm quiet? Oh, it's probably because I wasn't looking at the mic.
Probably. I'm just like, okay, you have to turn away from the mic or something.
Yeah.
Yop, 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 yop. Yop, 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 yop.
Gardic is such a fun time.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's all I'm gonna put, actually. I think that works.
Also, I'm sure I might. I can't wait to see how many flip books I saved.
Right.
Because I've been saving them all.
It's time.
Here we go.
Think on that last one.
Oh no! Right, here we go. Here we go. Oh no 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 no!
No, Sholmes, you shouldn't sit on that.
Dolmez.
Sholmes.
Oh no.
Oh,
I know where this one
back in that.
Indiana Jones has broken the Holy Grail. Citizens are equals.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't get this.
Indiana
Put it again.
Jones breaks the crystal skull.
That explains so much. I'm glad somebody understood that was Indiana Jones.
There's a snake in my boot.
Oh.
And Amy-Faye's spirit flying away.
Okay.
Well, I guess it went back to Ace Attorney somehow.
Hello, TS Random Hacker.
like a
How are you?
mambo.
Welcome in. Welcome in.
Your fused Pokemon jumped out at the computer.
Oh no.
Oh Lord, it's nice.
Oh.
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 A ghost is coming out of my screen.
Why does it look like Sora coming in Smash?
Ghost coming out of your TV. Like ring.
It was my birthday.
Oh, that's what you meant.
My
I thought
birthday
you meant
was on
Mike's
the
ring.
My birthday was on the 21st. Yeah.
The ghost in the TV wants your onion ring.
Okay.
Onion rings be good.
Yeah, they do. I love onion.
DK's retracting
Oh
teeth.
Lord, I see where
I
this
hate you.
Retracting what?
Oh.
I couldn't. That was the best I could do.
Happiest
Oh, that was
DK
pretty
of all
good, though.
time.
That was pretty good. I like it.
Oh, that's what I got.
Oh, that's how we got here. Okay.
DK voted GOAT of the Year.
Okay, remind me what GOAT stands for again.
Greatest
I always
of all
forget.
time.
That's about time.
Right.
I mean, that's a pretty happy.
Donkey Kong is finally handsome.
Donkey
so
Kong
he
is
won.
finally
Finally, yeah.
Yeah, I can draw Donkey Kong, turns out.
Donkey Kong is
Potato
finally
Kong.
handsome.
Kind of looks like Mr. Potato Man.
Potato Kong.
Number 15. Donkey Kong
I
is
apologize to
finally
Fire
Boot if
fight
you're
fish with the
if they're
fleet.
watching this.
Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. You know they had that guy
This is
on
what you came up
Jet
with.
gives battle
Didn't they have
They
that
did.
same guy on
to
like
ship
My
for
Little Pony?
fighting
They did,
fish.
yes.
Oh
Well, this is okay.
Nuking Bikini Bottom and ending SpongeBob
Oh,
forever.
that's good. Oh, that's what I got.
Take a turn.
Oh.
SpongeBob is
Smile.
fucking dead.
Yeah. This was a way to end it.
Wow.
With the Danganronpa blood and everything.
Yeah.
The body has been discovered.
Number
Wait, is
15.
SpongeBob naked?
Oh boy.
Is he naked?
I have the number.
Why did SpongeBob have an ass?
Omelet.
Oh, this is where it goes.
Oh.
Handing a tofu omelet to a flying bus.
I wrote the most random words I could.
Oh.
Man steals piece of magic school bus.
Oh, that's
Is
what I got.
anti-chicken.
That's supposed to be Vince Frizzle, except I forgot how it
Honey,
looked
get
like.
out of the Volkswagen Beetle bus.
Volkswagen.
Volkswagen.
Get out. No.
I'm just like, okay, what's the Volkswagen symbol? Okay, it's going on the mouth.
Oh, you're right.
It looks like tea.
GameCube controller.
Yep.
Oh.
Gee, I gave a really simple one.
Something was lost in translation.
A normal game
Something happened here.
It's more like I wanted to drive this completely out of context.
I didn't have a purple.
Oh, you
That
had to
Xbox
create one, yeah.
GameCube DualSense controller.
David, why?
I wanted to see.
GameCube controller with a square instead of Y.
That's the most literal way you could have taken it, yes.
That was the closest to purple I had.
Hello, Big Ball Jason. How you doing? Good to see you.
I thought you said balls.
Big balls.
Learn to hear.
Why would we do that?
I can't. Big balls, Jason.
Mean. Just got here.
Phoenix right with a gun. He gets arrested.
I'm terrible.
Okay, I did like this prompt, actually. This is funny.
Mr. Right, go to jail.
Mr. Right, go to jail.
Oh no. Oh no.
Phoenix going to jail.
Saved
I
it.
know where this is going.
Phoenix in jail.
He's gained some weight. Jesus.
Phoenix in jail for Sonic impersonation.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh my
Well,
god.
that one was consistent.
Just
for the
Phoenix
most
ended
part.
up in jail.
Yeah.
You know what?
He stayed in jail.
PM nom nom.
Oh, this was
I
you.
wanted to say nom nom, but I accidentally typed in a key.
Oh,
I'm like,
I
okay.
see.
Oh.
Pac-Man excited for pizza at 3:30 p.m.
Oh. PM.
Pac-Man. Oh boy. 3
Oh boy,
a.m.
yeah. Oh no.
Eats pizza.
Ow, that's pretty good.
Oh.
That's pretty good actually.
Pac-Man is enjoying his sick day.
I saw no pizza.
That's fair.
Was-
I forgot to tell the
I was
pizza.
kind of hoping that would go like sick, the other one, kind of sick. Like sick as fuck.
He looks so happy to be sick. Thank you, Maya.
Thank you, Mayo.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Mayo. Thank you, Mayo. Thank you, Mayo. Thank you, Mayo. I don't know what to do now.
I might have to hop out.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Clubhouse.
It's late. Clubhouse?
Yes.
It's the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
Clubhouse? God damn it, Twy, why'd you bring that to my
It's
memory?
fun inside.
I would be very down to play this again in the future, though.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
That's-
same.
That'll be fun.
This
Oh,
or
yeah.
Broken Picture Phone, because that also has tower mode.
hmm There's so many
Yeah.
things to play. I
Mm-hmm.
guess, yeah, it's time for Clubhouse games.
Well, you enjoy some Kluben. And I'm gonna go do the resty rest.
You do that. Good night, Alive.
Have
Thank you so
fun.
much for coming. It was almost like
Yeah.
a live gamer. It was like another one.
Another
Hey.
I am a living gamer.
Yeah. Who knew?
Damn.
Yeah. Night, guys.
Good night.
Bye.
And I'm also gonna hop out too. Just kind of watch this and doze off. I don't have Clubhouse games, but one day, always been the dream.
Okay.
Someday. I believe in you.
Yeah, I'll
Sounds
get
good.
there. Yeah,
all-
thanks so
it's
much
all-
for having me. And yeah, have
No
a good one.
problem. Thanks for coming out. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
This is
Have
so
a good
much
night,
fun.
Anchors.
Have a good night.
computer is just like, nah. God, I love text
Don't
though.
be.
We all have to take a fat dumpy.
Mhm.
He's holding me captive. Took my telephone.
Yeah, that's what the computer said.
Yeah. Oh, let me change the clubhouse
Holding-
games.
He's holding me captive. He took my Wi-Fi. I haven't seen sleep in 7 days.
I forgot. Can mods change the name of the game or no?
They might be able to. I don't know. I changed it already.
Oh, okay, never mind. Okay.
I'm not updating this console now. You can shove that up your ass.
Ready to start the system update.
I love that the computer is like, nah, I'm gonna crash, but I think I managed to stitch the VODs together by getting back fast enough.
If not, I crashed at the perfect time.
Single system. Wait, no. How do I change it to online?
You want to go to online?
I'm back.
Well, let me go down.
You have to update your Switch.
There, thank you, Kanye. Very cool.
You gotta update it either way.
Oh, it's done.
Oh,
Yeah.
That was easy.
the updates are usually really fast.
I don't
I'm
know.
glad the update starts so quickly
Who
though.
ha-
It's
who
like they
ha-
re-download it in advance.
Who has
Oh wait,
Clubhouse
do
games?
you want to do? I was asking if you want to do 1v1 games first or 4-player games first.
Always destroy the lobby and make a new one quickly. Yeah, it doesn't matter. What do you guys recommend? I'm new.
Let's do 4-player games first, because more people
Four?
are up.
Yeah,
If anything, you
4-player
can just look
games.
at the list of games and see what you want to play.
Yeah.
Ludo is 4-player. Okay.
Ludo 4 players. Last card, aka not Uno, is 4 players.
Oh,
And also
Nuno?
President. President's so fun. Well, I only
Nu-
like it because Deuce Big 2.
Nuni.
You can play poker, see if you can prove you're better than Maniacal.
Well, let me pick. Single system. Let me play online.
Ass card?
Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that.
Oh, you know what? It might be because you have to set up your thingy first.
Okay.
That's probably it, and then it'll let you do.
Hold on, it's crankling a little bit. Let me just.
Oh, okay. Just pick one that you vibe with.
None of these look like me.
Just pick one. Okay, well, just pick one that you vibe with.
Not you. Not you. You. I can make it me. Okay. Favorite food. What a list. Jesus. Where was spaghetti? I know I saw it.
Under paella.
Oh, broken off in there, and I was like, oh, I haven't had that in so long.
Yeah, pasta.
I like how chocolate is just there.
Healthy suck. That's my life desire.
Pasta.
Healthy succulent.
Where
abs.
Is money here? Is there just lots of money? Or my hair is black.
I like
There's
the
comfort.
list of just accessories.
Hell yeah, world domination.
Yeah, I'm sticking with world domination.
Wait a minute. Just did the thing again.
Oh, don't dox me, game. Jesus. Okay.
There. Sorry, my headphones did the thing again.
What place do you prefer? Not even where do you live?
I don't remember where I put my character.
You put yourself in the ocean and they're like, are you okay?
I prefer the
How are you
Anarchy.
playing this game?
Don't you know it got that 5G?
Okay, now that I've done this, can I leave?
My Switch unfortunately has to charge first.
If this doesn't work, I'm gonna play Mario Party.
Oh. Yeah.
Can't be
Java
bothered to deal with it
update.
right now.
I forgot it works like that.
Oh,
like
no.
it has you play a bit, and then it expands your world after that. It's like what the
That
hell?
sounds so weird. Oh, you have to go through that.
I have to do it again.
Yeah.
Did it not save? Okay.
Honestly, if I had remembered that this exists, I would have told you in advance. I
Right.
completely forgot it has you go through this.
No,
I forgot I put my favorite food as tripe hot pot, which honestly still accurate. Hot pot's very good.
Hot pot's
Is that
great.
on here? Oh, it is. Yeah, well, look at that.
Yeah.
I
Damn.
do like a nice
What?
pasta, but specifically spaghetti. Okay, world domination. Where you at?
Spaghetti.
See, I was
Get
the kind of
Bugatti.
person
True love
that
is also
tastes
up there, but like what?
Somebody touch my spaghetti.
I like how some of them are just like a smartphone or like a dog, and then world domination.
This is for people
Who
of all
run the
ages.
world? Twy. Who run the world? Twy.
I shall dominate the world with my knowledge of Ludo.
Ludo.
No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to play president with me.
Oh man, do you have to play with them?
No. You don't have to.
Can I like do something?
Okay, and then you're done, I think.
Yeah, that looks like now you can go to title menu.
There we
What
go.
was the
Play with
point of that?
friends. Create a lobby. Sure.
Yeah.
You banned Lana Del Rey?
It's not. It's unfortunately not.
Oh.
I'm joining.
I have
Ow.
Twitch Insights on at all times when I'm in mod mode,
Oh. That's why you were so efficient.
which is
I just have regular Twitch chat up, which is not efficient
Yeah,
at
but
all. So
oh no, I have the Twitch chat up, and then I also have the Twitch Insights website with all the viewer list bots.
yeah, I don't have mod view up.
Aiden's mod of
Um,
the year. Did I mod you last year or this year? I can't even remember.
It was this year.
It was literally last stream.
What?
Pretty sure it was last stream. 'cause
Yeah,
you wanted-
Literally the
yeah, it was,
Mario
like,
Party
literally
stream
last
that you
stream.
forgot.
I think Aiden wanted to add a quote, and then you were just like, making
What
with the mod.
happened?
I tried to add a quote. You're like, oh, okay, here you go.
I don't know why. Why did I forget? That's the question I'm asking. Does anyone?
Wait, Aiden,
wanna-
are you joining, or do you want us to just go on without you? Because
Oh, y'all can start. My Switch is still
Does anyone? Okay.
Alright.
left.
okay. Let's do Ludo.
Yeah,
I like how that's the
no.
first thing.
Oh, you can change the view.
Heard your-
Hit X to change view. Then you can get like a nicer overview.
Oh, okay. How do I play
Oh,
Ludo?
Sevens is good.
It's the one that looks like sorry.
Oh, okay.
Ludo.
There you go.
Ludo
It's
is
sorry, but
and
not
trouble.
sorry.
But trouble's
Oh,
better.
and you're gonna like this. They have a little preamble before you even get into it.
Oh right.
It's
They get to tell you
basically
all about it.
sorry before it existed.
Invented in India.
Should have made go sign some loans on that Mario Party stream.
Must have been so out of it after beating Cynthia. He was just like, well, time to play Mario Party, and then shut off his brain.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some judo.
So that's essentially what happened.
All the way back to the start?
Yep, setting your.
If you say so.
You win by getting all your pieces.
You win by getting no shit.
The tutorial is so fun.
It's time. It's a.
You can- yeah, keep pressing. Yeah, you can hit the how to play. That'll do it. Okay, let's look at the rule. Oh yeah, there's some settings you can do.
Yeah, I'll just figure it out.
So starting threshold is basically usually with Ludo you have to roll a 6 to get your pieces out. But starting threshold means the first piece you put out, if you don't have any pieces on the board, you don't have to roll it. You don't have to roll a 6 to put your piece out. So we can just leave it as that. Blocking is like, I think it's like if someone's piece is ahead of you, you can't go in front of them.
Okay.
So you just constantly go behind, which you can just turn that off. And then goal conditions exact. You see the little like colored spots on your goal on the map.
I've played Sorry before. I think I.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Pop Magic
It's
Trouble. I've also
basically
played
like
Pop Magic Trouble.
basically it's just you have to roll the exact number to get to it, but you can not have that.
No,
Yeah,
that is
but,
no.
like,
I
you
mean
can just
that's
go
how
over.
that's how I always played it as I was growing up. So.
Oh, exact.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna make you miserable.
Okay.
Game finished all places.
Understandable.
Let's do
Have a
first.
nice
Let's do
day.
first place because it like kind of.
It takes
we
a
don't
while.
want to be here forever.
All places.
Yeah.
That's
Especially with like, especially if we like set like other pieces back. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We have a variation of this where we call it. It's called Chinese aeroplane or Feianke, which is basically same premise, but except there are like spots that are like kind of like colored in a sense. And if you manage to land on the same on like a space that's the same that shares the same color as you, you can like skip to the next like colored space that you have. So it speeds up the game faster, and there's also like a little like place where like if you land on it, you can like zoom past like a fourth of the map.
Gotcha.
If you
Nick,
get
I
lucky.
have an hour.
Oh,
It's
that was
fine.
6, I didn't realize.
I really
Roll
just. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, Rosie, I tried to play that as a kid, but I always never figured out how to play.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
Sounds like a whole.
I didn't realize I rolled a 6, so.
No, you gotta pick
No, you just click
yourself.
on the
Yeah.
piece.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks that. It's not like Mario Party.
At least now there's one computer player, so you have one person to shout at that isn't someone that's playing.
I know there's a way to speed it up. I just don't remember how.
You just. I think you just hold the button down. I've been holding the button down. Oh shit. Okay.
This turn's never gonna end.
You know what? I think it might be because of. I
Another
think
one.
AI can speed it up. I think.
Yeah, AI goes fast.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that.
Fuck you, CPU 1.
It begins. It begins.
Oh,
Bruh.
Speed Demon,
Oh
huh?
my
Speedy
God.
Gonzalez over here.
Are you serious?
I am the fastest Ludo in Hola Mexico.
Yo, let's go. Fuck you.
I prefer Slowpoke Rodriguez personally.
Oh my god, hell yes.
He has a gun.
so good.
Senor Slowpoke, you will go good with the chili peppers. Senor Slowpoke,
Let's go.
he pack a gun.
No problem.
Rosie's chosen violence.
Oh, that was a mistake.
Well, it was the only piece you had out because I knocked your other piece back. It's really funny, by the way. I don't regret it.
Rosie knocked your ass back.
Yeah, I knocked your ass back to start. So yeah, you can either choose to move or choose to put a piece out. And now you can roll again.
Oh, you're in the wrong color zone. I'm sorry, can you not see?
That
No,
is
it'll be fine.
incorrect.
Wow, you little cunt. The C in CPU stands for cunt.
Oh my god.
It begins. It begins.
It sure does.
Yeah,
Oh,
this has this. They picked like the most low key music possible for this, huh?
Just to uncontain your unbridled rage.
Yeah, you're right. We need to play like Doom Eternal music. See, it's funny because like right now I'm playing my own music
What?
and it's the cross sword music from Danganronpa right now.
Oh, great.
Everyone just ganging up on CPU.
Good. That's what it get. Oh, pass.
Yes.
Oh, it's because you
Yes.
don't have a. You didn't roll a 6.
Yes.
No, not doing that. Not doing that.
Ass man. Mo Kramer, the ass man.
Oh no.
I thought you were gonna get a 5. That would be really funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh man, do we have to pull out the ants video again?
Ants.
I'm pulling up the ants video again.
Ants.
Ants.
Ants man.
Ants.
Yeah, man. I gotta get away from Rosie. Hold on.
I have to pull up the ants video again.
Give me a
Hold on.
6, bitch.
Ass.
I remember the first time I played this, and I just every single time I heard pass, I was just like, ass.
Yeah, fuck you.
Oh my god.
I thought you
There
got
you
a
go.
6. No, you couldn't have possibly reached Rosie. Ants.
Where is
Bruh.
it?
Oh no. Twy, please.
Where the hell did we save?
Oh.
Where did we save the ants video?
No, we leaving.
You're gonna get it. Now you're in front of somebody, though, David.
It's okay. I believe in myself. I can make it.
That was so much belief.
Woo! That was close.
I
I like the way the
That-
CPU moves, like. Not put him in the dungeon.
No! Get in there! Please!
Oh no.
I'm begging you.
I hope you get a. I hope you get a 6.
I'm fine with that
Hope you
one
get a
dying.
5. I hope you get a 5. Oh man.
Get a 5.
I'm free.
Dang, you've already got one in.
Now I'm breaking free.
We're breaking free, soaring.
Damn it! Why does Kakarot have to exist? I'm talking about Neo the World Ends With You.
This is High School
Musical.
Excuse you.
Whatever. Same shit.
I'm
No, it's
sorry.
not. Same shit. Whatever.
I'm so mad.
You could have cooked Twy. You could have knocked Twy back to start.
When I said I wanted to
I
get
feel
railed
so
for my birthday,
bad.
that's not what I meant.
You're so mad.
Oh my god.
Thank God, no one heard that.
Oh, what?
No one heard that.
When did it get railed? Yeah.
Okay, one person heard it.
Like Yoshi?
Yeah, no, we heard that. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
no, we
want-
heard that.
The quotinator didn't though, so that's what I'm okay with.
Ah, damn, I guess I have to go back in the VOD.
Yeah, Aiden, you want to write that down?
Say it again. When I said I wanted to get railed for my birthday, this is not what I'm.
Okay, go. Oh my god.
Bruh. That was like a massacre.
Oh.
Come on, let me get a 2. Yeah! Oh, wait, no,
that was
That was me.
Damn it!
You're
I was so excited. I was like, I'm gonna get the CPU.
No, not Adkoto, my nemesis.
Hold on, I got you. Fuck. Alright, shit. Alright. Never mind.
It's okay. I get it. You're good. You roll dice, play game. It's all good. Oh, you're nearly there.
Damn, boss.
There.
Dang, that's a play.
This is rigged. Stop the count.
Stop the.
Pass. Aren't you glad you said it to exact?
Yeah, I am actually. I stand by that decision. That's how you play the game.
Pass.
Pass.
Yes.
Oh my god, it's this. No.
The CPU is just like going out for you.
I don't like it. I don't like it. There's like.
Better run. Better run.
Please. Oh my god, you bitch!
That
I'm
CPU
gonna go inside your yellow space and destroy all 2 of those children, or you got over there.
Those children.
Those children.
Oh, shoes. Came with instructions. Do you think Donkey Kong would like this game considering how much he enjoys being stepped on in Mario Party 5?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Bruh.
Okay.
That saves me actually. Oh, you can't.
Man, yellow's out for blood, man.
CPU 1. Yeah. You know what the 1 is for? It's how many bitches she doesn't get.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ. She just like went out.
You say that and
Oh my god, I love that because I know another person that keeps making those kind of jokes. Is really funny. It's like, here's another game, you getting some bitches.
I knew a guy in college when he would just be like, "I will fuck you," and that was his threat. That's how he would threaten you.
that's how he would threaten you.
That's ominous.
And now actually I want to get to the goal. You are spared this time to why.
I know you wanted to.
I know I did. But I was like, no, he'll probably just
No,
not
I
like
just
these
need it
times
out of
again.
there. You gotta be kidding me.
Where are the stickers in this game?
There are no stickers.
There should be.
Insert Yoshi sticker here.
I mean, if you want, you can take like a sticker from and just put it on your TV, and then you could be like, "Yeah, look, there's stickers."
Unfortunately, it's not a CR.
Rolled 3
it's
ones
not
in
a
a row.
CRT.
Send me to jail.
Yeah.
Ass.
Oh no. Oh, thank God.
You got to wait this time.
The gods have spared me. Oh, I don't like this at all.
Ass. Oh. Maybe you should have moved that one.
I should have, but I'm too afraid of the one the high rolls.
Ass.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh, never mind.
No, you're good.
Please, please, I need to escape. Oh,
Which
fuck.
rolls a 6? Okay, no, you're good. Oh shit. I got all those pieces out. God damn it.
Whoa.
Wow, everyone keeps like escaping each other by like the skin of their fucking teeth. Oh, I see how it is. Why?
By the loins of our teeth.
I don't think I want to think about teeth skin.
By the spin of our teeth. Am I pronouncing that right?
By the
Suin?
teeth of our skin. Yeah.
Soon?
By the teeth of our skin.
No! You whore.
By the loins of our teeth.
By the groins of our teeth.
By the balls of our teeth.
There's no way you rolled a 6 immediately. Okay.
No, it just let me have a free pass.
Oh, right.
Oh. That was not a healthy roll. This is disappointing.
Unfortunate.
You know what? I'm gonna let. Oh no, that. Oh, this is horrible.
Maybe we should have turned walking on.
No, it's more fun this way.
Is it?
Yes.
There's more suspense.
Betrayal.
House on the Hill?
Oh, I was.
Not a good idea. Not a good idea.
The Red and Yellow Knight has this which he brought from home. Right?
No, you can't have two home pieces.
No, I know because I forgot that guy was there.
Oh
I remember we allowed that for house rules. We allowed that. Just stacking.
Yeah.
The pieces were made to stack in Sorry.
Oh really?
Sorry.
For ours, it's like they're like they were also like flat pieces.
Mm.
Just like kind of like checkered pieces.
I'm sorry.
God damn.
Sorry, places that I'm thinking of were like cone shaped.
Yeah.
Had
This
to
is
do
horrible.
it. You have one ahead.
I know, but you keep attacking me.
Okay, now that one I had no choice. I had no other pieces.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm gonna the fuck out of here.
Let's go.
I'm dying.
I'm dying, Squirtle.
Knocking Twy back actually would have saved you.
All right, that's a no more mercy.
Why don't you worry about getting your pieces out before you start talking about mercy?
Oh.
I have been getting my pieces out. It just kept going back in. Just when I thought I got out, they pulled me back in.
Like sex?
Yeah. Kind of like that.
Yeah.
Ass.
Ass.
I hope you like hearing that for like the next 5 minutes when I don't want to say.
That don't worry. That's literally me playing Ludo.
What else are we gonna talk about?
Oh.
Lude. Oh.
Well.
Sure is what it's called.
Okay. Okay. I mean, that's some AI luck. That's some bullshit.
Peter.
God damn it. Yeah, fuck you.
had to try. Had to shoot.
Wow. Fucking bird in hell, David.
I already had my reservation.
Who of us here isn't gonna burn in hell?
I mean, there is the possibility of freezing in there, from what I've heard from Dante from Devil May Cry series. Oh wait, that's not the person in the book. Oh.
What the fuck?
God damn.
Yo, what kind of
Okay.
play was that?
That was some bullshit.
Oh, CPU won the
That's what it
angry.
was.
That's so fucking cheating.
That's terrifying.
Kill him. Kill him twice. Oh.
I would need 3 6s in a row for that.
So
Sure.
close.
They didn't want to give you the curse number. Fair enough.
Just a little bit. Oh my god. Oh my god, please. Twi, I swear to God. I swear to God, Twi! Ah! You have
Pull the
to do it. You
trigger.
have to
Pull the trigger.
Do
You
it.
have to do it. Do it for your country, Snake. Congratulations, Twi. You are now big boss.
Didn't we know that?
Oh yeah, but now you officially have the title.
God, I want to move as that same speed as the CPU. That'd be nice.
Nope, I am getting by.
Jesus, that was like fast.
Oh, excuse me.
You're excused.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
No, then he might get knocked out.
There could be a chance. Okay.
Oh.
There wasn't a chance, but I have to move that one. Man, we're making like a green Oreo over there.
Green Oreo?
Yeah, green Oreo, because there's like blue
Goreo.
filling, and then there was just 2 green Oreo.
Oreo.
That's like Seahawks colors right there.
I'm doing it for my country.
Yeah, I had it coming.
You're doing it for your country. I get it. It's fair.
And
Damn.
Rosie's going away with this.
Yeah, Rosie's just gonna win.
This is so intense. No, I don't know why.
This is also going so much faster than mine.
I know, it was so funny. Because you just kept knocking each other back.
Okay, I made it through.
But now this time it's like, okay, everyone, like, people actually want to make progress.
Found
I'll
ants.
let Rosie win. Just let me out of the danger zone.
Ah, no! No, this is where the exact comes into play.
You need a 1.
Anyway. Pass. Fuck.
Pass.
That's how you play the game, Rosie. If you don't like it, then don't play the game.
Oh my god.
I'm so scared. No, I play with these rules too. Oh, I can... Yeah, let's go! Fuck you. I played by
Nice.
your rules.
GG.
I want a rematch.
You wanna actually?
Yeah, I don't care. Unless we want to play something else.
You want to get Aiden in first?
I'm okay.
Let's get Aiden.
Aiden, you wanna join? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it has some battery. Let me just find Clubhouse and update the software.
How do I have to quit the
Yeah.
lobby and start again?
Yeah, you have to quit and make a new one. Which is like super easy. Now you just do it again.
Yeah, fortunately, it's not as painstaking as other games.
This time everyone's gonna be out for blood.
I ain't taking it easy this time. Oh no.
Are you sure?
You sure?
Gee, it's gonna be.
I don't know. This is
This
Ludo.
guy.
We can't exactly take it easy.
You fucking nightmare for this guy. No. Which dinosaur do I buy the cocaine from?
Play with Flan.
Oh my god, Aiden and David, I need to show you You're a Rat Bastard, Charlie Brown.
Oh god.
Oh, I know. I've seen that one. I know.
Okay,
I've
good.
seen that one.
Extremely important.
All right.
He's on the baby sky. Oh yeah.
Let's play some
more
Ludo.
Oh yeah.
Ludo.
You look like shit. You smell like shit. Which my friend Pigman. Alright, there we go. Fine.
Alright, let's heckin' go.
Blue again.
Ludo.
Green again.
Same colors, yeah.
Oh gosh.
Trust me. I don't
Oh
wanna
my
risk it.
god, I was gonna say, I swear, if your first move
Your first move, I'm
yeets
not
me out of here.
But you know what happens, right? Since it's your first character, I just get knocked back.
I mean,
Good one.
Yo.
What?
not a
Why?
one.
Why are
You're
you
playing a
instilling this
dangerous
violence, Rosie?
I just think it's funny.
Chaos is funny.
Oh my
Fucking
god.
hell.
Get a one.
Fucking hell, David. You wanna dance? You wanna dance, bro?
Leapfrog.
You wanna fucking dance?
I do.
You wanna do
know?
it to
Let's do
tango?
a bit of the conga, you know. Hey,
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Congo
don't
wave?
roll a 4. Hey, I think.
Oh no.
Oh, y'all gonna play Leapfrog too? It's fun.
I'm a roll a 1. Hey, get that out of my way. Hey.
Oh ho.
Get out of
You
my
picked the
way,
one
hey.
space in your home that didn't have a person on it.
Let's put a little bit of let's put some distance.
And for a minute, I thought Aiden was like, "Can I jump backwards?"
Oh my god, Jesus.
You just had that
no.
happen to you. What do you mean, Jesus?
Yes. What?
Another one?
Another one.
Another one.
Oh, I was gonna be so angry if that was another
Oh my
6 and you yeeted me out.
Why is it angry?
This is so scary. God damn it! Just let me move another one. Don't let me. Don't put
one.
me here.
You got it.
Don't put me there, Gabe. Get me out of there.
Well,
I mean, listen, dude, if you're in their driveway, you probably shouldn't be.
I know. I already failed the driver's test if I'm in the driveway.
How'd you get there?
I mean, I tried to do a 3-point turn, and it turned into 5.
Understandable.
Twice, like, let me move green.
She's nice. I wouldn't move her.
Green cool. My God,
Please,
just
please,
keeps happening.
I like.
Let me.
No. Aiden, I like how your pieces are like exactly parallel to each other right now
Yeah,
until we move.
that is
You're
really
right.
funny, actually.
No, anyways, do it.
Do I choose violence?
Do it. Do it. Do it. Solid.
Choose
Trigger
violence.
Aiden.
Why not? You've
Pull
been
the
dancing with each
trigger.
other for so long.
Yeah, we were Listen, I'm trying to find a new dance partner.
Well, right now it's
Sorry.
going up
Not
to
the
Rosie.
dance partner.
I'm fighting for
sorry.
my life.
Please don't.
Great.
It's okay, Aiden. You have at least one piece out, and not at the start line.
Well, shit. This is my retribution. Oh my god! What the hell? That was like back to back. Well, fuck
Oh
you.
my god. Oh my god, Rosie, I swear. That was
Could you
one that was
imagine
gonna
she
be so
took out both of you?
What?
Oh my god.
Oh, what? Twice already almost home. What the hell?
I got that GPS. I got that GIF.
The Gibbs.
I got that GIPS.
Twice rolls a 1.
Oh my god, what's with these nat ones? I don't want that right now.
And
Get a 6.
God. It wasn't a 1, but it was a 2.
Yes.
Ass.
Man, these neighbors are so violent.
Yeah, they
Honey, the neighbors are getting violent again.
They keep stepping on me.
They keep stepping on each other and talking about ass. It's unsettling.
Do you not want to talk about ass?
I am
Hey,
ass.
honey, I think there's some crazy killers out in the backyard. Hey, honey, I think we're gonna get murdered.
You smell like weed. I am
Hi,
weed.
honey. I think we're going to get murdered.
Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no,
Oh no 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 no.
no, no, no.
Oh
no,
no.
no,
Oh
Whatever happened to what I was to?
I was gonna say moving the other green piece would have been the better move. It really would have been. Oh no, David, no.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no!
no, no,
Oh
no,
no!
no,
No!
no.
No!
No.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Why do they call it Ludo? When you put the loot in the O, but you get nothing.
But I get sent
Ludo, more like
home.
rude. Oh. Got him.
Ha! No!
Too violent.
I shouldn't have left.
Just escape.
Escape.
All of you, start escaping. Yeah, the feeling's real once you see the person like right behind you.
Is it too late now to say sorry?
Is it
Yes.
too late now to say Ludo?
It's too late to apologize. It's too late. Okay.
Mina, mina, waka, waka.
You did a fucking work with me game. I swear to God.
One. What's with the ones?
The dies waited.
Oh
Yeah,
Oh, Haley.
That was
And a
worth it.
1.
I'll take it.
My god.
Oh no, that is a
Oh
no.
no! Oh no! No! No!
Oh, no.
No! No!
Stick to the status
If you
quo.
know, if you wanna be cool, follow ones. Don't mess with the flow. No!
I get.
Stick to the status
I see you
quo.
approaching.
Like,
I see you
I think
approaching
status
my
quo is
green.
like the one song that I don't know most of the lyrics to.
That's fair. There's a
Yeah,
lot
but-
of words in that
Yeah,
one.
we're gonna.
There's also a lot of people singing in it.
To the top.
Yeah. I only really know it because I was part of like a little like kids concert thing that had all the songs in it. So I kind of memorized it. Also, I just listened to the soundtrack. on repeat.
I mostly know Start of Something New, mostly because me and like 2 other friends sang it at like our elementary school's like talent show.
Oh hell yeah! I
I
played.
only,
Good.
I only know most of the songs because I had the CD.
I only remember Back to the Top because there's one lyric which I totally corrupted, and now it's like cursed.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Pop, pop, pop,
Oh
pop to the
no.
top, slip his
Oh no,
way
no,
inside that
no, no.
pussy.
Oh. Oh my god.
I'm bad.
Ride that pussy.
Slip and slide inside that pussy.
It's time.
Certified free. 7 days a week.
Excuse me.
You say fart. And fart again.
Fart, 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 straight to the tart.
Oh my god.
Yeah, another.
You've done it. You've broken me.
That's not that hard. Aiden.
This is how you break.
Listen,
Oh
I'm.
my god, what the hell? I keep getting twos.
Maybe you should start getting better than that.
Maybe you should shut the fuck up, poor.
Oh my.
Oh, that wasn't very wildcat of you.
Yeah, that wasn't very what team of you.
I'm so glad we're all getting together. And...
I was like, how many twos was that? I'm about to lose my fucking mind.
You won the last game. Shut up.
No, you shut up, bitch. You fucking whore.
Oh my god.
It
Still
begins,
not
y'all.
over the song.
What the fuck? Oh, that was a 5. Okay, that was not a 2.
I'm
this
so
time.
glad I moved that one instead of the other one.
We.
Violent. Just
What's up
violent.
with that?
Just do it.
What's up with it?
Just get it over with.
Woke up this morning and I got out of bed.
You gotta
That's something
focus
you
on that
shouldn't say to your partner when having sex.
Do it. Choose violence.
No, let's get this over with.
Oh yeah, definitely don't say that.
Why? Why? I chose it
Yeah!
once, and
Okay.
this is my punishment.
Oh man.
Why must the gods punish me like this? I need a win. It's already been long enough for me.
Fucking W.
Finally, the game mercies me.
I can't get the perfect 8-byte correct.
Telephone rang and you wanna chat. So sit on down and tell me what's up with that. Ooh-wee. I wonder if I could get away with having that audio playing in the background of this stream while we're playing Ludo.
That's a good question.
Why don't you find out?
Yeah, why not? I'll put the Ernest video on because it's the best one.
Oh, yeah,
Ernest
sure.
one is really good. Potentially the best one. Because Ernest is just smiling the entire time.
You say smile and time at the same time.
Yes.
It's almost as if there is a charity of the same variant of smiling and timing.
Oh. You don't say.
Perhaps. Perchance.
Tonight, Academy Award winner Morgan Freeman.
Potential.
Academy Award winner Ernest Borgnine.
Okay, here we go.
What?
What?
Thank you. I'm so glad. I am so glad we're on the same page with that one.
The teacher said, every time you're on, you're thinking
little
caps.
cranberries. You
You're gonna
forgot.
go back to school with what's up with what?
Good.
What's that?
What's my
What's
little
up with
green
that,
guy
David?
is
What's up with it?
It's okay. You already have 2 in
Been
there. You don't need
writing
another
so
one out.
excited.
Who in the hole?
What up with that?
Okay. There we go. Just
Onward,
get myself out of the
onward,
danger
you
zone.
will not pass. What up with that?
Aiden Itchy is in control. It certainly doesn't feel like it.
Get a third one out. Get a third one out.
Oh, okay. I thought. Okay. You know what? All right. However,
You wanted to instill
Peaches.
so much violence today, Aiden.
We gonna talk
I
about
have
secrets.
2 on your
Under
ass.
the bleachers. We gonna talk
Just
about
remember
burning.
that. I got 2 on your ass right now.
Not anymore.
Burning, everybody say.
Whatever that.
Whatever. That's why I and Rosie are just
okay.
What is up with that? No to do
I
eat
said,
lunch,
"What's
school lunch. You better stay away from rectangular pizza. You know why? Because it is nasty.
I'm terrible.
Yeah, we know.
These really are the after-hour streams, aren't they?
Oh, I can't do that.
This is my during hour.
People will be like, "What would God think?" And I'd be like, "Bitch, God doesn't want me back."
Violence, violence,
If
violence,
God
violence.
died, then we wouldn't be here right now.
Aiden,
Do
violence.
I risk it? But do I risk it?
Yes, get that biscuit.
But also, that's a little terrifying. I'm gonna play it safe. Just
Play
try
it
to
soft,
stay
eh?
out of trouble. Just a
But
little
the name
bit.
of the game is Struggle.
No, it's Ludo.
Well, Trouble was the better version.
Well, we
anyway.
know at the end of Ludo there will be one Luzo.
Oh, that was quite the diz.
Family Foundation. Homework because it begins in the home. It begins in the home, yeah.
It's gonna get wacky, tacky, slacky, lacky,
Hold on. It's so sad, baby.
No.
And I got to say, ooh wee. What's up with that? Fuck you, Rosie. Ooh wee. Fuck you, Rosie. Fuck you, Rosie. Oh my god. No, well.
See, that's why I didn't go there quite. Then again, if I chose violence, I could have.
Voodoo Man and Squeaky.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
You're gonna have to do.
Is it wildfires or is it forest fires? I keep forgetting.
Forest fires. You can prevent forest fires.
Just don't start him for it.
In your face. Put a book in your mouth. In your mouth.
You know what? Fair. At least that one didn't even make some distance.
Put a book in your pants. In your pants. No love. I'm just trying to vibe to this video.
You could choose violence. Oh, you could choose violence again.
I could have, but
I had no choice. I
That
had
was
no
what you
choice.
got.
I had no choice.
That's what you get for not choosing violence.
Rosie's like, always choose violence.
Fair enough. I was very
Including right there.
Yeah.
Yes, get in there. Yes.
Okay.
Oh no.
I want a teacher like that. I don't want a teacher like that. I want a teacher like that. I can teach it like that.
Be just. Alright. Alright, I'm satisfied. If I lose horribly, at least I got one in.
One in the hole.
One in the hole, and I'm not finishing that sentence.
Two up the ass.
What the hole is? What do you mean?
Two in the stink.
So what you're saying is there's a total of 4 over there.
Do what I dare you won't. Damn. Damn. The yellow got ham.
Let me stack my
I
pieces.
hope we have hands.
You want yogurt? Wake up at 4, bitch.
What?
I have another sketch to show you.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Damn, I guess I'm not getting yogurt at 4:01 a.m. Just gonna go ahead and do this.
No, you have to wake up specifically at 4. If you get up like just a bit before or a bit after, you ain't getting it.
Yeah, that's sad.
We're gonna have to cut your song. I'm sorry, Lindsay. Yeah, come on, Lindsay. Don't be like that.
Help me escape.
Help me escape. Help me escape.
What the fuck?
Out of
Oh
my
my
house.
god!
For my life.
Oh my god! No! Are you
It's okay. You were still near home. It wasn't in that part.
I didn't want to go home.
I can't go back. I can't go back home.
Oh god.
They keep kicking me out.
They
have
keep
to roll
telling me to go and live my life.
They have to roll a 6
Go
first,
and
but they
live
keep
my
letting me
life.
leave.
Hey, my driveway is the safest place to be right now.
That's true.
When you think about it. When you
Let's
really
go!
think about it.
Go where?
The game of Ludo is a game
Right
of
there.
forgiveness and how we can benefit as a society
No,
if
fuck
we
that shit.
unite.
Pussy.
But it's just a game.
My favorite part of Ludo.
Well, so much for that game theory.
I'm not in front of the camera, you jackass. That way, dummy. That way.
That's a good video.
Sometimes I can't tell though those if what you quote are SNL bits or like from like Tim.
There are other things that I can quote besides those two things, but I'm. Yeah, no.
So I
most-
like I have a sense of humor.
Yeah.
The day
you
Tim
saying I
merges
don't?
with SNL.
Are you saying I don't?
Don't worry, I don't either.
I disagree. Like
I think
the
you'll
coffee
have a
song.
strong
part?
sense of humor. Finally.
Hey, you
I
got a
have
piece
one.
in. One in the hole.
One in the hole and 2 in the other. Here we go.
Oh,
Why is there?
Oh shit!
I
There was
heard-
actually I forgot there was a new SNL tonight actually,
Oh, it is Saturday.
but not every Saturday. They don't do it every Saturday.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
you little cunt.
I know what I am.
He's like, I know you are, but what am I?
I know you are, but what am I?
Yeah, you everyone bad.
I knew you are, but what are you doing here?
Hey girl.
Ass.
Oh. Oh my god.
Dude, it sounds like you were fucking nutting there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fighting for my life. Like survival is nutting.
Survival
Not-
is nutting.
Not to win.
Survive to nut
Survival
every
is
day.
nutting.
Hold
That's a
on.
quote.
I got it. I got it. I'm on my way.
Ass.
Oh, bitch. Well, Twy wins. No question.
Nobody can
I'll have to
surpass.
pass Aiden's yard.
You think Aiden's gonna get a piece
Oh.
out?
Yes, that means I'm safe. Yes.
Yeah, see?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just heard the game do someone's mic. I just heard balls.
When the game's talking about ass and now the game's talking about balls.
Oh, you know what? Paper Star, for the longest time, I did not realize your icon was a Tepig. I thought it was like someone with like really long hair.
Are you telling
I
me
mean, it
Tepig
is
doesn't have
Hilda
really
and
long
Tepig.
hair?
It is both Hilda and Tepig.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
Mass is stored in the balls.
Isn't your ass just a bigger pair of balls?
Yeah.
What?
He is sort
When
of
you-
the ass.
Yeah, your ass is the balls of your back.
The
Balls.
balls of your back.
I'm just.
If we just have the ass
write that
and
one
just the
down.
body, nothing else, then we would look like a penis.
Thanks, Rosie. Very cool.
Oh yeah, that was impressive.
Truly one of the modern philosophers of our nation.
Exactly.
Of all time.
We embody the dick and balls.
I'm not in a good place right now. Hate my life.
Ass.
Aren't we all? Not in a good place.
1, 2, 3.
This isn't a
Gonna
good
have
place.
to roll.
This is not.
This is the bad place. Thanks, Twi. There it is.
Oh, that's me. I thought I was waiting for somebody.
That's you.
That's me. Look, Ma, that's me.
Hey, that's me.
I thought you were Aiden. I was so mad.
One.
Son of a bitch.
Oh my god.
And damn.
Alright.
Told you I wanted a rematch.
Well, I was
I
second, so that's all that
Came back
matters.
with a vengeance.
Is
Let's
that what
play
matters?
Uno.
Everybody has Uno, dipshit. It came with
Xbox. You're a fucking Xbox. You cunt.
At the oldest man.
The
Right,
Uno in
changing.
this game is named weirdly. It's that one
The
with
weird
the
diamond
with the,
one.
Oh, is it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Last
Last
card.
card.
Last card.
Last ass card.
Ass
Keep it-
blast card.
Also they're stacking. So draw 2 plus draw 2 plus draw 2.
Do we
So
do
there's-
all places or first place?
all places? It goes by. This goes by usually.
Yeah, it does.
Usually it goes faster than Ludo. So
Channeling your Brooklyn accent there.
feeling it. I'm not even from Brooklyn.
I know, but you were having the. You were. It goes a lot faster than usual.
La fiesta. You fucking whore.
Draw 3.
Pizza pasta, walking in.
Draw 3.
You cunt.
I feel like so much just happened in the past few moves, and this is my first move.
2.
Color change.
That one.
Last card.
Wait, already?
Draw 2.
Oh, what the fuck?
No.
Draw 2.
No, you.
Draw 2. Color change.
Vengeance.
Damn, you picked the one color.
Good.
That's good. Keep it like
No.
that.
No.
Color change.
Color is changed. Blue.
Thank you, Aiden. You will be handsomely rewarded.
Skip.
Ah, fuck.
There you go.
Reverse.
Alright, no you.
I can't.
Color
I appreciate
change.
it, but I can't.
Draw 3.
I'm so glad I I moved. I'm so glad.
Last card.
Glad I did reverse before that,
Skip.
because otherwise.
Yeah, twice for last card. When you have 2 cards, you'll have a button prompt that you have to press before you play your card.
Okay.
That's how it goes.
Otherwise, they make you draw 5
Yep.
every single time you
Draw
miss it.
2.
People don't even have to call you out for it. It's just gonna happen.
Be like the
Reverse. Reverse.
reverse.
Last card. Skip.
Oh,
You
shit.
didn't hit it.
I pressed the button too fast.
Don't worry. I think someone kept. Oh no, you know what? I think it was Limit that kept forgetting to hit.
It was definitely a limit.
Oh no.
Last card every time. It was like 3 in a row.
Well,
Draw 3.
I am dodging bullets, man.
Oh my god.
Hey, oh fuck.
You didn't declare.
Oh,
didn't
it goes to
declare.
the next person.
Draw 2.
Let's spice it up.
Oh, everyone.
All according to Keikaku.
I'm so glad I'm already out of this.
Skip.
I'm actually
Reverse.
currently just looking at a bunch of notebooks,
Color change.
debating whether I'm gonna continue doing this whole
Color
journal
change.
thing into the next year. I know it's
Skip.
only January, but I want to think ahead.
Color change. Color change.
What the fuck, Rosie? You had 2 as well?
Yeah.
Last card. Last card. Finish.
No, let's go. Fuck you.
Draw 3.
I don't like Uno.
Last card. Skip. Finish.
I hate Uno.
Alright.
Let's play again.
Fine, 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 fine. I don't need to see
But Uno funny.
Uno
You'll
is
hate president. You'll hate president then.
That's
I hate
mainly
every.
RNG,
I
isn't
hate
it?
everything I don't win.
Of course, that's how it works.
You just need the 1 W and then, oh, I love this game.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah.
That's fair.
I still say they should have had BS in this game.
Color
BS
change.
would
It's been
have
so
been
long since I
great.
played BS. I actually forgot the rules until and I had to look it up. But I do remember now.
See, it's funny because I remember playing President back in high school. We called it 13.
Draw 3.
So
Interesting.
we played with a bit more like basic
Draw
rules
3.
compared to what it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
And well, that's kind of all there is to it. I just remember a more arbitrary version of the game. And it was fun.
Nice.
Draw 2.
Mommy, what does BS mean?
For president, we called it in we have a variation of that in
Draw 2.
Chinese. We call it Big Two Dai because the two
Reverse.
of spades is the strongest in that game.
Skip.
Last and
card.
our rules are more
Draw
loose.
3.
Our rules are more looser. Like you can play like different hands, like full house and straights and stuff. We let you do that.
Twice on last card.
All right, I like this game.
You dare?
I do dare.
Reverse.
Well, do it again.
Well,
Color
before that,
change. Reverse.
Verse.
good.
Skip.
God damn it. Oh my god.
Color change.
Oh. Oh, thank goodness.
Last card.
Oh no.
Last card.
Well,
Excuse me.
Color change.
This better be right.
Let's go. Fuck you.
Oh my god.
Damn it.
Skip.
Okay. Okay, combo on me, sure. No! No, wait!
That's your fault. No, that's your fault.
That is on me. But I do have this, so it's fine.
Oh no. Don't tell me they gave you a combo.
Well, it was just that. I remember
Oh.
playing Uno with friends in college, and like we would go till all the places were done. And it would be so funny just going into all the combos and then just someone just wins at the end.
Bro, I remember when I was like, I think I was a sophomore in college,
Draw 3.
and I went to a friend's house like an hour away, and we were playing Uno, and I felt so embarrassed. I didn't know how to play, and I didn't want to admit it, so I kind of just learned the rules on the fly.
Oh, nice.
Draw 3.
I used to play Uno a lot in elementary school because
Draw 3.
for some reason our library had it. So we just played every
Nice,
morning.
but also, this is cursed as hell. What the frick?
Back when I worked at the boba place, we always had like this little cart, just like full of like board games and cards. And one of them was okay. I remember we had Jenga, and then we had Uno, and we always had so many people like pick out the Uno card, and then you just hear some people be like, "No," just be like, "Oh no!" And so it was just so funny.
We had
So,
my
remember when
boba
we
place
talked
has like
about
apples to
combos?
apples and Uno and a couple other games.
Ooh, nice.
Oh no. How many?
Draw 2.
Oh my god, what the
One
fuck
that
is
we
your
did
deck?
when I
What is
when,
this?
Oh
It's big,
my!
that's what it is.
did you guys have Mal the Uno variant where you couldn't talk and couldn't explain the? Oh no, I don't know that one.
I've heard of it. I've never played it.
Draw 3.
What's it called?
Oh.
Reverse.
Ah, yes, the ever useful reverse card when there's two people left.
It's fun. Oh, it doesn't just go back to the. Oh, okay, interesting. See, because when we played Uno, the reverse card would just be a skip.
Yeah, I think those are house rules.
Last card. Last card. Finish.
Oh, son of a bitch.
That was a close game.
I remember. I think it was like in 7th grade. For some reason, you just had like a free. I think it was like maybe you during one day. Our like core period classes. I think it was either English or like history. But I think it was just a free period because but for some reason, I think one of the other 7th grade class, they just all came over, and then I think one of them just happened to have cards, and we all played like DS.
Okay,
It
what,
was so
what game? What game do you want to play next?
President. Let's do president.
You know, that just reminds me,
President.
like in like 11th grade. So our school had the idea to use AP English with AP US History.
You have to remind me how to play this.
So
this one.
So eventually, the class just kind of became everyone just kind of hangs around doing nothing.
Oh yeah, I forgot they had that. We can toggle that off. I don't like personally. I don't like it clear.
Wait, so how does this work? Wait.
Hold on, I'll go back. I just want to fix it.
Okay. So the way it works is that in terms of card ranking, 3 of diamonds is the weakest card. 2 of spades is the strongest card. With not counting Joker if you allow that. But basically, whatever card someone plays, you want to play a stronger card after that.
Joker's beat out any other card.
You can't play a card you can pass. If everyone passes the cards, then reset and the round continues. Okay. Finish by emptying your hand of cards.
This part I don't like. You can't toggle this off. I wish you can toggle that off. Because we never had that rule variation.
You can play 2 or more cards of the same value.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
kind of how we played too. We just kind of reset and did it all over again, which is bizarre that it gets played in like the sort of like round robin kind of style.
Yeah.
Trill, our card game was always Mafia. We loved Mafia.
So and then at some point they explained it's like, yeah, you can also create doubles, triples. You can have it go in order.
I don't remember if you can turn off revolution. Oh, one thing if you play a Joker as your last card, that is considered an illegal finish, and you are automatically you automatically place last. Yeah.
Yeah, we learned that with Lemon, I think, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah, and I know what Werewolf is. I love Werewolf.
Werewolf's fun.
I didn't realize it was that was a card game. I thought it was the thing where someone's doing the thing.
Yeah, so this game kind of builds off of
I would say
the-
turn off Downfall. I'm not a fan of that.
Okay. The rest can
Yeah,
stay
Werewolf
on.
is a card game.
What's the 3-spade reversal again?
So basically, if someone plays a Joker, 3 of spades will beat out the Joker. That's the only thing that can beat the Joker.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I think it's yeah. I feel like that doesn't come up enough for that personally, but
How many rounds? 10, 5?
let's do 5.
Yeah, 5 should do. It is written, only the 3 of spades can defeat Ganon.
Great.
Alright, what kind of sick combo you got for us, Rosie?
I feel like
That's a sick combo.
Oh yeah, suits do go do count. So it's diamonds, clubs, hearts, and then spades in terms
guess
of
I have
weakest
to
to
pass.
strongest.
Shit.
Oh yeah, you can pass even when you have cards that you can use to beat. You can choose to strategically pass.
Yeah. Sometimes it's usually the better play.
Yeah.
In some cases.
Because then you can save your stronger cards for later if you don't want to use
I
them
just
up.
didn't have anything.
Damn, using those two so early.
Yeah, I know I'm gonna regret that, but
You're definitely gonna regret that.
oh, I completely forgot about that. Oh right, you have to have the same suit to do it in order to do an order. Shit. Yeah, okay, yeah. So I screwed myself.
Yep.
I don't know if I. Hold on.
Yeah, the way we play it is like as long as you can put put it in order, then you can essentially like play like a big hand.
Oh, like a straight? Yeah.
Yeah.
For me that works too, but in this case, I think the max they allow is like up to 3 cards, so it's like half of the straight, which is very strange.
Oh yeah. We had like a whole thing where it's like if you had an entire straight in your hand, you can essentially
You
win.
can do straight. We allow hands too, like full houses and stuff.
How do you? Which
What happened?
one?
So you
loading.
basically anything that beats out of 3 of diamonds, which
Are
basically
you trying
anything.
to figure out how the selecting works?
Yeah, is there a way to choose more than one?
No,
Or is it
no,
it's not?
Well, not in
no,
this case.
No, not in
anymore.
this case. If someone puts down a card, you have to put down 1 card. You have to
Oh,
match
it's just
the
one
amount,
after.
the
Yeah,
amount
you
of
have to
cards.
match whatever starts it.
Yeah, you have to match
Okay.
whatever starts it. Like if someone puts down a pair at the start, you have to match it with the pair. But like you can't do it in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah.
You only get that sort of control if you're the one that gets everyone to pass.
Yeah. If you're the one starting the next set, that's when you can choose. But that's how the rules are
Okay.
too. So you can't like willy-nilly because imagine if someone just like put down like a pair and then someone pulls out like a full house. You know?
Yeah, so usually it's a good idea. Like if you really know you got something that it can work, you can force everyone to pass. You can try throwing something high just to force a pass. It's risky, but that's kind of the name of the game.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to like hope that your opponent will pass or hope that they don't have a stronger card.
Okay.
Or to, yeah.
Essentially, yeah.
Sometimes it's smart to just hope that they're holding something.
Pass.
I see.
played this a lot. I played this a lot growing up, but I didn't really understand the rules too much back then. But I remember when I lost, I would like get mad, and like throw a tantrum. So
Yeah, mood.
my grandma would play too. It's like one of the few games she would play because she remembers how to play it.
Pass. Pass.
I like how your character says yeah.
Ass.
Pass.
Oh, you got doubles, don't you? Oh.
No.
Oh, but that was strong.
I had the other pair of keys. And there we go. Yay.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
I'll pass. Let's see what happens.
I think for us, the way we always started, we always start whoever had the three of diamonds.
The way we played it is, I think we had 3 spades as whoever starts it, but we considered whoever had the heart, the 2 of hearts, the higher card.
Interesting.
That was a bit of. I think this is kind of just how we used to play it.
Is that more of a house rule?
Yeah, it's more like a high school rule, if anything.
Pass.
Oh my god.
Wow, you guys must have really low cards then.
Ah, fuck me.
I had the lowest 8.
Card exchange. What?
So after this, you have to, depending on what place you are, you choose 2 cards.
Oh,
You have to.
I missed.
I
I
think-
misclicked. Sorry.
If
Why is
you're
it telling
last,
me to get these? That's absolute
if you're
bullshit.
last, you have to choose your strongest cards. But if you're first, you just choose any card that you can exchange.
This is bullshit.
Which I don't
I'm
like
gonna-
that.
I'm
I
gonna-
wish
I'm
you could
gonna
toggle this off.
I'm gonna take a photo and show y'all the absolute bull that I'm being given.
Oh yeah, you know what this game is also called? Capitalism.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I'm just gonna show y'all right now what I'm supposed to be sending in, because
President, also commonly called asshole,
Oh.
scum, or capitalism.
Oh, that's strong.
that's pain, is what that is.
Yeah, you have to get. Yeah.
I think I get it now, though.
Ass.
Nope, I ain't dealing with that. Nope. I'll let the 1% play with their aces and 2s. Oh, then that was the other thing. Whoever had the lowest 3 got the start first.
Yeah,
That was all.
that's what I meant. 3 of diamonds is the lowest.
Yeah. I like that. I actually do like that rule. That's pretty good. It's like whoever has the lowest 3, you get the advantage. It's like.
Because it's like nothing is gonna beat that. So.
Mm-hmm.
Has the lowest 3 and then has like all the aces too. Then
Yeah. Someone needs to beat that.
Three of spades reversal.
Oh.
Got him.
That was the situation.
That actually worked. I almost never see that.
It went into play. God damn.
Damn. All right.
Pass. 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 Pass.
I had me sweating. That was like, oof, that one card.
So how does placing in this game work again?
Basic, like how you like place.
No, for like overall place, cause like.
I think it's just overall game placing, like how you place in the game, and then after the 5 rounds, it like averages out. I think that's how it works. I think.
I'm in pain.
What was your last card? What'd you
8.
put? Oof. Oh my god. Putting down that 9 was the best thing I could have done.
I have to choose a strong card again. Are you kidding me? Are you really? Yeah, this game is pain. I hate how it has to choose like the strongest of the strong
It's
cards.
it's when you're third, you have to choose one strong card. I don't remember how it works for second place though.
The second place, they could just put down 1. They told me to just put down 1 of anything.
Oh, interesting.
Just 1 card.
Yeah, just 1 card.
Pass.
Wow, everyone had triples.
Pass.
Excuse me.
I was not ready for
I
that.
was shocked too. Ass.
Pass.
Ass.
This game really is just ass the game, isn't it?
God damn. Those are some triples. Damn.
Yep, there it is.
Baby, a triple.
Oh, baby, a triple. And it was actually 3s, so.
Pass.
Some of the music
That's
in
it.
this
This is
game's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's actually kind of banging.
Smooth fingers.
Smooth thingies.
Pass. Pass.
Oh, I made the right call.
Pass.
Oh,
Yeah, you
shit.
sure did.
Okay.
I'll just take it.
Choose one strong again. Oh, wait,
As long as you're in third place, you'll have to keep giving up a strong card. There's a reason why it's called capitalism.
We really do live in a society, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Fucking hell.
Number 15. We live in a society where Burger King foot lettuce exists.
Burger King.
Burger King. Somebody has all the
I
taste.
had a bit of a slur. Don't make fun of me.
Holy shit. Okay.
Oh, look at this high roller over here. Oh, look at this high roller. Look at all these high rollers.
Okay, this is a very late response, but yeah, Trill, you're right. Just throw down your entire hand. Win the game. Yes.
You could be the one aided. Oh, got him.
Yes. I think I have the strat down. Damn, okay.
I'm just in pain.
Son of a bitch. Popping strong.
Yup.
That's
nope.
It's fine. I had to. If I ended with the, if I had it as my last hand, I would have lost. So.
Jeez, Aiden popping out those toes.
I at least knew how to do that. Now I'm in hot water.
Okay, the one thing that does bother me, you can't if you have a suit that's stronger, like boom. Damn, okay. Damn it. I should have waited. Oh no. Well,
yeah.
Yeah, did.
Thank you.
Ugh.
Ah, crud.
But usually, if someone puts down like a 10 of diamonds, you're allowed to put like anything stronger than that, basically. So. Oh, okay. Second place, you just choose one card to exchange, as opposed to like first place where you can choose any card to exchange. I wish you can toggle the card exchange off. It's more fun when you don't have to exchange. And more fair. Ass.
I'm assuming this game uses both jokers?
No, it's just the one.
Oh, just one. Okay.
No, it's only one.
Interesting.
It's very strange. Yeah, this is an interesting hand I have.
Oh my
fuck?
gosh,
Jesus.
the
Holy
flex? What
That-
the hell?
that was by far one of the cleanest. Like, holy shit.
That was a flex right there. What the hell?
Pass.
Like I had nothing but doubles and then the triple threes.
Goodness.
That was pretty good.
Thank you. I owe it to the luck of these hands. That was pretty good.
Pass. Pass.
Oh my god. Again with the 666.
Here it comes.
Oh my god.
Pass.
Yep, that's what it all had. Everyone just have to keep playing stronger cards.
Pass.
And you have to force one of your strong ones. If they even one, I have a chance.
You know what
of
I
throwing
had?
down
I had all the 6s. But the thing is, if I trigger I don't remember if you can toggle off revolution. I forgot if you could toggle off revolution. That's why I didn't play all 4 6s.
Mm-hmm.
Man. Not good.
Would I play it
There
again?
you go. That's
Yes.
president.
Would I play it again? Absolutely. Do I want to talk about it? No.
No.
I don't know if I'm
What
up
other
for
games are
another
there?
one, honestly.
That being
You can play
said,
blackjack. Yeah.
that being said, if I have a slight desire to get back at you, but like, no, I don't know if it's strong enough to play it again.
We can end with blackjack or something.
No hookers?
No hookers. This is
I'll
a
be the
Damn.
dealer.
Didn't bring the hooker.
rated E for everyone game.
To make sure.
I haven't played this since Gaia Online.
I'm going to bust.
Remember.
Oh, not?
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Have
man,
mercy, I'm about to
the bust.
bust.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was the blackjack room. Oh, good lord. No, I think that gives us chips to work with too.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is like
All in, baby. Don't be pussy. All in.
This is gonna be. Man, I don't know how to gamble. This is gonna be dummy.
All in, baby. I was due for funny.
Well.
What the hell? I don't know how to gamble.
Wow, Aiden.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Fuck. That's a nasty hand.
Anyway, I stand.
Hit. Hit. Stand.
Oh.
Damn.
Oh. Damn.
Damn.
Busted.
You definitely bust.
Yeah, busted.
Oh, Rosie.
Eden, you
Listen,
bet
I
so
said all or
little. Oh
nothing.
my god.
I did not want to risk that.
All in, do it. You won't.
Let's go with this.
All in, baby.
All in.
What?
Yeah.
You can go into chip deck.
Oh, you can only
Yeah.
go up to 100.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, only, that's what I meant. Only up to 100. Sorry, bro.
Oh wow.
Bruh.
Oh my god, Twy.
Oh wait. Oh, I
want-
didn't know that game. Oh,
I want to
freaking
hit.
hell, I didn't know that. I didn't know that would give me another card.
Yo, let's go.
I didn't know that was gonna give me another card. I hate this game.
Mercy, I'm about to bust.
Oh.
Man, we losing big. We finna bust.
He's out of debt.
All in, do what you won't. You only have like $20.
Yeah. And
All in, baby. This is fake money anyway, so it's fine.
yeah. You're right. You're right. Fake money. My dream's getting ruined
Ow!
right here.
Again?
This game is super rigged.
Oh my god.
I'll do money. Okay. You know that's good
Oh
enough.
my god.
Oof.
Yeah, this is Club Coin.
Are you fucking?
Yes.
Oh, I win.
Let's
Double it
go.
down, baby.
I hate this game. I hate gambling.
Remember, kids, don't gamble.
Never.
Don't gamble.
Why is this game? Why is this
Get a
game
gunblade.
encouraging us to?
Don't
Why
gamble.
is this game encouraging us to gamble?
Is this allowed on Twitch?
Yes.
I don't.
I'm kidding.
It's not real money, so yes.
Hey, Farron, how you doing?
Hi,
What's going on?
Farron.
Thanks for
Only
on.
that notification only took like 5
What is-
hours.
Well,
Hello, Farron.
I'm gonna be safe. I'm gonna be pussy. I'm pussying out this time.
Oh my god. That's a lot of character.
Stand.
Damn, I lose this time.
what does double down mean?
So basically you double your initial bet, and then whatever card you draw one card, and then that's it, and then you just stand. You cannot hit any more cards. That's basically it.
Yeah, you can't bust.
So it's basically all or nothing, in a sense.
What are you doing, Farron?
Why is making bank?
All or nothing.
This is a
damn.
scary place.
Have you even like hit this whole time? Or you've just been giving your hands?
Okay, hang on. I'm trying to think about the numbers here.
You needed.
Add
You needed
2,
two.
divide by 6.
That's 2. You needed
Okay.
2. Oh no, wait. I have an ace. You're good.
Oh my
Damn,
god.
busted. Too hard.
Oh.
Oh lord, you finna bust.
Paga.
Oh.
Oh man.
Let's fucking go.
Oh shit, I'm the only one that lost with negative money.
No, I had negative 100 at some point.
I owe the
Thanks,
bank
Luke.
$80.
Somehow I won, barely.
I
Hey,
hate.
Lou.
I don't like this game because I lost.
You're gonna do it again, bitch. You won't.
I will. How you doing, Luke? Enjoy yourself.
Twice holding me
You're
captive.
welcome.
He took my cell phone. Haven't seen
I've seen
sunlight. Oh, for days.
The police call the police.
Let's go all in or
It's too
nothing,
late.
baby.
Lose my money.
Let's do a match. We just go all in.
I'm doing it.
Everyone all in.
Good.
We all in boys making all in noise.
Oh, the house.
Island
$1,000.
boys. An island boy.
All in.
It's the hottest new club. It's called All In.
Oh
the
well,
fuck?
would you look at that?
God damn.
Damn.
It's okay. The dealer sucks.
Must have like some first turn luck or something.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, we all got our money back.
See, I'm about to bust.
Well, A got more because they got blackjack. Man.
No. Because finished 3D World. Nice.
Oh.
Did you do Bowser's Fury? I almost said furry.
No, no, you're right. Say it
Are
louder.
are we continuing the all in thing?
We can't go all in anymore, but we can 100.
It's just the max is 100.
the max points.
Yeah.
All in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
Max in.
Ass in.
Max in. Oh, ass in. Cock out.
What friends I have.
That's the mantra you need to learn, Max.
Ass out, cock in.
Oh my
the
god.
pussy.
Oh,
Rosie. Rosie.
Oh no.
This is what it's like.
Double down.
Oh wait.
Oh my god.
Fuck. That's what I get.
Double down.
I'm in trouble.
Boss.
Wait.
14. Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Ooh, I'm in trouble.
I just got my coins back.
All of us doubled down and we all lost our money.
Except Aiden.
Yeah, that's what I bet. Don't worry.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah. 3D World's a good game. I really do like it. What? Take money.
It is a good game. It's one of my favorites on the Wii U.
I'd say it's a good party game. I don't think I would personally play it by myself though.
Yo, finally! A break! Let's go.
Double down.
Finally. Get fucked.
Double down. What the fuck?
That's okay. Bruh.
Alright, I'll take that.
I hope you
Why?
bust.
A nut?
Hell yeah, you bust the nut.
Gonna kill something.
How the hell?
Game is bad and it should feel bad.
The game really should feel bad. This is
Switch
pain.
version has increased move speed?
It's
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, that was a thing they
It's Pride
addressed when they were talking
Again.
about the game because it doesn't have to take the time loading. They made the characters faster.
Playing games with your ass. It's
Yo,
right
let's go.
again.
We take those.
Oh, I'm trying to think about how this works. If I add 10, divide by 3, and then okay.
What do I have to lose?
You probably should have stood.
Oh.
My god.
Double down.
That.
Oh, we
I
all
don't-
draw.
I want to see how low I can get.
Oh my gosh. You're playing golf rules twice?
I think you can do 10 rounds, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, but you-
Aiden's gonna win no matter what, unless they get to double down.
Unless
I'm gonna double
something
down.
incredibly wrong happens.
Something extremely right happened. You mean?
Extremely Phoenix.
It's not.
right
It's not that I
movie.
want you to lose. It's that I want you to come in last place.
I thought it was gonna be. It's not that I want you to lose. It's I want to win.
It also happens. Double down.
Double down, do what you want.
Dang.
Double down.
I didn't.
Aiden's like,
Go,
I'm not
two
a.
for 3. Oh, okay, I'm
I'm
saying
not-
that.
I may be a coward, but I'm a smart coward. I win.
All these 10 coming in for your
What?
asses.
Yo, let's go. Oh my god.
No, we're tied.
We
Holy
tied.
shit.
Rosie wins is like the worst outcome.
Wow.
This is the bad timeline.
Well, we're better.
And you wanted me to double down, Twy.
I did.
It would have been
You can
funny.
play 10. You can play 10.
You're playing 10? Alright, we're playing 10.
Ben
Playing
10.
10.
Win better, asshole.
Dealer must draw to 16 and stand on 17.
I'm glad they put
I
that
did-
on the table.
It'd be kind of cool if you can adjust those odds too. It's
Yeah,
like
but then they would have to make a
blackjack
different.
based board.
Then they would have to make a different graphic for the.
Oh, you know we should play dominoes. Now that since Mayo taught me how to play, it's actually kind of fun.
Double down. Nut.
Bust.
What? This guy ain't gonna get. The dealer ain't gonna get shit, man. He's gonna bust.
And then they get 21.
Let's not will that into the world.
Hit. In before.
I know it's gonna happen now.
Oh, oops.
I hope he blackjacks.
Well, it didn't.
Got him.
17. You just won.
Oh, they have to stand on 17, so even if they get there, they can't go any further. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Else they just having to get anything higher than 17.
David,
that's it.
just win. Okay.
Do you just want me to spread
Don't
the-
worry, I will
Yes.
do my best.
He just doesn't want me to win.
Yeah.
That little whore.
And what about it?
But
Hey, look, reverse
that's-
nice.
Look, stay
Reverse?
winning.
reverse nice.
Nice.
You know, I was born on reverse nice.
Double down.
Double down, let's go.
I'm in pain.
Okay.
Dealer needs to bust.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna bust.
Nah, shit. God damn it.
Finally, I'm
Just,
back to work.
just end me. I want to see myself get into so much fucking debt. It'll be. I want student loan level debt, right?
You gotta need to add like 2 more zeros to that digit then.
More like
Maybe
3.
More like 3, I know, right?
I'm
Okay, sorry. You need
$100,000
to
in
add
debt.
4.
I'm glad I'm not in college now.
I'm glad I
Bro,
didn't
let's go.
pull out a
I'm
loan.
$100,000 in debt.
Double down.
Good lord.
Sounds fun.
All right, double down, baby.
It helps me not at night.
Oh.
Understand.
Coming back. I'm coming back. Which is
You're
an
coming.
unfortunate. It's an unfortunate statement after what I just said, but
Yeah.
I have mental problems.
Don't we all?
Such as
Listen. We all got our issues, okay?
Well, I think I would be an
That's
idiot.
so funny. Yo, let's go!
Oh man.
Fuck yeah! Suck my nuts.
No.
The dealer's like, oh, okay.
Oh come on.
You
Yeah.
insist.
The dealer's gonna blackjack.
Let's go! Yo, I got that moolah.
I will.
Oh,
I
nice.
will get back. The game's not over yet.
Twice just breaking even so far.
Yeah. Sucks. Drawn
All right,
twice.
all or nothing, baby.
This is like Drawn to Life, except worse.
All or nut thing, baby.
All or nothing.
Nut thing.
The stakes have never been higher.
Oh.
That shit.
Well, I can't double down.
You can't double down. But you get 50 extra since you have blackjack, so.
Oh, I can't do that anymore. Okay.
I woke up this
Damn.
morning.
Yeah, you
and
can.
I got
Yeah,
out of
it's
bed.
only your first draw.
Had to play a game
God,
of
this
blackjack to
motherfucker's
clear
clear.
my head.
I don't think this is clear in my
Nah,
head at
shit.
all.
Are you joking?
This motherfucker
God,
pulls
go
out
take
the
the 50
blackjack
extra.
now.
The
Still
one time
breaking
Twy
even.
gets blackjack, the dealer ties.
If I get blackjack, the game should be over.
Stop the count.
Up the count, indeed.
Stop.
Rosie's the only one alive.
Rosie's 21 on that.
Oh, motherfucker,
because
that
I-
dude's
it's
got a
because I
blackjack again.
dropped
Look
out
at
of
that.
college.
Look at that shit. That motherfucker most certainly has a blackjack again.
Are you?
Bruh.
kidding me?
This one, he could suck a fat chode.
20.
This
I hope
all-in
he,
strategy
like-
is not working. When I was being strategic,
I
I
hope
won.
all his money is going towards his student loan. Then he's not making any money for himself.
Yeah, this is coming out of his wallet.
Yeah.
This is horrible. We're ruining this person's life.
Good.
Maybe
That's what
next
he
time you should have put the blackjack pay to 3-2, idiot.
Double down.
You bleeds down.
Double down.
Okay.
Double down.
Not bad.
Oh. That might have been a mistake.
Blackjack.
What the fuck?
Well, we're all underwater now.
I'm the least of broke.
I'm coming back.
The dealer can pay for tires now.
Negative 12,000. I'm coming back, baby. Don't worry. Just one more game.
Baby, we still tied up, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
We still tied up. Let's go.
Police say a Latino man. Skip that one. We don't need that. Well, this is a predicament.
Yo, let's go!
I'm going to kill something.
Damn, I should have doubled down.
Hit.
I'm a little mad.
Oh.
Yay, I have 0. Damn it, I should have doubled down. I'm a little mad.
Dude, that would have been sick if you doubled down and got that.
I know, right? So bad.
Don't worry. This all ins for you, Rosie.
Oh,
I don't think that's how this game works.
I dedicate all of this negative money to you.
All my student debt I give to you.
Double down, baby. Oh shit, baby.
You all forgot the
Double
intro.
down.
I swear, this is another blackjack.
Hitting.
Bruh.
Oh, we tied. Okay.
Take it all. I don't even care.
Take it all, even my virginity.
Excuse me.
Well, at the
Damn, is
rate,
that how you're paying it off?
at the rate I'm going, I gotta take every chance I can get.
Goodness, negative
1000%.
1000%. Let's
Welcome to the
Let's
1K
go.
club, Twy.
Yeah, in the wrong
Welcome to
direction.
the 1%. Okay.
There's not even a percentage for what I am.
How did all 5 of us, how 3 of us get 50? I said 5 because paper stars and Okay.
I'm here in spirit.
No, you're the
You're the dealer.
You're the dealer.
I'm the dealer.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Paper, you were the one that was doing this to us this entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still win.
You still get up. How did you still get out of that?
I don't know.
Oh.
Well, you hit 4 digits.
What a good end. Is this what we're gonna end it on?
I don't know.
Oh,
Is this how
Let's
we...
play dominoes.
Texas hold the baby. Oh,
Play
wait, Domino.
poker.
Yeah.
No. We should end it on Yahtzee, the most luck-based game.
Yeah.
I need to learn
let's
how
see
to
how to
play
play.
that one.
You know another good one that's kind of luck-based? Sevens.
I'm trying to remember what
But
that
how
was.
does dominoes work?
Oh, excuse me.
You basically just match the numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Match
Is
the
it-
numbers.
Is
Let's
it
do
just
simple rules.
matching?
Yeah, it's just matching essentially.
Yeah. And exhaust all the dominoes in your hand. That's it.
There's 61. It's pretty fast.
5 up, simple.
Yeah, simple. Just
Keep
do draw one.
drawing.
I can draw one.
I was gonna say drawing. Oh, that's just like it's.
Oh,
it's just Uno.
if there's no tiles you can match, you can pass. But I think it's only up to like a certain limit that you can pass.
Imagine Mario Party had like a bunch of different like mini games in which you decide turn order.
Oh yeah, you can unlock the Mario playing cards.
This is just
Really
Card
cute.
Party.
Let's go.
Drop it. Oh.
So I think when I played at Mario, there was a limit to like passing. So like if you pass like 5 times, you're out of the round. I think out of the round or out of the game. I don't remember.
Damn. That's aggressive.
Hey, that's another game.
I think if there's multiple things you can do, you can just like pick and choose. I think which one I'm not sure actually. Oh shit! Oh man, I was so close. And then you get all the points. I don't remember how it works. I think it's like all the edges or something.
Yeah, it's whatever the edge point total is. That's kind of how I estimate this thing works.
If they have to lay like vertically like that, do they both count as edges?
I don't know. That is a good question. Logically, I would say that would be how that works.
Pass.
Oh man.
Pass.
Yes.
Pásale, bésame, te tienes aquí tus labios.
No.
Oh, it's whatever's left in your hand. That's what it is.
Oh,
Okay, it's the added total.
Okay. Oh, I see.
That makes sense.
So it would be strategic to get rid of your higher,
If you can,
Yes.
yes.
yeah. I forgot the word.
And, it,
value.
and if you can't,
That's the
panic.
word.
Great value.
I'm more of a Kirkland person.
Costco.
Folgers and
Yes.
your car.
The cost of co.
It actually would look kind of fun to like play in person.
I thought you were
like,
saying
put
like
the
Costco
pieces
looks really
together.
fun to just go to.
No.
It is.
I've gone to. I mean, there's a Costco like, it's like a few blocks down where my mom's place is.
It's good.
Costco's fucking huge, and their prices are so good.
Costco's like
Mm,
a
yeah,
minimum
okay.
zone.
Costco's.
like if you need to.
See,
I mean, Ty, if you want to go to a Costco, just visit me. I guess.
I also live near a Costco.
Like we all have.
Visit my Costco.
Okay, like is your Costco special?
No.
I got a Costco and a Sam's.
No.
Okay, at least it was only worth 10
Yeah,
points.
actually, I have a Costco and a Sam's near me.
There used to be Albertsons near my childhood house, but I think it
don't-
got replaced with the Lucky's.
They don't have Albertsons near me.
We also have an Albertsons near me.
Dang, Aiden, how come they
we
let
have-
you have 3 superstores?
We have so many. Okay, we got Albertsons. We've got, like, not to dox myself, but we got a Sam's Club. We got a Walmart. We got a friggin' Target. We got a Costco.
I
Albertsons.
don't got a Sam's Club, so.
Yeah, I live near a Sam's Club, a Costco, 2 Giants, a
Got an
Walmart.
H Mart.
I don't live that
Most
close to H Mart.
important,
An Aussie Plaza.
Hentai Mart. Nice.
No, Rosie, that's called the internet.
I live.
We all
Yeah,
have
true,
them.
bro.
We also
True.
have a Wegmans.
It came with your fucking computer.
I thought you said wet man.
That's
I
me.
heard
What?
Wankmans.
I've never heard of that. So.
It might be more local.
Pass.
Yes.
No. This is actually really fun though.
Yeah, I like just matching things.
Oh shit! I had to get an extra. Fuck.
Ready?
You didn't have any moves, damn.
I had nothing.
Let's go with.
Oh, somebody's eating good tonight. If somebody wins right now.
Yeah, this is dangerous.
Pass.
Okay, not as dangerous as it was.
Yay! Finally. I get some points.
That was not necessary.
Yes, it was. Fuck you,
No, it
whore.
wasn't.
Holy shit.
The salt real up in here.
On
We'll,
who's?
we'll
from
win
who?
more. Forehead.
I am winning. I'm literally winning right now.
Win
I'm gonna
more.
Be, I'm gonna be tired of winning. Stop the count, like literally right now.
Stop the count. I don't know what it is about stop the count. It's just so funny.
I like Junie's stop voting too. That's also really funny.
I love that it happened twice. She's like, which one do you guys think is the best? Stop voting.
Stop voting. Are Koopa Kids the same as Bowser Jr.?
Stop voting.
voting. Oh,
Damn. I didn't notice.
spicy.
Fuck,
Oh
I had,
shit.
I had some really high values.
Is that loud?
Yes.
No, it's not. That's illegal.
Damn, who be feeding?
God damn. Oh, oops.
Koopa Kids people. Nick, what?
They do. It's true.
Oh, yeah, the Koopa Kids be busting. Because you get all kinds of colors of the Koopa Kids. Red, green, blue, you name it.
Greens, beans, potatoes, tomatoes.
Green, beans, tomatoes. I'll take.
Oh man.
Oh, we close to Wiener.
Wiener. What the fuck?
Wiener.
Single five?
No.
Jesus.
It be like that. It sucks when you're like, holy
It's tough-
shit, I
it's-
didn't
it's
have
tough out there in the streets, let me tell you. Not a 5 to your name.
Not even $5 to my name.
Oh, I need to get rid of this thing stat before somebody has a spicy win.
Especially win.
Despacito.
Oh, good thing I got rid of that one stat before someone had a spicy win.
No.
Oh god. Oh no.
Like, we're basically like 3 of us right now are on the
Yeah,
verge of
well,
winning.
everybody who is in this game is tied up, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Frosty.
Nah, it's fine. This is my penance for like winning all 3 rounds of blackjack. So
You don't need to brag about it. Jeez.
Rosie, like I need to be punished for being so good.
it's all luck.
It really is all luck.
It's funny because Rosie, I think, had the least backtracks on everyone.
Yeah. It's funny how it works out. It's not that Rosie won, it's that I was bad at betting.
Did
Turns out,
Does anyone win at blackjack?
Need him not to win.
Oh my
Let's say we
god.
got a
Oh
one.
no, for fuck's sake.
Uno.
I'm like, oh no.
You have Uno.
You
Did it come with your fucking
Oh
no! There.
Okay, I can deal with
Wait.
8.
I want to play again. That's actually fun.
Was
I
pretty
want to play. That was fun.
I have finally won one.
And it
I
will
guess
be your
I did
last.
have that one game last card. Damn. Fucking hell, dude.
You won Uno.
Good lord.
It will be your last.
Your last.
Oh, I see how it is. Pick the one furthest away from me.
I'm gonna choose. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
What?
Back it down, man. Let me tell you, back it up.
Drop that ass down.
Put down that domino. Drop it to your flow.
Excellent.
Get fooled.
Yeah,
Not
look
get
at,
rid of
look
this
at these fucking tiles that everyone's just throwing out.
Man, maybe one
Never
day.
felt like, no, I do not want to give anyone points.
Break it down,
One day I'll just.
Let me see it. Back it up. Drop that ass. Drop the thing down low.
Oh my
Pick that
God.
Mother up.
Oh shit.
One day I'll get a set of dominoes.
El
Just for the
Domino.
ASMR factor. Not for anything else.
I think of myself.
Except for, I don't know, maybe actually.
Oh my god, it's gonna be worth so much because
Oh
I'm
my gosh, that was chunky.
Money. For
Money.
That-
I still have half my clothes on my bed. It's fine though.
Put
Ass.
them away. Oh my god.
Wear them all right
Well,
now.
see, I was doing that, but then we started playing Gartic Phone. And I've been here ever since. Well, except for when I went to eat
I
dinner.
have no
but-
concept of strategy. I think that's where my problems are.
See, the thing is with Clubhouse games, it spoils you because, like, it shows you here, you can choose this card. Domino. Tile.
Stat.
Oh man. No.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? Shut the fuck up. Aiden, that's your fault. Okay.
I did jack shit.
Yeah, that's exactly why David's score is so high, because you didn't check it.
Oh my god.
Oh, I hate this.
You can keep
Fuck
you
you.
can keep your score or you can keep your friends.
Good.
Oh man, that was like the best kind of jump scare.
It really was. Right to 60. I hate it.
Oh.
Oh no, not not
No,
again.
no,
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 no, no. Rosie, do something. Rosie.
You better do something.
Thank
Nothing.
goodness.
I'm glad she
See, the
had it.
point
That
of these
would've won.
games. The point of these games is to.
What
Are
the
you
fuck?
kidding me?
What
already?
the fuck? That was like 2 passes. Was that even allowed?
Bro, if you want 60 if you want 60 points worth of dominoes, I'll just go catch them. Like I'll throw them at you.
Oh,
See, the point of these games is to make sure that the game goes on as long as possible. It's just like Uno.
oh,
Pick up. Good.
That was sexy right there. I think I just bust.
What? Excuse me.
I'm sorry, I did not know that.
Hello?
You're like, yo, I'm about to bust a nut over here.
Lord, I say I'm about to bust.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, shit. Wait.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah!
Oh wait, what?
Hot. Hucks.
Oh my god.
Look at that.
What?
This is an even worse
What?
outcome.
Oh my god. Man, I don't care what that score says.
Damn
I
it.
won that one.
victory and
Damn it. I could have gone 69. I'm mad.
60.
Lord. Rigged.
Absolutely rigged.
Is this how you want to end it?
Oh.
With stuck in this?
I don't know.
Me winning again?
Sevens is pretty good.
Want to play Mario Party?
Sure, why not?
Is this how we're settling it in Mario
Yeah, settle it
Party?
in par. Settle it in par.
Settle it in Marpar. Alright. We're settling it in Marpar.
Okay, any of my mods want to change?
Change.
You were
okay, let me
asking
see
if
I
you could. It's an exclamation point game.
Why stays up late to settle a score? That's the title name. Ugh.
Filling it with stars.
Settling it with stars. Oh no.
This could either
Goodbye,
go
Dumb
really
Trent.
well or
I
really
need to
bad.
make
No,
a rule.
this is not. I don't like. We're not picking Spaceland. I don't care.
Let's
No.
do Woody Woods!
No.
We're not picking Woody Woods either.
If
Birthday cake! Let's do birthday cake. That's the most fitting.
Oh yeah, it's your birthday.
Was.
you want it, what do you want to give me, like a heart attack for my birthday?
Yes.
Alright, fine. We'll go
I
to
mean, I
birthday
gave you a
cake.
heart attack when I gave you when I just dropped the code for Clubhouse Games, so you know.
You did, yes. I was like, what the fuck?
No, you gave us a heart attack when your score went all the way up to 60. Wait, that was David.
Yeah. That was
Wish
pretty
it was
pog.
me. Actually, no, I don't, because David lost that round. Oh yeah, sorry. The code's all sevens.
No, yeah, I took a gamble and was just like, yeah, that's probably what it is. No, let me read your card. What's your card?
If there are folks that are around that want to play,
Celestial
I mean, if you want to
Swim.
play, you
I
can,
don't-
but if you want me to play.
I don't mind observing.
Okay, just let me get my Switch.
Yeah. Go for it. You've been watching us play all these dang games.
Favorite games: Coney Island. Why?
I like it.
I like it too, but not that much.
But ice cream. How
Yeah,
could you not like ice cream?
I was screaming during Clubhouse games. Don't need to scream more.
Oh man.
Oh, you can hit room info to see what the passcode is.
Ice cream.
I didn't know that.
AKA horror.
Superstar, are we friends on Switch?
I have no idea.
Oh man, are y'all not friends? Sad.
I feel like we should be, because I just kind of add people based on, like, on Twitter.
Be sure to put on your ice cream for all the cursed shit you've seen today.
Baron, that's
I guess not.
Wish these were all in some kind of order.
When your eyes scream, you have to put on the ice cream.
the eye cream. Yeah.
Time to give your eyes some like extra juice.
Yeah, I guess not.
We're not friends? Alright. Can I... Will it kick... If I try to add Paper Star
Okay.
right now, will it...
Let me do Wordle. Fuck.
Oh, right, Wordle. It is
Wordle time.
Hang on, just...
Yeah, it's Wordle.
It's Wordle.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
I have not thought of that in so long.
There it is.
Did you send me one?
Twinkle calm room.
Okay, let's use my typical word.
Oh, you must not have it connected to your... Let me put up Van Zeek's real quick. Yeah. Instead, I will read it out loud.
For everyone here.
Oh, thanks, Spencer.
Yeah. Okay, I
Happy
got it.
birthday, King.
Thank you, Spencer. How are you? We should hang out sometime. Mario Party. Mario Party. Did it dismiss the room? Oh, it didn't. Well,
No.
sent you a friend request. God, by the time this is over, this is gonna be long. It really do be like this.
Did you have like a 12-hour stream at some point?
No, I've never streamed for 12 hours. The longest I've gone is like 9 hours and 15 minutes.
Huh.
Oh, it can't be that
I
either.
typically have a lot of energy, but I have not that much energy. I hope I hit send friend request.
Yeah, I got the friend request. I just need to join the room.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Yeah, Grovile ring.
Profile good.
Oh, it can't be
Yes,
there
I love
either.
Mystery Dungeon. I'm gonna stream that again this year. Mark my words.
Okay, I'm in.
Ooh, a new. I have to check your card. Level 25, not good. Not
You're
good.
gonna hate it.
Favorite board, Woody Woods. Is that what that said?
The judgment.
Who let you
How
in?
many turns are we doing? 10?
I don't know. We can do a short game, yeah.
Yeah, it's too short.
Who let you in here, you Woody Woods lover?
Or like
We-
Poopy,
Man, Mario Party 3 is the one I
Poopy
played.
Woods. Got him.
Do you know how
I'm
to
gonna be
play?
Yoshi.
Yeah, you can be Yoshi.
I'm gonna get railed.
I'm gonna go random.
Oh, okay, the Donkey Kong it is.
Oh, look, a little T shape.
Retracting teeth.
Am I gonna play Legends
Retract-
Arceus? I don't know if I'm gonna stream it, but I do want to buy it. I
Yeah,
just
I'm
need.
debating if I want to stream it, but like I don't want to get spoiled, so I might just play it on my own free time.
Yeah, I'm definitely just gonna play on my own time. But I'm probably gonna. I don't know.
Yes.
On a
Yeah.
classic.
Since it's a short game, maybe we should go with classic.
Yeah, maybe.
Gil. I'm here to kick dumb and chew ass.
And I'm holla. I love that video because I'm here to kick
Hell yeah,
ass, and then he
that's-
just starts like breaking down about oh that was ass. It's so good. Night whoop.
Hey, Woot. Oh,
Woot.
Woot's rooting for David.
Man.
Woot woot.
What's up?
Woot's rooting for you.
Oh.
Well, I think I
Thank you,
have.
Wood. Thank you. I
you
will
like
do
do
my
a
best.
prediction.
Oh, I guess-
Prediction,
yeah,
yeah.
does someone want to do that?
I can set that up.
It's just slash prediction, right?
Yeah.
Oh, are you gonna set it up?
I can set it up.
Okay. How are we gonna divvy it?
Oh, I guess it's start prediction.
Hey, it's an order. Oh no, never mind.
Damn, it's not in order.
Let's do let's do this.
Oh, see this?
There we
This
go.
is gonna be true for the whole game. This screen right here.
Done. Okay.
Yoshi is fourth.
There you go.
Thank you, Rose.
Wait,
So it's
I'm not
why
playing.
we're doing this. Oh, I say that. Oops, sorry, cancel prediction. I'm dumb.
What does it say?
Aiden. Like
Oh.
it's
No, it's okay. I'm gonna win regardless because I'm not
Okay,
playing.
cool.
SMH
The real
Rosie,
winner is
Jesus.
the one that's not playing.
I'm sorry. How do I cancel prediction? I should
I have
know.
no idea. I have
Let me see. Can I can dismiss
I'm
this
sorry,
message.
Paper Star. I just completely zoned out.
It's okay. I'm gonna bet on myself to win. As I'm not playing the game.
Good.
Because I'm too cool. Too cool. Too cool to know you.
She's Princess Peach.
Don't get it don't take it personal. Don't get emotional. Too cool.
Oh, I think I found myself very cheap.
You know what? I wonder if someone has already made Peach's birthday cake in real life.
I'm sure there's a recipe. I'm gonna
It's
look
got
it up
like
right
those.
now.
It would have made that
Yeah, like it's pretty easy, right? You got like the frosting and like the breadsticks around the side.
Yeah, but
Well,
you have to
they're
make sure you get DK's thick ass just
They're more
right.
like they're more like brioche kind of.
What are
I've seen a cake like that.
Oh, Paper Star, you're in the blast zone.
No, it's the unlimited breadsticks from Olive Garden and just put them all around the thing.
What are they called?
I've seen a cake like that. I just have to remember what
ladyfingers
it's
or
called.
Oh,
I'm so glad nobody heard my
not
comment.
breadsticks.
What a great day.
Yeah, that there could be 2v2. Okay.
What's it called? I'm trying to find it. I've seen that type
Oh.
of cake before.
Peach's birthday.
Horse, enjoy your win.
What is it?
Like-
Oh, this one?
Uncle,
No,
not
I actually
Coke.
probably won't win this.
I see a lot of peach cakes, but they're not the Peach's birthday cake like in the game.
Oh, you mean like the fan art, the peach cake?
No, like actual cakes.
Okay, let's actually pay attention. Yeah, see?
There's a lot of
Hell yeah.
there's a lot of really cute peach cakes actually.
Beef cakes.
Where is
Yes.
it? Oh, I think it's a Castella? I think it's a Castella. I think? I had to no wait.
Castella. Okay.
No, it's not a Castella. I'm trying to find
it's
it.
not that, but it looks really good. Is this that like? This is different from the.
Did we make a
This
new
one?
prediction? Oh, the blast zone again.
I did not.
Mark really likes that I call that space the blast zone.
I'm trying to find
I'm right
what
next to
it's
DK's
called. I
ass
don't know
now.
what it is. I just can't find it.
You know why they
Hey,
don't
hey,
feed
you at
monkeys
least-
bananas at the zoo? Because they poop the peels. So
Oh,
says
I thought
Tim.
you were gonna say because it makes their ass bigger and
That's just a Tim thing.
What?
Oh, first street again.
Oh wait, are you thinking maybe
I'm
Tres
not good at this.
Leches?
Which one?
Because
Oh.
actually, I think I'm just thinking that because I want some of that right now. That's good stuff.
No, it's not Tres Leches. It's something else.
Now I'm looking up Tres Leches anyway because I
Oh, okay.
just want to stare at it. It's
I remember
beautiful.
someone like making a cake for. I just don't remember.
damn, there was no way I was gonna get there in time.
A good monkey donk. Hello, Solid. Welcome.
Thinking about that monkey dunk, huh, Solid?
Understandable.
That game is rigged.
That game is rigged. I agree, actually.
It's really interesting when the one somehow wins.
Yeah, it's because the 3 are bad.
Damn.
I'm glad
That's
to
really
have
bothering me. I don't
participated.
know what those things on the side are. I know what.
Ladyfingers.
Oh, they're
What's the
lady
recipe
fingers.
of it? Lady fingers, yes.
I've been
Thank
saying
you.
that.
We've been saying that the entire time.
I didn't
I
hear.
thought you were talking about like the cake as a whole.
No, I meant the things on the side.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah,
okay. It
they're
happens to me
ladyfingers.
too, Rosie.
Yeah. No, I've been there. yeah,
I
for
actually
sure.
didn't hear anyone say it.
I'm just giving you shit. That happens all the time.
Oh,
Sure,
you
I'll
can
throw.
get a strawberry. Doesn't even
Sure.
look like a strawberry. Why
That-
does Lucky You call them a strawberry?
What are you talking about? It's an Amazonian strawberry.
Yeah, I'm sure Wonder Woman's been eating those her whole life.
That's what it. Okay. I found the cake
Yeah.
What's it?
that
what
I
is
was
it called?
thinking of. It's called. It's from Cooking Tree. They called it a strawberry charlotte cake. Here, when you see it, you understand. See?
Yeah, that's actually really cute. I want that in my life.
Oh.
That does look like a fancy.
The recipes are
fancy
really
pan.
good.
That looks amazing.
I
Put that
need
direct.
that.
Put that in my stomach.
In
you
my
can bypass
mouth.
my mouth.
Oh, you're not even gonna
Shove it
taste
up your
it?
ass. I
No, I'll
guess.
taste it. No, I'm not gonna shove it up my ass. Not like the nice jewelry. I'm not
The
gonna
dumpy.
shoved it right up my ass.
DK dumpy.
Inject this right into
Oh,
my
a
tongue.
4-player
actually.
minigame. Who would have thought? Thank you, Plasma.
Oh my god, if we got Castaways, I would have just given up.
I would,
I would
yeah.
just put it on the controller.
What am
Okay,
I
but like,
doing?
you want to see what's really cute? This pink velvet cake recipe they have.
Really, really
the
cute.
cake.
Okay, that's
Pink
adorable.
velvet?
That's
Pink
Isn't
velvet.
that
Yeah.
cute?
It is.
What the hell? What is this princess ass cake? What the fuck?
Isn't
What
it so
does pink?
cute? I
What
want
does
it.
pink velvet taste like?
It's just like red velvet cake I used to.
It's red velvet, but it's pink.
the entire bottom shelf is gone.
I mean, that was probably the spot they could reach.
Like the bottom that they are. Yes, the bottom was gone.
And only the tops remain.
I literally don't remember this.
I don't remember either.
I don't remember either.
I'm assuming.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'll just go with it.
I looked at it and then I just completely forgot about it. So
Oh wow.
Oh,
so none of us got that.
did we all?
Bottom
Oh,
half.
wow.
Oh. Oh, it was the shy guy. None of us remember the bottom.
Yeah, because there was no bottom. It's like me.
The bottom with Aga.
You're right. You're not a bottom. You're a switch.
No, I mean like, there was no ass. Like just like me.
Oh. I'm just thinking like Twy declares himself a top.
Now you want to see something? All right.
Twice
sorry,
the top,
now I'm
then
just gonna spam Kokam room with like a bunch of cake recipes. Look at that.
Do it.
Oh my god, that's so cute!
Isn't it?
What the hell? That's
Is
amazing.
that the same channel?
Yes, yeah,
Ratty.
Nice.
you can tell from the top it says Cooking Tree.
No.
The first thing that just kind of looks like it's dripping off the side.
They also have no bake recipes too.
I
They
love
have
a
a
no
no
bake.
bake Oreo cheesecake recipe.
I think this is the most painless journey to the star I've ever seen.
There you go.
Oh no! That looks amazing!
Isn't
Oh my
it?
god.
It's like perfectly like. It's just like. It's just like a perfect rectangle.
Why
It's
is
not
it a
like-
brick? What's this fucking brown brick?
It's a loaf.
It's fucking brown brick, dude.
In
It's like-
Minecraft.
They have it square.
New York's hottest club is Square.
You gotta say it with the Squidward voice, though.
Oh my god, oh my god. No, look at this Christmas tree macaroon. I know it's like a month since like Christmas, but look at this macaroon. It's
No.
cute.
New York's hottest
get the
club
star.
is Square.
Dang it.
Look
Oh,
at how
full
cute
screen.
that is.
Dang it.
Oh, Christmas tree macaron.
Oh my god, those macarons look amazing.
Macaron, chacaron.
I know, aren't they
Macaron.
cute?
Macaron. Macaron.
Macaron,
It's Faron.
macaron.
It's fun.
I need to win a mini game, please. Thank you. Daddy. Daddy, no.
That's not,
Just
that's
the one I
not
think
a
it
mini
is.
game,
I heard
Daddy.
daddy and then daddy, so I'm like, huh.
Oh, I'm red. Okay.
Okay, I'm yellow.
Yeah,
We're
I'm
doing
green.
that.
I guess it's accurate.
Oh, it's bonk time.
Oh. Oh my god. God, I'm screwing this up real bad.
Man, can we just talk
Oh,
about
she,
how
get
we
out of
played
there.
Gartic 4 hours?
Did we really? Yeah.
Was it 4 hours or more? I feel like it might have
Probably
been more.
almost 5.
Let's go! That was
Wow.
like the best round I've ever done. Did not even get whacked once.
Nice.
Nice.
Also, hi Sal.
Yeah, Solid here.
Oh my god.
accidentally
A
said yes,
bratty
but I'll-
switch. I would not be surprised.
It's a,
Daddy.
it's a sweaty brick.
Daddy.
Bratty.
A Serati switch. There you go.
Brioche.
A brioche.
A brioche. Yo, look at that. Oh my god, I like that chocolate dip. That's definitely a pretzel.
Yeah, that's a pretzel.
You know, I thought
True.
about, you know, I kind of want to try and make my own bread. That'd be fun. I don't have yeast though. I do have flour with like a lot of gluten, but like probably should get
Sweaty brioche.
Sweaty.
Body
So
light.
great.
That's his brioche.
Bracouche. Bracucci.
Percussive.
No.
No. Well,
No.
why are you saying no? He's not. You're at the predictions though. He's on your side.
No, he
did
is.
Y'all see? Y'all
I don't care about the prediction. I want to
Donkey Kong
win.
down the side.
Predictions be damned. I predicted I was going to win.
Did y'all see Donkey Kong go down the slide? That was adorable.
I'm supposed to win, so that better be a
It wasn't that adorable. The slide should have kept going.
Where?
I just want to get a burrito.
Into death itself, I guess.
Yeah, the pit.
Hell yeah, join the 1-star party, Rosie.
Heck yeah, everyone has it.
Let's
That's-
open up this.
That's awful. Life is pain.
Pain.
Yeah, pain. Winston.
Oh, I was gonna say just like Rockhawk said.
Nothing says country like
Ouchie.
Western pain.
Oh
Dinger
lord.
Derby.
Well,
Wait,
Can we
which
talk
one is this?
about
this is a
the
crapshoot.
wafers that are on this board? Because
Oh
like
no,
I
ew.
used to have those all the time as a kid. I ought to grab some of those again next time I'm at the store. I like a good wafer. Sandwich wafers.
Let me. This is the worst game of Dinger Derby I've ever had.
You're talking about your
No! No! I was so close! Damn it.
A sweet stick.
That was the worst round of Dinger Derby I think I've ever had in my life.
Better for it.
That was pain. That's right, put me in last for the last 5 turns.
Hey, you get a higher chance of being selected.
Maybe I'll get that achievement.
You see he.
Give me 30 coins, please. What? He hasn't done shit.
Ooh. Do I get banana? Yeah.
That's wild. That put him in first.
Raked ass mother.
What the hell? 10 turns is wild, dude.
Anything can happen in 10 turns, I'll tell you that.
Anything can happen on Halloween. Your dog could turn into a cat.
Mess. Mess.
I'm disappointed. I wanted to go see my husband. Alright, here
Now
we
you can
go.
duel.
For 5 coins.
Yeah. You got nothing else.
Give me those. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god, this was so cute.
Oh
It's-
no, what is
Mass meteor.
It's macaroons.
Oh.
No, wait, hold on. Is it? It's.
Oh, that was going
Yes,
so
no
slow.
macaroons,
Holy shit.
but like in the
The
shit,
peanuts?
but like they look like Charlie Brown's face. It's so cute.
Shit, that's amazing. I love that.
Oh.
Lose.
Oh, and also I love this game.
I love
No
this
one
game too.
loves this game.
I suck at it.
I do.
I have it in my favorites.
Aiden, that's called Stockholm syndrome.
Oh, I really don't like your trainer card then, Paper Star.
Let's go.
No, I have to pull up the tweet where David and I were messing around on this game.
Oh, you actually hold on.
That was
Here's a-
unironically
here's a-
the most best I've ever done at that.
Look at
Hidden
that.
block, please.
Oh no, I already know the exact texture and taste of this, the temperature, it's all there. I can see it.
My God.
You can smell it.
It is in my mouth.
Touch it.
Literally, I will not go further into it because I don't want Twi to be banned from Twitch.
Ban me.
Damn.
Ban me.
No.
I also don't want any other viewers to feel like they have to leave.
We have to leave.
Oh man.
Yeah. Go back to Mulholland where you belong.
I'm not even anywhere near Mulholland, dude.
Not you.
I'm never... Oh.
That's Mulholland right there, that red space.
Hey, we're on the exact team that we should be on.
Oh no.
We should be on.
Yeah.
Here we go, Twilight.
You want to see what these 2 clips are that people made?
Oh, dungeon duos, alright.
Yeah.
What button does it start with?
B. It's it.
Were you just spinning in a circle? There's something about that that's just really good.
Oops. Didn't realize it was still B. My bad.
Peach go burr. Funny.
Oh,
It's coming
shit.
back. It's coming back. It's coming back.
Okay, the comeback.
Oops. Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Twi. I was spinning around for you like a dumbass.
Oh, it's X.
Yeah. Oh, that was scary.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
They changed the jump physics.
Oh,
It's really stupid.
Okay.
Okay, it's that one.
God damn.
Second one.
But they got this, damn it. Oh my god.
We can beat our record time. We can do it. Yeah.
It won't jump.
Did it actually eat your input?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Listen,
We
I'm
ate your
sharing,
input like we ate you for breakfast.
I'm sharing this
No,
in chat because
they look like
look at
whipped
that
cream.
Damn, Twi.
Just look at that cake.
Eating them like groceries.
I'm gonna
booty
eat this
like
cake like groceries. If I had it in front of me.
Damn, you're here to hear, folks. Aiden, eat the booty like groceries.
Cake is another word for
For booty, yes.
Man, I hate this generation so much.
This is where you turn boomer.
This is why we're the worst timeline because we can't have cake.
Let them have the cake.
Let them eat ass.
Let them eat ass or give me cake.
Land on my space and duel me. You were close.
You were close.
Sorry.
Get a
No,
one.
Donkey Kong just wants to look at it.
Actually, just use
I was gonna
this.
say.
Why would you do
Chinese
that?
Sit back and watch.
Oh, pro gamer strats over here. Check this out.
Epic gamer.
Did you land on David's
7, 6, 5, 4,
space?
3, 2. I think that one's unoccupied. Oh no, that one. That's
all in.
Oh, that's big.
Let's go.
And Doctor, let's go.
I still really like these blank stares that they have, except for Mario, who's just super angry.
Do it. I'm not winning this anyways.
Gonna be Spin Doctor.
See,
Oh,
just oh my god, why I'm leaving.
Oh, that's Spin Doctor. I thought Spin Doctor was the other one.
No,
What,
the
what
other
other one?
What other?
Mass
Oh,
Meteor? No.
Is that TikTok clock or whatever?
no, that's TikTok Hop.
Okay.
You son of a bitch!
Oh no, David.
David, no.
Oh no.
Daddy, no.
Oh no.
God damn it, it pulled me out. Just when I thought it couldn't pull me out, it pulled me back in.
Could you imagine if you were
Like
both on the
that?
same map and you ran into each other?
That'd be really funny.
That would be
Really
so
good.
funny, but also we would get nowhere.
Oh my god.
That's
Nice.
great.
Good
I
job.
just lost all this money. See, that's the thing, right? Whenever you say I'm gonna lose this, you kind of just will yourself to win. I've noticed that.
See,
there's
that's
a
my
pattern there.
strategy.
Clever.
That's the strategy for these games.
ignore
You
doing full
bitch about
sense
it
of
until you
security.
win.
Yeah, be very pessimistic
Don't
about
worry, Rosie's
yourself
about
and
to
your
switch
life
with me
choices.
anyways.
Well,
Well, it's gonna be me. Watch this.
It's gonna be May. All that I do. Not enough for
See, it
you.
works. It just works.
Now I see you guys avoiding my spaces, and that's a no-no. You gotta go visit my
What
strawberry.
is this one?
It is this one. Toadstool Tighter, whatever
Oh,
it was
this
called before.
what?
The mush pit.
Wait,
I had a strat for this before, but it
why
might
did I
not.
have invisibility freeze?
How did you get that? That was bullshit.
Well, I jumped.
Okay. Well,
How did you get that?
No.
Damn, I ran right into it.
You literally just touched me, you die.
Yeah, I got 3 coins, baby.
Put me in last, baby.
Dollars. $3.
How we feeling about 10 turns?
Yeah, I think it's good. It's like 4 a.m. for you now.
Yeah, I might as well not push it.
Did not even realize. Weird. Deep into this one.
Oh my god. Twy coming back.
I'm coming back, baby. I'm coming back.
Twy's gonna win this. Here we go.
Man, you really did say let's settle this in Mario Party.
And before Dave gets
Bowser. That would do it, yeah. That would help.
No, you should be landing on my
Yeah,
piranha
I would
plant.
have actually.
Apparently, I'm the only other person with a piranha plant.
Twink seed, twink seed, twink seed. Twink was.
Twink seed.
Huh.
Ooh, that was scary.
Oh, that was
that is
really
that is the between. That's the eye of the needle right there.
Yeah.
It's the eye of the needle.
It's the thrill of the.
Rising up
I
to the
even-
challenge of my.
You know what? You're Rosie.
I mean, it's fine.
You're gonna land on that.
Oh man,
A
Do it.
nice fat
Do
strap.
it, I dare you.
taking the risk.
Oops, that was unintentional. No.
Dang it.
Hey, 6'9".
Nice.
Nice.
There was an attempt.
Well,
So okay.
maybe with luck, David will land on it.
That's what you think, but I'm gonna roll
Another
one
game with
the
not
entire
barely
turn.
any coin game.
Oh, this one.
There were only 10
I
turns
hate
time
this
around.
mailman.
Come here, mailman. We need to kill you.
Man, this is just like that mailman in Minish Cap.
Hey,
Keep
Mr.
running.
Mailman, what
Postman.
Oh, mailman, postman, hey.
No, man, come back.
Yes.
Wait, wait. Oh,
God, I just remembered back in grade school, we sang that song, the Mr. Postman song. Didn't even know what it was, but like we were singing it.
They say a second.
And like, I was part of that, like, well, not a solo, but like the group part where we sang the verse. And so we're just like, there must be somewhere today from my
Hey,
boyfriend
yeah.
so far away. And I'm just
well,
like,
I'm gonna get Bowser, so like this is cool.
and there I was, a little 12-year-old me, and I'm like,
Or I'm just gonna okay.
boyfriend, what? Who am I supposed
I'm out
to
of
be
this.
thinking about at this point? Freaking Naruto?
Yo, we got
Was
Bowser
there-
right here.
Naruto.
We got Bowser at home.
Come on,
Twy.
Bowser Revolution, let's go.
Oh, so you sure did get Bowser. There it
A
is.
rev
Bowser
would be
from
really
the
nice,
Monster.
actually. A rev would be fantastic.
Oh, God, you can't. It's like 4 in the morning. Are you fucking for real? Okay, let's get this over with.
It's
It.
100 stars.
Aw.
Yeah, you know what? You owe me 20 coins. I need to get some, like, headache pills.
I need
Get the
some
fuck out of my
Tylenol.
condo.
I thought you
When I-
said cough.
Both of you
When
was
I
in a
was
condo.
when I was a kid, I thought it was Tyler and all, and I thought it was like me.
Tyler, no.
Tyler, no.
It's for
Yo, nice, exactly.
Okay, hearing you call me Tyler was the weirdest thing.
Me?
Yeah, I don't know why. It was just weird. I wasn't ready.
But now
Why
I
Thaniel
have
Johnson III?
Tyler.
You have the power.
Oh, seriously?
Listen, now I'm guaranteed. Yo, 69, let's go. I win.
It doesn't matter what happens now. You win.
I win. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
Congrats on your
God.
win.
Congrats on
Oh,
your
this-
free win.
Yeah, thanks.
How do you win this?
I don't know
Like
how the
that.
3 wins this.
You saw that practice.
The 1
pose
just has to
like that.
suck.
Yeah, you just have to suck really badly. Apparently.
Go like that. Fine.
Oh, sorry. I was too focused.
There's like, I don't know if
Wait,
there's
wait,
a
wait.
way for the 3 to win this into 1 and actually do something.
ASMR should not be allowed to make. What ASMR are you talking about, Solid? Are you talking about the video that I shared? Which Rose you shared, but then I shared here? Because, yes. Cake icing. Do they have ASMR of the cake icing?
I think Petey Piranha's just kind of an idiot.
I thought that was always his character, to be honest.
No, he's supposed to be smart. He's like king of the piranha plants. He can't be like.
I mean, he doesn't know when to stop hydrating.
If we didn't feed him at all, and David made it to the end, would he be small enough to run under the thing?
Yeah, cookie tree's really good. And
That'd
their
be so
recipes
funny.
are legit. They're
Imagine
good.
that
I
was
use
the
their
winning strat.
I use their pound cake recipe and their actually I use their banana cake recipe. The banana bread with cream cheese in it.
Okay, Twi, I need you to roll like 27 or something.
What?
Cream cheese?
Parmesan?
From
You mean nut? You will never hear me say that ever again. You're welcome.
I use cake flour for mine, so it's a little more lighter. But it's still good.
Oh my god.
I should try with all-purpose flour. I did actually buy AP flour this time.
I'm just gonna spam this with ice shake because. Excuse me. You can tell I was a thick kid growing up.
So this is the banana. Actually, you know what? I didn't realize we actually did have cream cheese, but so I could actually use this. So I could actually make the cream cheese filling.
Roll a 1. Oh no, that wouldn't matter.
Yeah. No, what are you talking about? So there you
Roll a
go.
one.
See,
There's
I
no
rolled
one.
one.
No,
This is what you wanted.
Wait, but Rosie, you can't break the 69.
Yeah, you lost now.
Guess you did.
You now lost. No matter if you win, you lose.
No
Damn.
freaking coin games. That's ridiculous.
Hit him
Yeah,
block.
that's
Hit him block. Hit him block. Okay. Okay.
I wish there was like a round where it would just guarantee that there was a coin game.
Speed hockey, let's go. Let's like mess up.
No one
Oh,
has
it's
ever
the-
said
it's the
let's go
one where-
when speed hockey comes up. What do you mean?
Speed hockey, the one where you can do absolutely nothing and win.
Or lose.
right?
I'm the bad.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like some people who do absolutely nothing in this game and
Yeah,
win
let's go. I
anyway.
did nothing.
Wow.
Okay, I'm just gonna see what happens.
Just like some people. Solid.
This is
Yo!
Yeah! Thanks. Thanks, Pepper. Sorry. I
Oh,
moved
she
a
wins
little
by
bit,
doing
that's it.
absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
Yep.
oh, maybe I should try this cream cheese filling. I might have to reduce the
I just lost my
Sugar,
chance
but
at the minigame
it.
star, that's for sure.
Absolutely reduce the sugar. It sounds like there's gonna be a lot.
Well, it's
Ooh, yeah.
If Paper Star wins, this is the good ending.
well, it's 30 grams sugar for the bread, and then 30 grams sugar for the cream cheese filling.
Good fucking lord.
I lost the minigame star
That's
too, I think.
diabetes.
No, you
This
want
is
to
the-
know how much the lemon
This is the
pound
bad
cake was?
ending.
It was 130 grams of sugar. I reduced that by 30.
For the whole
Single one
loaf?
of these.
This
Yeah.
one has to be me.
Yeah.
Probably
I
just the
think
whole
line on
loaf.
line.
Obviously, if you're gonna
Rosie
consume
won.
the entire loaf,
It's pretty
why are you
big.
doing this?
It's
Is Aiden not Farron?
it's pretty big.
Hey.
This is the bad ending.
I didn't even notice when I won. So
No, I just wanted Paper Star to win at a certain point.
let's go.
I don't even care about you. I just wanted Paper Star.
Wow.
I almost won.
Yeah.
Miss! Miss!
Miss.
Where's the rigged emote?
Remember when you said that
It's-
Yoshi
it's
was gonna
Bowser.
stay in
It's Bowser
fourth?
saying miss.
Stop the count.
Stop the count.
Oh, I never seen Yoshi
Rosalina,
celebrate.
I only got the
You ended-
point star because of the duel.
That
Look at how
Piranha
happy
Plant got a
Yoshi
good
is
deal.
with his one.
My wallet is bursting. No, I lost coins.
The tails.
What on earth?
Damn, stonks.
Yo, 69. Nice.
Nice.
Yo, nice!
GG.
Gee.
I truly won.
Count has been stopped.
The count has.
Did I hit? Oh, okay.
That counts. That was just good stocks overall.
Yeah, someone else
according
has
to
to
that
resolve
graph.
the prediction because
I don't know how to stop. I don't know how to predict. Or manage
Oh, I think I
prediction.
might have to do that.
Oh no, I think anybody. No, that's not the right thing.
anyone
Use
that
prediction. I got it.
anyone.
Rosie
got
or
it?
Aiden, right? Rosie won.
Yes.
Yay!
It didn't matter if I won.
My God.
If I
I
won, no
just
one would.
got like a dumbass paper star. I'm sorry.
If I won, no one would have won.
Oh, okay. Only 60 points. That's fine. Then.
Yep, all 60 of them.
I can't handle when people bet a lot of money on me.
It's fine. It's
Like
channel.
fake money.
It's
Okay,
fake
so
money,
like-
just like blackjack.
Anyone want to stall out the game for like 10 more minutes? So this can be my longest stream.
I mean, we could.
Yeah.
Poo poo.
A good amount mini game.
Let's play stick and
We
spin.
can play TikTok clock and not mini games.
Endless bookworm. I'm just putting that out there.
Endless bookworm.
Putting that out there as an option.
I like when you hit
Balugi.
shuffle. I like when you if you pick CPUs and then you hit shuffle CPU. It's just like they're just like, oh, funny.
Aw.
Oh, good drafted.
Man, now I'm thinking about the boba that I had yesterday.
Is it
I
this
haven't
one?
had
Yeah.
Bubba in a hot minute.
I was gonna try and get some
Damn.
tomorrow.
Cheese foam is amazing, y'all. I'm just gonna put that
Oh,
out
like
there.
the cheese, like the cream
That's
cheese
like-
crema,
Like, I think so. It's like that
like the foam thing you put on top
sea
of the
salt
cheese. Yeah.
cheese foam
Like sea salt.
thing.
You have Happy Lemon. Is it Happy Lemon?
Actually, this place is called what is it? I don't know if it's local or not, but it's called
Oh, you're just
Sunlight.
gonna pay this.
Oh, huh.
It's
Bruh,
pretty
okay.
cool.
Rosie, you ready?
Their whole thing is like digitized. You order from
Oh,
a
interesting.
screen, and then they just bring it out to you on the counter.
Time to win.
Yeah, you are gonna win.
I need to stop thinking about dessert. I just
There's
need
nice.
Were you able to change the level?
I didn't pick the level. The level picked itself.
Oh, interesting.
The
Okay.
Thug Life chose me.
Maybe the real thug life or the friends you made along the way.
Damn.
That's so deep.
I know. I should write a book.
How to win the Thug Life.
A Doug's life.
How to win at the third one.
Maybe if you're lucky and Disney will make a movie out of it.
Oh god.
Disney's How to Win the Thug Life, starring Chris
Disney's
Pratt.
nuts.
Fucking hell. I swear.
This game
If
gives me
Chris
anxieties.
Pratt actually, if Chris Pratt actually voices Garfield, I will scream.
What is that? What do you mean?
Is that a rumor?
Actually,
It's a thing. Is aren't they bringing back Garfield and he's gonna?
yeah, but Chris Pratt's already announced for that.
But like, it's not real until the movie comes out.
I mean,
I will not believe. I cannot believe my eyes. I cannot believe my eyes.
Chris is living the dream.
Voicing Mario and Garfield, who are now canonically the same thing.
Mario is just Garfield.
Why-
Cat
they're-
form.
he's Italian. Garfield loves lasagna.
Mario
Maybe
sees
he is.
becoming Italian with Tifa.
The secret lore is that Mario. I was
Sending-
gonna say this.
Rosie, can you stop sending balls?
Why can you like get better?
I was gonna say the secret lore is that Garfield runs away from home and ends up getting adopted by Mario.
Wow. So Chris Pratt adopts Chris Pratt.
Mm-hmm.
Like he would.
It's like Mini Me.
Fuck you. Oh man.
It's been forever since I've watched an Austin Powers movie. God.
I need to watch them. That's not a
The
show,
third
that's a
one's pretty
need.
strong. The third one's pretty strong. Like honestly, it all builds up to the third one. Yeah, the gold member.
Need not that. I need real balls.
Your real ones aren't
Well,
enough?
Yeah. They're not anything special.
Twy wants to connect more balls down there and create a chain link.
You know it. Look at this. How did you do that?
They sure are faring. Thank you.
Rosie's an expert ball handler. That
Yeah. I handled those balls real good.
Better to be an expert than not.
is it?
I know, right? Yeah.
It's
would you
nice
rather
to
not
know
be an
more
expert?
than one
Oh, I
skill,
screwed that
Twy.
Hmm?
It's nice to know more than one skill. That's kind of the logic there.
I only have one skill.
Yeah, instead of handling just one ball, it's two.
Existing?
I'm not even that good at that.
But you can do it.
Somehow I get the feeling that you as a human being are far more organized than I am just by this game.
No, I try.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're a tryhard, huh?
Yeah.
At least you
That's
up
some
to
real
it.
gamer shit right there.
Rosie's a gamer, it's true. I guess so am I, but I'm not a good gamer. I've never even harassed a woman or minority, so like, what kind of gamer am I?
What's that?
I'm a
Take
I'm not a
what the-
player, I'm a gamer. Players get chicks. Gamers harass women.
Where's that picture? Where's that picture?
I thought you were gonna say gamers get dicks, but
Gamers are
Here
dicks.
it is.
Gamers get
True.
dicks. I have
I
an
think
icon
about
name.
this picture now. I work at GameStop for 6 years, so I'm pretty sure I know how to treat a lady.
Oh.
Oh,
Damn, got a
God.
lot of balls stacked up.
That was a pile up.
They should have had peace out. They should have had peace out.
They should have had peace out. Do you want to play Mario's Puzzle Party?
Yeah! And on the worst game.
Thank goodness I'm not on stream. There would be so many ball jokes right now because it's 2:30 a.m. and regrets happen.
Oh,
No
thank God
regrets.
for Please Don't Destroy, am I right? Thank you, David.
Yeah. No problem. No, thank you for being a proxy in this addiction.
I'll have to show the rest of the class the PDD sketches.
Oh no.
Honestly, the PDD sketches are pretty good.
Yeah, they're funny. Eat.
Oh God, this is. I'm gonna
Give me a
die.
song.
from
Played
that.
it
well.
So one time I saw someone almost win this by doing absolutely nothing. It was wild. Wouldn't recommend it, but like, it was wild.
Oh, I gotta put it back.
Damn.
Can't think this fast. Fuck.
Oh my God, how the hell?
What?
Oh, huh?
What? Oh man, I was close. Again.
I was closer.
How the
You
hell?
saw I
do
literally was just putting pieces down randomly.
I- How the hell?
Again.
We should be making a lot
We
of
gotta
block
stall for
jokes.
10 minutes, remember?
Oh, hasn't been 10 minutes yet?
I don't know. I just haven't checked.
Either way, it's happening again. Here we go.
Oh my God, stop sending these stupid bitch blocks.
I don't want the basic bitch block.
That didn't work.
You
Oh,
were
sorry.
close.
What?
Bro. Wow. Restarting IC.
Rage
cheating.
quit.
Rage quitting IC. Wow, very gamer respawn.
I don't know
That's
how
a
you're
real
supposed to
gamer
win
shit
this
right
game.
there.
This is not a real game. I don't know how you're supposed to win this game.
Luck. That's basically how I deal with this game.
How do you play this game? Easy, I don't.
69 nice.
I'm getting points. If you really cared, you wouldn't get any more points.
No! Come on now. I keep getting so close. To coming.
I see Twoyo and I'm just thinking Froyo.
Let's end it
world.
with Coney Island.
Oh my God.
Where is it?
Actually, no. Okay, now this is officially your longest stream.
Oh yeah. Okay, where is it? Where is it?
Say, no, go back to the row you were on. Second one.
Oh no, not that one.
To the left.
Can't find it.
Wait, what are you doing?
Well, I can't
Oh,
find
you're trying. Coney Island?
it. I know what to do. There it is.
Oh, this
Later's
one.
located.
Oh.
Oh, Coney Island. I get it.
Like in New
Wait, you
York.
didn't get it until now?
Well, no, I know it by the name Later Skater.
No. Coney Island and Later Skater are different. I was looking for Later Skater the
Oh.
entire time.
Oh, good to know.
Understandable. Nice.
Get out of my way.
No.
Holy shit!
Wow.
That was the best I've ever done.
Yeah,
His fucking teeth.
that was good.
He just sticks blades into his feet. That hurts.
Now we'll play.
That's why he's faster though, because he wants to get it over as soon as possible.
Basically like acupuncture.
I just want to eat the ice cream.
God, I suck at this one because I have
Oh,
terrible depth
cone.
perception.
Okay, so this.
The strawberry ice cream does look good. Good man.
I know.
Look at this
doesn't it?
giant Mario statue.
Why is he so angry that he's getting ice cream?
I can smell the iron.
You can smell the iron.
I can smell the copper oxidizing.
Oh, damn it! You can't push people out of the way in this game.
Oh, you can't. Not anymore.
You used to be able to, yeah.
Oh, I missed.
Going for the ones that I'm going.
Oh, I missed.
Oh, that took like 10 million years.
I missed twice in a row.
Actually, I kind of want Dave's ice cream scoop because this is a
You
lot of chocolate.
you did slow down, but it was a lot slower.
Actually, why did you push penguins?
Penguins are always having a
Wait,
good time.
wait, did we seriously slow? Were we supposed to be slowing down?
Yeah, you slow
Yeah.
down when you get ice cream. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
I
get
didn't
more
even
scoops.
notice.
It's like slight thing.
This is like one of the best mini games. Don't at me.
It is good. It's like
Who would at you?
there's like another mini game that's like this but worse.
I wish they brought back Hotel Goomba.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can make the welcome to the Hotel
Oh,
Goomba.
I lost myself for a second when the penguins. No, no.
Goomba.
I swear to God, Dave, if you actually messed up, that was really funny. Just be the only one that like fell. Wow.
Oh, I didn't notice while Luigi had his rose.
Yeah, he does. It's actually really fun.
Finally a win. Jesus. Oh,
Good lord.
maybe I'm just too tired for this. I don't...
Then go to bed.
What do you think I'm trying to do?
Yeah, we keep like, no, play this game. Play Facelift.
Okay, now the sign
Facelift.
is anything.
I may as well lose in style.
Oh, yeah, swirl.
I have no idea how to play this game.
It's A, B, Y, X in that order.
No, I mean good. I mean play it well.
Use your thumb, just like rotate it around the buttons, depending on what controller you have.
Take
The
your
Joy-Con.
palm and just rotate
Oh.
in a circle around your,
That's probably
your
easier.
face button.
Because it has like a matte texture. You just roll your thumb around. Just basically roll your thumb around it. With the GameCube, control's probably actually harder.
Yeah, with GameCube, it's definitely.
Yeah, because the layout is different. But like, it's a diamond shape, so I probably actually want to keep this. Yeah, I messed up. I definitely lost track at some point. Yeah. Keep going. Yeah.
This is
You
one of the
won
best
that
mini
time.
games.
New record, so you won.
New record.
New record.
We're all tied with 2 mini games. Fine.
So I guess we need a tiebreaker. Who needs sleep?
Nope, nope.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
In the house always wins. I won. My house.
Your house.
Your
In
birthday,
the
your
middle
win.
of Arm Street.
In the middle of our house.
Well, I hope you have fun.
I did have fun. I'm so
It's
tired, and I have to sort through all of the Gardic phone shit tomorrow.
Have fun.
I saved every single flipboard,
I think I have all of them as well.
and they're not named.
No,
no.
they really aren't.
You really just didn't turn. There we go.
There's no one live. Why would there be anybody live?
Let's see.
You know, they're insane and they're playing like 14 or something.
Yeah,
Is John's live?
He's
Playing.
probably gonna end soon though.
I don't care. He's the only
Dynamite?
target I have.
Oh
You
yeah.
could raid Ryan. He's
Am I not
live.
following Ryan? Well, I've already decided next time, but I will follow Ryan.
Raid Brian.
Like, I'm already
Griffin.
here and waiting for the ad to end. I might as well just...
What's the raid message?
Oh, it looks like he is ending, huh? I don't care.
Yeah. Oops.
Dominussi.
Maybe you should raid Ryan.
What's Ryan's channel name again?
Kuribro. Kuuribro. Yeah.
Clubhouse what?
Clubhouse Gussie.
What are we using?
Pop to the top. Because that lyric is cursed.
Inside that pussy.
Just pick your
Bus,
favorite.
bus. You the dust.
Just pick your favorite.
Get Bob to the top.
Birthday. Oh, I forgot the hashtag.
Birthday Bushy.
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 Bashes. I guess just go with any of those.
Birthday Bob.
Oh yeah, don't forget. Don't we all?
That's not real, but like, and to win, I like how
There has
Just
been
pick your
much
favorite, though.
sinning.
Yeah, you have a team thingy.
Yeah.
We're part of it. We're part of a team. Also, check out Twice Discord. Also, check out his Twitter too.
You're literally a better mod than I am.
Yeah. Yeah, we're part of a team. We're also gonna be doing a podcast tomorrow.
Oh shit.
Oh, it's tomorrow?
Oh,
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
8 p.m. Central. I think so.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you
Get
all for
up,
coming.
Frank.
This was very fun. A good
This
night.
was very fun.
I will get all of the stuff unlocked for Double Dash this week.
Du please dashe.
Peace. Oh my.